I'm a business owner. I've had my business over 20 years here. I listened to you maybe a while ago, maybe a year ago. You mentioned something that you don't really, nobody owns businesses unless if it's corporated or registered with the government, that you really don't own the business.
Well, you don't control it. You don't control it, right? You turn over control to the state authority and by permission to exist. You own it. No, you own that baby because they're going to hold you liable. They're going to hunt down that owner. Oh, you own it, all right. You just don't control it anymore. Just like if I own my car, okay? I own my car and I let you drive it. I let you take control of it. You get into a wreck. You walk away. Who are they going to look for? They're going to look for the owner.
Always.
Yeah, they're going to look for the owner. Oh, you own that baby, right? Even though they control it and all kinds of holy hell could happen once they're controlling it. They don't give a shit. They're not going to take any liability. They're going to be like, well, we didn't tell you to do that. Oh, really? If you didn't do that, it would this and this would have happened. No, well, if you just thought it would have happened. You believed it would. You thought you had to turn it over to us. I thought I had to get a permit. I thought I had to get, oh, really? You thought you had to get a license. I don't remember anybody telling me at 16 years old I had to get a license. Who told you to get a license? Your mom, your dad, your friends. I don't remember anybody from the government knocking on the door say, happy birthday, sweet 16. Where's your license? You're getting a license now, right? No, nobody told you how to get a license. Nobody from the government told you. What have your mom and dad taught you when you were a little kid? Well, when you're 16 years old, we're going to teach you how to drive a car. We're going to get insurance on you. And if a cop stops you and asks you, where's your license? And says, I'm a man. I have insurance. I bear liability for anything I've done wrong. If I wish to take my property from here to there, it's not necessary for me to have a state-issued license. But nobody tells you that shit when you're 16. You just go along and because everybody else was hypnotized or, conditioned to get a license. In 1910, 1920, nobody had a driver's license. It took years and years and years and years and years to convince people, these benefits to society would be for everybody's own good if everybody started getting licenses. If everybody got registrations, it would be really, really good because if somebody steals your car, we just run down these numbers and we get you back your car in no time. So people were just convinced there was a benefit to have a license, to have registrations, and they were just convinced. They give the state control because the state was going to be your protection. The state was going to protect you from theft, from auto theft. The state was going to protect you from an uninsured driver or somebody who was incompetent to be on the roadway. They were going to do it for society's good. And I'm telling you, it's a very wonderful, lovely thing they did, but sometimes it just gets out of hand and you got to pull them back a little bit. That's all. That's the thing that happens with any power. It just gets out of control. It starts encroaching into the world of man, and you got to say, well, you know what? Very lovely codes, very lovely laws, very lovely courtroom, very lovely officers, very lovely uniforms, very lovely procedure, very lovely everything. But you're crossing into the world of man, and I don't require your help. I've got this covered. I don't need this from you, but thank you anyway. Here's the insurance policy. Here's the liability that I'm carrying and I'm maintaining. Did I get some basic standard issued government ID? Yes, sure did. That way the police officers aren't scared that they got Jack the Ripper running through their town. Because I look like some crazy, demented Hell's Angel, which I do. But God made me this way, and I don't apologize for it. I just have to learn to deal with it. Some people look like me. Some people, have to deal with that they're tan. Some people have to deal that they're, that they're black. Some people that just have to deal with it. Did you understand what world we're in? What society we're in? I look like some crazy biker. I understand that. I understand how I'll be treated when I step into the public. I'm totally cool with that. There's nothing I can do. I dealt me this hand, and this is what I deal with. Next time I'll come back as a giraffe. Whatever.
Karl, what the problem is with the kids going to public schools. My son is 8, almost 8 now. But when he went to the first grade, he was not even 6. First day in school, they told him to sign some papers that he acknowledged something, and they told him to sign it.
Oh,
that's how it starts. Those kids have been brainwashed at the first day in school.
Yeah, you tell the child the most important thing that he has in his life is his name, and a word that his name supports.
The reputation.
Yeah, his good word. His good word is his reputation. His name is what his name is what he that mommy and daddy gave him his name. Don't give it away to nobody. This is the name your mom and dad gave you. Don't give it away to nobody. Somebody wants your name, say, who are you? What's it to you? Why do you want my name? What are you going to do with it? Well, just tell me your name. You don't look like my mom. You don't look like my dad. Why should I? Well, I just want your name. Well, my mom and dad taught me that when I give you something, you have to give me fair and just compensation in return. What are you going to give me as fair and just compensation? I give you my name. What are you going to give me? You know, see, like I said, thank God I was in New York City. Thank God I was in the 60s and 70s. Thank God everybody was always looking for an angle. Thank God. So for me, it's very simple for me to handle that kind of stuff. What's your angle, buddy? What do you want? What do you want from me? Well, I just want to help you. Oh, bullshit. Nobody's here in New York City to help nobody. You're full of shit. What do you fucking want from me? Well, you don't got to be like that. Yes, I do. My mom and dad taught me that. Everybody's here looking for an angle. Everybody's trying to get over everybody. What the hell do you want from me now? Seriously, don't fuck with me. What do you want? You don't fucking tell me what's in it for you. You know what? I'm walking. Well, you know, that's not very nice. It was like, that's right. I'm not nice. I'm not a fool. That's right. You're absolutely right. I'm nobody's fool. I'm not nice. Well, that's not very, you should be. No, fuck you. So thank God. Thank God, man, that this is how I was raised. Thank God. And like I said, there's millions of us from New York City. I'm not a freak of nature. You know, you just don't really run into New Yorkers, because when you run into New Yorkers, you're like, shit, you sound and act just like that guy Karl Lentz. That's right. It's just you guys don't live in New York City. I'd say 90% of the people that I listen to my show are out on some farmland somewhere. They're listening on satellite radio. You know, they don't have nothing else better to do on Saturday night. You know, they're not in the big city. You know, big city people don't get my show.
Oh, by the way, Karl, a few months back I went to the court and I used your advices, and I was very successful in the court.
Oh, wow. What did you do?
It was 2 tickets. One was speeding, and the other one was talking on the phone on the highway.
So did you either did you try to do the death to society? Did you say you're an idiot, or did you try to say bring the man?
Well,
or you weren't operating on a license at the time? There you go. There's 4 things. Which one did you use?
Well, I start with the not giving her name. The judge asked for my name. I said, my mom calls me Andre, and my last name belongs to my family.
Yeah.
And that was to start with, and then I mentioned, I asked if the police officer is bringing claim against me, and she said no. He's just a witness.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
And then after that, I said, who's bringing claim against me? I have the right to examine the accuser.
Right.
She all looked up and she didn't know what to say, and the prosecutor didn't want to talk to me at all.
That's great. That's good. Nice and simple. Boom, boom, boom. I like it, man. Simple works for me, man.
So thanks for that. I really appreciate you teaching people, and it helps me a lot. My son now.
But you know what I tell people to do? It's like, look, it's like I say to people too when I go to court. I don't ever pay any kind of what you would say like a state tax or a county tax. You know, because I travel a lot for work and I worked a lot. So I would do the routine that you just did, and I'd say, look, honestly, I really don't pay taxes to this county, to the state. Honestly, I've been here about, 6 months, a year, 2 years working here. Honestly, you know what? The fine is like $50. I'll pay you $50. You know what? Keep those police on the force. Keep them doing what they're doing. I don't mind paying $50. You know what? You guys deserve it. You know what? But this isn't saying that I'm guilty of doing anything wrong. This is just like, you know what? Here's $50. Have a nice day. So I don't mind. I actually don't mind, because it's like, you know what? These cops do a job. The county, they're just doing this for money. I know why they're giving tickets out. It's just a way to generate money for the town or the county to get new cop cars or something like that. How else are they going to get it? People ain't just going to say to the police department, oh, can I donate $50 to you? Like, people just don't come up to me and say, oh, Karl, can I donate $50 to you? No, they don't. You got to force it out of them. You say, oh, Jesus, Lord. What do I got to do to get you people? You know what? I'm just not going to do my show no more. How's that? Is that going to make you people start donating to me? Because people aren't just going to do it out of the kindness of their heart. But people ain't just going to support their local police out of the kindness of their heart. So they got to go around and write tickets up and start drumming up business. It's like, oh, come on, go out there and start issuing tickets. You know what? Because, we got to get money. If we don't get money, the people ain't going to support us. We can't get new squad cars. We can't get shit, So, man, I don't mind. If I get stopped, you know what? Honestly, I was speeding. You know what? That's right. You got me. I speed all the time. 199 times out of 100, you guys don't catch me. You know what? I don't mind tipping $50 to the Police Benevolent Association. I don't fucking care. You know what? God bless you guys on the road. Because if I'm speeding one time doing 100 miles an hour, you know what? You'll pull me out of my burning car. You provide a great service. I'm glad you guys will fucking be there and pull me out when I'm acting stupid and crazy. Thank you. I don't mind. So see, to me, it's not combative. I'm not looking at it that every freaking time I'm dealing with these people is a battle. I'm like they're a necessary evil. You know, it's like, well, they do good and they do bad. But to me, it's like, would you rather have them or not have them? And I'd rather have them. Would I rather have police on the road? Oh, you better believe it. Oh, you better believe it. Especially, it was funny, I talked to Malik up in Chicago. He lives in a bad area of Chicago. I said, would you just rather have your brothers cruising around in their 24-inch old Rams with their $200 cars, smacking your car like crazy, and just saying, forgive me, thy brother, thy trespass? Or do you want a cop to come and slam that guy into the ground and drag his ass off to jail for driving around without a license and no insurance? He says, well, yeah, I'd rather have a cop, you know, because I know he has a Mercedes and a Jaguar. I said, how about you give this brother with this 1977 Buick that's worth $200 with $20,000 gold rims on it, coming out of the hood, and he wrecks your Mercedes or wrecks your Jaguar, and he says, oh, forgive me, brother, if I trespass. No, I don't have a license. I don't have insurance. How would you feel? He'd say, hey, asshole, who's going to pay for my car? I said, well, I'm not. You got to forgive me. I'm your brother, remember? He's like, oh, yeah? Great. You know what? Where's a cop? And you want to dial 911 and get that damn cop on the scene and say, hey, this asshole's running down the streets, man, wrecking into people's cars, just laughing about it, saying, ha, you can't do anything to me. I'm a man. You got to forgive me of my debt. You got to let me go. And the cop say, oh, yeah? Well, I think we got another answer for you. I think I'm going to put you into custody. I'm going to impound your car. And I think I'm going to keep you off the street for as long as we can. It's just because you say you're a man, and just because you say, forgive me my trespass, doesn't mean you're a man. Just because you stick your dick in a woman, you get her pregnant, doesn't make you a man. Just because you're 18, it doesn't make you a man. And that's where society really F's you people over, giving you titles that you don't earn, giving you titles that you don't deserve. So like I said, you know, when I do that, I say, just keep the money. You know, I'll tell the prosecutor, you know what? Just keep the $50. You know what? I don't mind. I know this is all about money to you guys. You know what? Just keep the $50. Well, it's a $300 fine. I ain't going to give you $300. I'll give you $50. Or we'll do this. I wasn't operating a license at the time. I'll play all this crap. Bring the accuser forward. I don't give a shit. But he has $50. The cop was a nice guy. Go get a couple of car washes on me. I don't give a shit. For $50. Go for it. I don't care. I don't pay no state or county taxes. Go for it. Whenever I travel, like Georgia, and I remember I did that in Georgia. It's funny as shit. And when it was all said and done, man, me and the judge were just sitting down talking on like some folding chairs. It was pretty funny. He was like, he just loves my style. He's like, I just told the fucking prosecutor, you know what, just keep the money. How much was the fine? $50? Yeah, but don't put it on the record. That's fine. Keep it off. Keep the $50. You know, like you guys did good. You know, you guys do a good job. I got no complaints with you guys. You know, it's the least I could do for travel through your county all the time. I never give you guys a dime. But like I said, just because you keep beating them in court with that kind of stuff, you know what? You got to show the judge, you know, look, I know why you give tickets. I know I was speeding. You know what? Here's $50. And if you want me to play this game, but like I said, you do it in writing. Say, look, if you want to play this game, I'll play this game. The accuser must appear, the plaintiff must appear. I'll play all the silly games with you if you want me to. Or just take my $50. You know, don't put it on my license. I don't want to deal with fucking my insurance rates going up. And you know what? I appreciate everything you guys. Something nice like that. Not all that they think this is some sort of a trick or a con job you're doing, or that you figured out a loophole so we're going to fuck you people over. Because after a while, they'll say, you know what? Screw this. We'll put everything through a computer. We'll just make this guy pay everything through a computer. We'll just have everybody do it this way from now on. We'll have a computer judge. We'll have it just taken right out of his banking account. We're not going to deal with this no more. We're just going to attach his license to a bank account, and every time he does something wrong, we're just going to immediately take it out. We're not even going to have these guys go to court anymore. Forget this. They're starting to figure this out. So like I said, you know what? I don't want to make this seem like such an easy trick to start effing everybody over. You know, how would you like it if the cops weren't out there stopping crazy people from doing 900 miles an hour? You'd be like pretty pissed. Hey, that guy just cut me off, and the cop just let him get away with it. Oh, look, this guy just banged into a couple of cars. Oh, my God, the cop's looking right at it. He's acting like a Baltimore cop, just turning around the other way, waiting until he's dispatched. He's not getting involved no more. That's right, because he doesn't want to be sued. Because that guy is doing 900 miles an hour in a car, banging into your car, banging into everybody else's car. If the cop stops him, the next thing you know, the guy falls down, breaks his neck. Next thing you know, the guy's in jail for the cop's in jail for the rest of his life for manslaughter, like the Baltimore cops. 6 Baltimore cops are sitting in prison for murder for some clown who was selling drugs on a street corner. Because this clown, whatever happened to him in the back of that, paddy wagon happened to him. Whatever happened, who knows? He got thrown around the back of the paddy wagon, slammed his head into the side, whatever he was doing. Now 6 cops are in prison. That's crazy. If I was those cops, I'd say, you know what, from now on, they could sell as many drugs as they want on that street corner. I am so effing done. I am not touching a single drug dealer ever again. Guys, just deal with everyone, please. 6 of my friends are spending 30 years of their life in jail because they tried to stop a drug dealer. You know what? It ain't worth it. They tried to stop a speeding guy in a speeding car. They're all sitting in jail for 30 years now. You know what? It's not worth it. Let these clowns speed. Let them just play smack-up derby on the street. You know what? We're not getting involved. No more. So like I said, it's a delicate balance between getting away with something like, well, I got away without paying the time. Yeah, well, come on now. You know how many times it's sped. You know you did it hundreds of times. You finally got caught. Give the devil his due. Pay him something. But tell him, look, man, don't put it on my driver's license and, it'll make my insurance rates go up. You know what? But, here's $50. Or I'll play this old man card on you and I'll say, the prosecutor, the witness must appear, the man must appear, I'll play this game on you if you want me to. They're like, nah, we don't got time for all that shit. We'll just take the $50. That's fine. We need to cop out the street more than coming to court 50 times anyway. Like I said, it's not, like I said, I'm not trying to teach people tricks. I'm not trying to teach people how to get over on the system. I like the system that we got, but it's a delicate balance. We always got to make sure we don't, man doesn't pull it too far down, and we got to make sure they don't pull man too far down. It's a wonderful balance we got. And God, I believe, God created, what we perceive to be bad or evil, like viruses, snakes, mosquitoes, for a reason. God created good and bad. God created this. I don't create, what the bad God created on its own. Viruses and heart attacks and cancer got invited. No, to me, God put this in the game for a reason, good or bad. So even though we might perceive it to be bad, honestly, it must be a way to keep everything in balance. And when the court system or whatever, the legal society gets too overbalanced one side, I believe it's my job to try to show people, look, we got to pull it back a little bit this way. And that's all I'm trying to do, show the people, look, we got to pull it back a little bit. They're getting out of hand. They're getting out of hand. That's all. But I don't want it to totally go away. I don't want it to disappear. Because, like I said, we live in a very unethical, immoral society. And the people who are really bad people, if they could figure out what I'm doing, then they think they can get away with murder, like O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson's lawyers knew the law. Very simple, ancient law. Do you have a third-party impartial witness that saw him commit the wrong? Yes or no? No, we don't. Why? Because dead men tell no tales. He made sure both of them were totally dead. How? He decapitated them. That's how. He wasn't just going to hurt her. He was going to make sure when dead men tell no tales. See, if he just stabbed it, and stabbed the other guy, he'd be going to jail for 30 years. He knew, like every bad guy knows, dead men tell no tales. Don't leave no witnesses. Because it's an ancient rule that's still true to this day. It's funny, man. I remember reading one trial. It was hysterical. Back in like the 1600s. And the one guy died of a sword. Sword, impaled by a sword. And the guy who was accused of killing him with the sword said the man fell on his sword. It was an accident. It's like, he fell on your sword by accident. It's like, yes. What do you mean he fell on your sword by accident? It's a 3-foot blade. You mean he just fell on it by accident? Yes. And I'm sticking to my story, and that's the word I give you till the day I die. They had to let him go. Even though it's the most ridiculous shit anybody ever heard. You're like, yeah, right. The guy fell on your sword. Yeah, he just fell on my sword. You didn't jab him with that sword. No, I swear to God. Holy stack of Bibles. No, I swear to God, I didn't do it. They had to let him go because there's no dirty impartial witness that could say that man has done wrong. And that man said he did no wrong. And since nobody was there to witness, did the man really fall on the sword or not? They had to let him go. And O.J. Simpson's lawyers knew it. It's that simple. Well, how did her neck get decapitated? Well, she just fell on a knife, I guess. 17 times? Well, yeah, I guess, she was struggling, but she must have been in pain, and she just rolled around until her head fell off. Like, dude, that's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. Well, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. You got a man to come here and say I'm a liar? No? Well, fuck yes. Dead men tell no tales. It's a cool legal system we have, and it's a cool law world we have. It's a lot of fun. But like I said, you got to be very careful. You watch any gangster movies from the 20s, 30s, even nowadays, they got the people in protection witness. Why do they got them in witness protection? Because they men tell no tales. The United States government could have wiretaps on these Gambinos. They could have video. They could have, all kinds of stuff. But they still need a man or witness to testify that it's true. And an FBI agent can't swear it's true. So they get the people in the community, like, hey, tell us that the Gambinos threatened to blow up your family's restaurant if they pay you. Oh, I'm not swearing to that. But wait a second, you came to us and told, well, yeah, but I'm not saying that in court. I just told you people to do something about it. Well, we did something about it. We arrested the guy. Now we need you to testify that. No. I'm not going to testify against these fucking animals. Then why did you fucking tell us? Well, I was hoping you'd do something about it. Well, we can't do anything until you come and testify and swear that it's true. Well, forget it. Then they didn't threaten me. Because, see, the ancient laws, man, it's the common law that happens around the universe. It's very basic, simple stuff. It hasn't changed throughout millennia.
The word non-assumptive, that's legalese word. Is that a version of common law, the same word?
The only other thing you could do for more like a common law kind of thing, when they say to sign the paper, sign it at the very top on the left-hand side. That's basically the same way. That's non-assumptive. Non-assumptive is just saying you're not assuming any liability for anything above your signature. What you could do, they say sign this, sign it at the very top. Because you're only liable for everything that's above your name, not what's below your name. So it's basically the same concept. I say, sign this. Okay. I did sign it. No, we're going to sign it here. You didn't say that. I'm signing it here. Why? Because I'm not bearing any liability. Go ask your legal advisor. He'll tell you why I signed it at the top. But see, that's what I'm saying. And people say, Carl, you never said this before. That's right. Dude, this stuff is unlimited. People are like, well, Carl, how many bags of tricks do you have? How many do you want? This is a game. It's like, how many moves are there in chess? I don't know, billions? So how do you want me to explain all these moves to you? Dude, use your own mind. Use your own thought. Why are you signing this piece of paper? What is paper? Why ink? What's my name? What's the stuff above it? Who wrote it? Who created it? Who's liable? That's all you got to do. Figure it out yourself. Look, dude, I didn't read this shit in a book. I guarantee there ain't one damn YouTube video. I guarantee there ain't one damn book that says, look, if you don't want to bear liability, sign it at the top of the page. I guarantee you ain't going to find that fucking nowhere. Why? Because people like me who know how to do shit like that wouldn't think like, you know what, I should put that on in the book. Why? Because you know what, it's a good trick to know. It's like, oh, come on. You can make up these tricks as you go along. Just like I do. When I get thrown in that situation, I'm playing a game of chess, who am I playing against? And then I act accordingly. Do I want it to last a long time? Do I want it to go quick? How do I want to play this? If he makes two moves and I realize I ain't getting out of this, I'll just surrender immediately. Say, you know what, fuck, you got me. What? I see the way this is going the next 17 moves. You know what, fuck it, you won. That's what a legal society does to you. They see I can make 2-3 moves and they say, you know what, screw this. What? We know you know what the fuck you're doing. What? Yeah, we ain't prosecuting. We're done. We'll go deal with somebody else who doesn't know the fucking game. Kind of like what they did with Gus. They seen a couple of pieces of paper, saw that he got the game. He's like, you know what, we're done. We're not going to fuck with this guy. But they're fucking with his buddy, who's only got a misdemeanor, and who's got a lawyer. They didn't drop the charges on him, because they realized this other guy don't have a fucking clue what he's doing. So in all reality, both of them should have had the cases dismissed or discharged and failed to prosecute. But why should the prosecutor? When he knows he's got an easy $500, easy $1,000. He knew playing with Gus wasn't going to be easy and wasn't going to be quick. And he knew, you know what? Deep down, if Gus really knows what he's doing, prosecutor knows, you know what? I could be held personally liable. Prosecutor's like, I don't want to be held liable. You know what? I'm going to bail on this one. And I guarantee I'm going to tell my other prosecutor buddies that nobody's going to touch us with a 10-foot pole. Because this guy knows what he's fucking doing. And it ain't worth. We got this other guy sitting right next to him in the passenger seat. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. You going to explain your accomplishments in Minnesota, or that's for a different chat?
Haven't made any headway yet.
Well, what have you done, you think? What haven't done, you think?
Well, the lady I'm helping out has got 5 kids. She's a widow, and the 2 sister-in-laws think that they should be raising the kids, and so they put in a motion to the court to take the kids away. And she's learning everything as fast as she can, and just a lot of started wrong with some paperwork that was put in that I was trying to help her out with, and somebody messed with that. So she tried to put in a police report, about theft of property, and what happened is the police wouldn't take it. They kept converting it over to family and children and other things, and they wouldn't take a property for a simple wrongful possession. So,
right.
So we wrote up a notice and had the notice served on the judge as a mandated reporter on the case.
But the big thing, as I was saying, though, too, is if you were trying to put in a police report and you're saying a police officer, like at the desk, wouldn't take your report?
They wouldn't take her report of theft of property or wrongful possession.
Were you there when they wouldn't do it? Okay,
no,
then you have no fucking clue that they wouldn't do it.
Well, when I saw the report that they did take.
It does. It's what I'm saying is you don't know what she was reporting to them.
I've got a pretty good idea. I've been working with her for 3 months, and she's pretty straight up.
And I guarantee, like I said, let me tell you, I have no vested interest in this woman.
Yeah.
And I could guarantee you, if I was a little bird on her shoulder, I guarantee when they asked her, she don't want to make a claim for property, say, well, that's a family issue, this is this, this is this. I guarantee she did not come with a snappy retort that's like, well, thank you for your legal opinion. Thank you for what you believe to be what I'm saying. But do you have a legal department here? And may I talk to somebody in legal? And maybe they might be more confident in what I'm trying to report. I guarantee she did not say that.
Yeah, actually she did.
And she said she wants to talk to the legal department.
She went and talked to the legal department, and they wouldn't talk to her, so she set up an appointment for 2 hours later. And when it was time for the appointment, they wouldn't follow through. They didn't want to talk to her.
When you don't get through to the legal department, then what's your next course of action?
You go to the city manager.
And did she go to the city manager?
She was trying to find out who that was.
Okay, it takes me about 10 seconds to find the city manager. I'm going to call the court clerk, and I'm going to call the county clerk, and I'm going to say, who's the city manager?
There's no city manager. There was a
okay,
town.
Then she lives in the county. Then she's got a county she lives in, right? She doesn't live in the parish. She lives in the county, right?
Yep, she lives in the county.
Then she went down and found the county commissioner.
I haven't checked here. I was going to look up the county prosecutor tonight.
No, I didn't say county prosecutor. I said the county commissioner, the count who runs the county.
Yeah, I'm going to. Okay. It's a good idea.
Right.
I'll check into that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when you don't get here, you go A, you go B, you go C, you go D, you go to the top. You went through the whole, you went through all the ranking. You said, look, to the count, the man that's in charge of the county. You said to the man, hey, look, I went to the county sheriff's department. I went to file this. They would not take this report. How are you training these? How are you disciplining? How are you monitoring these people who supposedly run this county that, operates underneath your jurisdiction and your control? How are you doing this? Or how are you not doing this is a better question.
Okay.
Because I don't know if she went to the sheriff's department. I don't know if she went to a town cop. I don't know if she went to a city cop.
What she did is she wrote up a notice of wrongful possession, and she had it served on the judge, on the man who's acting as
the judge. When you're filing a report that somebody's done something wrong, did she go to the city? Did she go to the town?
She's got a police report.
She's got a police report through the sheriff's department?
The police report was through the police department, and it talks about family and children.
It's very simple. But she went to the police department, okay? Where were the children taken? In the city? Under that police jurisdiction and control?
Yes.
Okay, so her relatives came to that city and took them?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so what city does she live in?
She's in Hibbing, Minnesota.
And those kids became in possession of her sisters how?
2 of the other kids had gone out for 2 weeks, and then they came back home, and she swapped the 2 older kids. And they met at the hotel. They hung out. Everybody went swimming that day, and then the in-laws left with the older 2 kids.
And those older 2 kids are the ones who are not in her custody?
That's correct.
So sisters stole them at the pool or stole them at the hotel?
The mother and father-in-law took them from the hotel.
Okay. So how did the sisters get them?
Don't know. Somehow the sisters got a hold of the kids, took them to some church someplace, and had the pastor or the minister or somebody ask them a bunch of questions, and then they filed a petition based on the information that these people had gathered.
So where these children are now, that's where she filed the police report?
No, the police report was filed here.
Okay. And like I said to people, if my car is stolen in New Orleans, it is okay for me to call down here locally and say, look, I'd like to put in a report that my car was stolen. And my car was stolen and here, I believe, in this county. But I believe I found the location for it is in New Orleans. But I'm going to come here and just put a report in that it was stolen here, 2 days ago. But somebody told me it's in New Orleans, so I'm also going to put a report down there in New Orleans because I got a tracking device in my car that I know where my car is, and then I want it back. Like I said, the police up here say, well, it's fine. That's good. That's good that you put it in that you know that it's in New Orleans. Because honestly, if you're telling us now it's in New Orleans, there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. Because we don't have the manpower, the jurisdiction, or the authority to go down to New Orleans and go get your shit for you. So just because they take a police report there, if they took it and didn't take it there, where she lives, because it's easy and convenient for her to do it that way, to just make it nice and simple so she doesn't have to take a trip to New Orleans and say that my kids are in New Orleans and I want them back. That's what you do.
Yeah, the kids are currently in Wisconsin. One was with one sister and the other with the other sister in 2 different counties. And the notice of wrongful possession was served on the man, Bob, the mandated reporter who's handling the case. That notice was served on him, and a copy of that notice was given to the local sheriff here and was sent to the sheriff in Wisconsin for each county. So they should have gotten those this weekend.
Okay, that's good. So they should have got it this weekend. That's lovely.
Yep.
Okay. And did she explain that if that that's where her property lies and she wishes the assistance of that sheriff's department for its immediate and proper return?
Yes, she did.
And that's what it says.
It says, I require the return of my property to my domestic authority.
Yeah. Did you ask them for them directly to help you?
Yes,
or did you say, I want the property? Or say, I require the sheriff's department to perform their duty and function and restore my property forthwith?
Oh, let me pull it up.
Did you tell the sheriff's department that actually they have to get their ass in gear?
I'm pretty sure I covered it pretty much just like that. Let me take a look. It says, Dear John, greetings. I, a woman, write to you, the man I believe sometimes acts as chief law enforcer for the county of Brown, to let you know I require your assistance in a matter of wrongful possession of property, the details of which are laid out in the enclosed notice, as well as another notice, which was served upon Mark Starr. Mark is the mandated reporter who's acting as judge. I require said property forthwith returned to my domestic authority. Thank you for your immediate attention to this matter.
Yeah. You don't have to say domestic authority. Say I require the immediate return of my property into my, into you could say, you use a legal word if you wanted to. You could say custody, but like I said, you could have just said, I wish for the immediate return of my property.
Yeah.
What's the word that you used?
I require said property forthwith returned to my domestic authority.
Yeah, domestic authority. That's a sketchy word to use. That's really legalese.
Well,
to be placed back into my domestic authority. Like I said, you could say, but then you could say, well, that's some sort of legal doctrine that she's relying upon, sort of domestic authority doctrine.
Yeah.
So I just try to avoid any kind of legal doctrines. I try to just talk like a man would talk. Like Tarzan would talk. How would Tarzan talk? Would Tarzan say, domestic authority? It's like Tarzan want property back, Tarzan want property now. Like how would Tarzan talk? What would Tarzan say? If I was Tarzan, what would I do?
Yeah.
Would you say domestic authority? No. Would you just make it super simple? Yeah, I want my property, I want it now. Are you going to aid and assist me? I require you to aid and assist me in the to return my property? No. Something simple like that. Don't, the more I say domestic, of course they can say, like, what is the definition of is? They can say, what is the definition of domestic authority in your belief? What do you believe domestic authority means? She just makes it too freaking complicated. Say, what part of give me back my shit don't you understand? Are you going to help me get back my shit or not? What part of that didn't you understand?
Yeah, it's
See, when you guys use flowery terms that make people like, oh, look, I got a big IQ. Oh, look, I got a Roger. I can recite fucking, I could use synonyms. Look how smart I am. It just leads to your own peril, because then it's led up to interpretation. Now, what do you mean by domestic authority? Like, okay, then you got to start. You think that she's going to be able to stand in the court and tell the judge, what does the domestic authority mean?
I'm pretty sure she's capable of doing that, yeah.
Could, but whatever he does it on the fly, on the seat of his pants, and she's not ready for it. You're using words that you might not know exactly what they mean. Like when the judge did that to me, he says, okay, explain a trust. I explained it to him. He says, okay, give me another interpretation of what a trust is. Okay, now give me a third definition, a third interpretation of trust. It's like if I say to you, tell me what blue means. You say, well, blue, like the color, blue. No, that's not a fucking definition. Using blue to define blue is not a definition of blue. You can say it's a certain wavelength and frequency that the visual, optic nerve could actually, absorb, and that we, it's a reflection. It's something that wasn't absorbed. Like I said, you have to explain what blue is.
Yeah.
So blue, like the fucking color, like domestic authority. Like it's my house and it's under my control. It's like, okay, now give me another example, like the judge did to me in England. Could you imagine if I only knew one definition for public trust or private trust? Can you imagine if I only knew one way to explain it? The judge said, give me another one. He says, okay, I like that. Now give me another example of a public trust and a private trust. I said, okay, let's talk about your, Social Security numbers. Let's talk about this. So he said, okay, I like that. That's fine. Give me another interpretation of what a trust is. Explain it to me in another way. So I had to explain it in 3 different ways. So if you guys are just mastering one thing, one way, and then you want to use these words, they're going to test you. They're going to try you to see if you really, thoroughly understand that word or that phrase or that term that you're using. You better not just give them one. You better have 2, 3 under your belt.
Thank God it wasn't that.
What if I only had 2 definitions or 2 ways to explain a private or public trust to this judge? He asked me for 3. He could have asked me for 4. And I would have said, okay, let me put it this way, sir. And he said, okay, well, give me another one. Okay, well, let me put it this way, sir.
And what would
until he's comfortable and confident that I really do know what the fuck I'm putting in front of that court. Yeah. Is this guy just bullshitting us, or does he really fucking know his crap? And the judge had to say, you know what? Fine. Good enough. Thank God. Like I said, they're going to try you, and they're going to see if you know your shit, or if you're just full of crap.
So what's the local sheriff here and the 2 sheriffs in the 2 counties where the kids are at right now have been notified. She's going to be following tomorrow, and so she should also follow up with the city manager. I think they have a town administrator over here. That's the closest she could find. So she's got that guy's name, and then the county commissioner.
You just say she basically just wants to make a report, and that whether you follow up with it or not is irrelevant. If I want to make a report that I saw space aliens, I saw space aliens, and just file a report. Whether it's true or not, that's not up to you to determine. You just take the report. I pay my taxes, I do whatever, I'm a citizen, Just take the damn report. Do your fucking job. If I want to say we've fucking seen 16,812 space aliens dancing on the forehead of an elephant, while I was balancing my fucking left foot on a needle, just take the damn report.
So once the report's done, what's the next one?
Then you just go get the kid back.
Okay.
Because you told the world, that's my kid, I'm going to get it. That's my kid, and I want it back. Go get it back.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, go get it. And then when I say, why did you take the kid? It's like, what do you mean, why did I go get the kid? Didn't you get the memo?
Well, it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow.
Yeah, just go get the kid. It's that simple. What's the worst they could do if you go get the kid? What's the worst they could do?
No,
What's that?
Worst they can do is say no.
What? Who say no?
The sheriff or the deputies, the
No,
cops.
she's got to find out where her property lies. She's going to pick it up and take it home. Yep. And what?
Well, chances are, when she gets there, the sister-in-laws are going to call the cops.
Well, why would she be knocking on the door?
Well, where would she find Robert otherwise?
Where are the kids? Are they chained into the cellar of the lady's house somewhere?
Well, they're staying in Wisconsin.
Okay, so she goes to Wisconsin. She knows where they are. She goes in the house, goes get the kids, and fucking leaves. Say, come on, kids, you go with me. Yeah, because the lady I wanted to get on tonight, she, her name is Luann or Gwyneth, I'm not sure. She was trying to get her 2 boys back, and she was held in contempt of court. And this is what I was trying to show people, how to avoid being held in contempt of court all the time, you know, because you say what you have to say, and then you shut up, and then there's nothing else to do. You just let them do whatever they're going to do. Who cares? It's like when me and Jimmy went to court for the foreclosure, Jimmy's got a great case because the bank said they were the highest bidder at the auction, and there was about 9 people at the auction, and all, you know, we all came. Oh, you were there, Gus?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, you were at the auction. So none of us came together as a crew. You know, it's like 9 witnesses. It was like, no, you know, 3 people came by, you know, then 2 people came, you know, then you and me, you know, Jim was there. That's our 3, you know. So we didn't come there as like 9 witnesses. So Jimmy actually has impartial witnesses to prove that the bank was not at the auction. And the bank did that once before in that county. They said they were the highest bidder at the auction. And they actually got in trouble for, you know, making a false statement that they were the highest bidder at an auction. They were nowhere near the auction. And then the attorney who prepares the case for the county recorder's office to transfer deed and transfer the title over, they got in trouble as well because they said, you know, that based upon the testimony of the bank's representative, the bank was the high bidder at the auction. Obviously, that was false. So Jimmy had a great case. It was like, wow, this is a great case. I believe Jimmy's house was sold, or is in the process of being sold last week. So I told Jimmy, I said, we're going to wait for your house to actually be sold so that way we could actually show a loss. Because if they just say, oh, it's just a clerical error, you could have your house back. All that's going to happen, Jimmy, is the bank's going to pursue you again. And this time they're going to show up at the auction. And this time they're going to bid. And this time you're really going to lose your house. So I said, you got to wait for them to actually transfer the deed and transfer the title over to some other man. Because all they're going to do is like, oh, there's a clerical error. Oh, we thought that house is the one we bid on. Oh, like, it's a terrible mistake. Oh, we're so bad. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, no, Jimmy can move right back in. You know, the house has been sitting empty for like 6 months now, a year. So since last January. So, yeah, that's if you really want to move in a house that's been sitting, you know, like dead like that for a year. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I said, no, Jim, we got to play it all the way out. We got to play it all out where we could actually show damage. And then once you give it to another family, you can't get it back because then you're going to hurt the other family. And it just makes a hell of a mess. You know, when you try to kick one family out because you said he was a high bidder and obviously you weren't. And then another family moves in believing that they have something free and clear, which obviously they don't. It just makes it a hell of a mess. You know, once you let it get to this stage, you know, I guarantee the courts and, you know, he's like, well, why didn't you just tell us sooner? Why didn't you just tell us sooner? If you knew the bank wasn't there, why didn't you just tell us sooner? It's like, yeah, because you would have just said it's a clerical error, like, you know, like under Rule 60B, under Rule 60A, like in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. It's just they're going to say it's a clerical error. No harm, no foul. You know, oops, the clerk was only making $5 an hour. The clerk was a new girl. Oops, the girl didn't know. Oops, you know, it was just a mistake. You know, so we'll get out the old eraser and we'll just erase that they weren't the highest bidder, and we'll say that you know, nobody was the high bidder. The minimum bid wasn't bid on. The minimum amount wasn't bid on. So no, we'll just go back to having another auction, and then the next time the bank's actually going to show up with a representative and say, okay, we bid, you know, $10 trillion on that house, and there you go. They don't care because they're paying themselves. They don't care. I don't care what the bid is because
they got the note as far as they're concerned, and they're just bidding to get the note. It's just ridiculous. So he said he went by the other day. He saw a sign that said the house is being closed. Like they're going for closing. So I said, that's good, Jim. I said, so as soon as they move in for closing, I said, then we'll make our claim that the bank committed fraud by claiming that they were the high bidder at the auction when they clearly weren't at the auction, and we could bring witnesses and approve it. And due to their fraud, you were displaced. So then we'll collect that way. But see, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it takes a while. And a lot of people are like, oh, no, I don't want to lose my house. I don't get thrown out. It's like, look, if you don't play it all the way through, the only thing that's going to happen is you're going to have another auction in 2-3 months, and then you're really going to get kicked out. So what do you want? Do you want to get kicked out, have to wait, 6 months a year for somebody to buy a house, and then go make the claim? Or do you want to just live there for another 3 months and then get kicked out permanently and can't make a claim of fraud? So this is a hell of a good case of fraud because they saw, that it was true. They have on a court document, so like, oh my God, that's incredible. And that's the only question I asked. Well, I asked 2 questions at the hearing. The first one I said is, can I be sworn in, under oath or affirmation, so you can record this testimony that a man came before this court to testify what he knew was true. And the judge said, absolutely not. I said, oh, so we're not taking testimony today? He says, no, we're not taking testimony from anybody. So I said, oh, we're in D.C. Freer's court? He said, yep. I said, a court of record is downstairs? He said, yep. I said, okay, there's nothing further for me to say today other than asking this attorney one question. Are you saying that the bank of Wells Fargo, the bank, was the high bidder at the auction at number 7, line number 7? He said, yes. I said, okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you. And I said to Jimmy, now it's a waiting game. You don't jump up and down and cry. You don't bother arguing. You don't bother saying, I'm a man and who's the man that's going to make a claim. Nope. Jimmy, you want to make some money? Yeah. Just shut up, sit down, and let the process run through. Just let it happen because you ain't going to make no money. If you jump up and say, who's the man that's making a claim? There's no man at the auction, blah, blah, blah. They're just going to move with their legal process anyway. It's not a damn thing. You can stop a legal process. Now you got to make up your own process, a law process. You got to proceed on the law. But if you're going to proceed legally, they're just going to run you over anyway. So just let them do whatever they want to do in their legal world. As soon as they come across the border, as soon as they come across that threshold and enter into harming a man or damage to a man by committing fraud in their world, well, then you got to hold them liable in our world. So you got to wait. It's a waiting game. And everybody's like, oh, I want to make money now. I want to sue somebody now. I want revenge now. I said, that's not how the game works. That's not how you build a mousetrap, man. You got to wait for the mouse. You can't just be sitting at the mousetrap saying, where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? Like, back away from the mousetrap. What? Back away. Just back away. Let it do its thing. Just back away. Oh, but I want the mouse now. Yeah. Well, look, I put the cheese, just like you said, Carl. I put the trap there. Oh, Carl, where's the mouse going to step into it? I said, it takes time. Just step back. Go find something else to do for a while. It takes time to set it up. Oh, no, Carl, I want it now. I was like, oh, Jesus, we can shut up. Just let the process work. So like I said, me and Jimmy were waiting for somebody to actually step into that house and believe that they're the rightful owners. And based upon, legal court documents. Then I could tell the judge, too. I mean, I don't know if I could hold the man who's acting as a judge liable, but I'll tell him. I'll write him a nice little letter. I said, I don't know if you're liable or not. I want to find out if you are, but I gave you fair warning. The bank did not appear. They were not there at the auction, and they were committing fraud in your court, and you allowed it to continue anyway. And due to your tolerance, it looks like you conspired with the bank attorney to allow it to happen. So it should be really interesting. So, like I said, that's the way I like doing things like that. But like I said, everything's different. Other people might not have the same situation Jimmy had, where the bank said that they were the highest bidder at the auction. Now, some people might say, oh, good call, I'm just going to let them foreclose on me, and then I'm going to turn around and assume and say it was based on fraud. Yeah, well, okay, based on what fraud? What did they knowingly do? Is it in writing? Or is it one of you guys just crazy beliefs like, well, money isn't real, and they took my signature, and they, manipulated the economy, and this is all based on fraud? And I was like, yeah. Can you prove any of that? Well, I saw it on a YouTube video. Yeah, well. I read it on Wikipedia. Yeah, well. Yeah. Do you have any names of anybody that actually did it? Well, no. Can you actually bring that man forward into the court? The lawyer who worked for the bank, you better believe I got his name. You better believe we summoned him to appear at this court. not caught, well, Jimmy's caught, but all this crazy conspiracy nonsense, saying, oh, the mortgage companies, the banks, they've been doing this for years, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's all fake money. Yeah, so what? It's all fake money, whatever, who cares? Can you prove it? Can you prove that Howard Rothstein and Bernie Coleman and, you know, Alan Schwartz, you know, they're all manipulating the mortgage market and, you know, some family named the Rothschilds is behind it all? Yeah, great. Can you prove it? No, then keep your data opinion to yourself. Waste my time. It's nice speculation. It's nice theory, but you know what? I don't care. You know, if you can prove it, fine. If you can't prove it, you know, go find out, go do the research, and come back and tell me. Say, oh, this is how it works. We got the documents, we got the court papers, we got the signatures, just like I do for Jimmy and his mortgage. I got the court documents, I got the signatures from the attorneys, I got the attorney swearing, you know, that it was true on a piece of paper. Oh, good. And now I got the county recorder's office, their paperwork, saying that the bank said it was true. Oh, good. So they even swore before to the county recorder. Yeah, oh, good. That's fantastic. And I'll be able to prove that there's no way in the world they were there. They didn't show up. How are they going to answer that claim?
It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. But like I said, with Jimmy and like I said, I ain't going for $1 billion. Just going to go for what his home was worth, or whatever it was, $60,000, $80,000, whatever it was. And they're just going to tell the Commonwealth of Virginia to sanction Wells Fargo that they're not allowed to foreclose on any more homes in the Commonwealth because due to their fraud. I'm sure this was not the first time they lied out in court, first time they lied on paper. I'm sure there's many times, but I know you neither have the care, the expense, the time to go back and check every damn record that ever occurred. From now on, they're just not allowed to, you know, bid at auction in the Commonwealth. That's all. And just make it that simple. You know, and I'm sure that when, you know, a story like that breaks out that they commit fraud on, you know, on a wife and, you know, kids and all this other stuff, boy, they're going to look ridiculous that they got to do this to these, you know, especially if a picture of Jimmy's family in the paper or something like that. That'd be really funny. Yes. To take down these guys, you know, they're going to be the poster child, you know, for this kind of stuff. Now that the kids are in the state custody, the biggest thing is they're going to try to find a placement for the child. So, you know, or is the mom even a placement, you know, possibility?
Well, they didn't give them to her. Oh, they had a hearing, like when they showed up at the house. They said, you know, you're going to be here by 10 o'clock. They showed up at 9. And they had already had a hearing the day before, and I was like locked away with no communication for previous 5 days. So I came into it completely blind and in the dark of what was going on. So I think they had capitalized and leveraged her as a witness against herself and also against me and against the boy. You know, I don't know because I wasn't there and I don't know what exactly was said, but I only got the tail end of it that day. I went to court and I told them I wanted them to return my property and, you know, and I wanted to report the theft because, you know, I felt very strongly that that's exactly what did the mom want? Well, see, I've had him since he was born. Well, since he was 1, I should say, and I've raised him myself, you know, for 9 years, and you know, it's really been wonderful. Quite honestly, it's been you know, really great. But she's been, you know, she had a problem with drug addiction, and he was born in jail. Well, I would say she was in a home at the end of a 7-month stretch, so 9 months of pregnancy. The last 2 was like in a home where he was born, and then when they let her out, he was actually born addicted to methadone, and when they let her out, they took her off of the methadone because they no longer had, you know, custody of her, so they stopped giving her state insurance, and of course, you know, at that particular time, they didn't wean her off, they just took her off, and she couldn't handle it after 7 months of being on methadone in jail, pregnant, so she couldn't handle it, and she was, you know, she came back, was living with me, and I went off to work one day, and I came back, and she wasn't home, and the baby was gone, too. She went and she was using street drugs, shooting heroin, and she took the baby with her. So at that particular time, you know, I mean, I didn't know what the fuck to do at all. I mean, I really didn't. So I did the only thing I thought that I could do. I, you know, was working. I had to file for an emergency custody hearing in New Hampshire. and they gave them to me. And I've never been one to keep her away from them, but she's been off and on through the years. And right now, this year, she's been the best she's ever been, and she's working, and she's been doing a lot better. I'm really quite proud of her, to be honest with you. So I mean, it's been 9-10 years, but the boy loves his mom, and he's like my whole life. I mean, I spend every day. I educate him 5 hours a day. I mean, I even gave up a career just to spend time teaching and bringing this little boy up. I mean, it's been my whole life. I mean, he's really been around a really wonderful and good family, and his mom has been a part of his life a lot over the past year too. But so she went in there. They capitalized on her, used leverage, and they villainized me. They tried to get a restraining order against me, all when I wasn't even there to defend myself or nothing. And they tried to get her to do that, and then what happened was she wouldn't do it. She's like, no, I'm not doing that. They said, oh, if you get a restraining order against him, then we'll give you the kid back. And she said, no, I'm not going to do that because he's been really good to us, and there's no reason I should do that. But they got her scared. They got but the cops showed up at her mom's house and her house like 40 times, at my mother's house. They put out like a manhunt for me. They grabbed me in the road and threw me in jail, and took him off to when I came back, I was really shocked that they didn't bring him back to his mom or his grandmother's, and they kind of just kept him. So the whole thing started from me entertaining the idea of letting him go into the public school this year, because that's what his grandmother's wanted, and that's what his mother wanted. And I said, you know what? I'll do it. I just don't like people sticking needles in his arms. He said vaccinations up till he was age 3, and I don't like the new ones. There's mercury and shit in there. I said, if they, they'll let me do a religious waiver, and they'll allow certain things to remain private. And then I said, I'll do it. I'll let you guys do it. And so I was trying to do something good, and then this whole thing fucking snowballed, and now my son is gone, and I'm lost. I'm just fucking lost. It's that's it. That's it in a nutshell.
Well, no, you didn't explain why they didn't give it to the mom or the grandma.
They talked the mom into filing for, custody. I had custody given to me in New Hampshire from a long time, for 10 years ago, 9 years ago. And so they did talk her into going for it. And what happened is that all these years that I've had it, and she hasn't spoken up about anything, she's just kind of let things be the way they are, They said, well, why all of a sudden does she want custody now, right? And so they perverted it so that they made it look like she was afraid of me, and that's why she hasn't taken any action until all this time. And so when I went in there and I started making property claims, I said, I'm not here to be ambushed in your court. I require a court record in a common law court. And I'm a man, and I want my property returned to me, and I want to report a theft. And they basically the man acting as judge there, he looked at me at the end of it all and said that it's clear that this man is not going to follow the rules of my court. That's how he put it. And then he said, and that woman or Amanda, although not physically threatened or physically, he kind of made it appear as though I was controlling her by using my son. And it was really not the case at all. I mean, I never did that. I've always been like, you should love your mom, and I'm a mama's boy. I love my mom. So the point is, and so he made it look like she was afraid of me, intellectually, in that way. And so he's like, so if I give him to her, she's not going to be able to control this man, and so I'm giving the custody to the state.
When you say I'm not looking for you, can say you give the custody to the state. That's fine. Just return my property.
Well, I did. I mean, I stood on that as firmly as I could, and I think where I screwed up was he asked me, and I just didn't realize he was kind of tricking me. But he asked me. He said, if I give, he said, will you let this court and me give her your property or your son? I don't know. He said something like that, and I said I would accept you giving my property to her or me, and that's it. And that's what I told him. But I think at that point in time, I gave him I gave him some authority to do something, and he did what he wanted to do.
Right. He says, no, I require you to return my property immediately. Bob, Joe, whatever his name is. Hey, Bob, you got my property and where it lies, give it back. Well, I'm a judge. I don't give a shit. You're a part-time judge. You're always a man. You're a man. I'm a man. Give me back my property. Can I keep your property, Bob? No. It doesn't matter if I'm wearing a crown on my head, does it, Bob? No. You got to give back a man his property.
You guys talk too much, man. And the judge will say, hey, do you mind if I give custody of the baby over to your wife? Will you leave her alone? Will you let him be, or will you follow court orders? No. What court orders? I don't follow any orders, man. I'm a man. Just give me back my property. Bob, you'll address me as judge. Okay, that's the name, judge.
No, I told him we were talking man to man, and he let me address. He didn't have any problem with me addressing him as Kenneth King, but Kenneth. And he was calling. I mean, I don't know if he was mocking me. I think he was mocking me. He was calling me Man David. David.
That's good. No, if there's some call him Man David, that's fine. Call him Man Call. That's fine. I'm not defendant call. I'm Man Call.
Well, that's what and he also agreed. I said, does this court have jurisdiction over man? And he said, yes. I said, is that your opinion or is that the law? Can you put that in writing for me or swear it under oath? And he said, no.
Right.
He said, I'm not a witness.
That's right. Like I said, the big thing is when a judge says something like that, you just say, you're a man, and I require you to return my property to your fellow man. And he says, I'm a judge. You say, well, you're acting as a judge. That's true, but you are always a man. God made you a man. You will always be a man, but you won't always be a judge, and you weren't always a judge, but you're always a man. So I'll return my property to your fellow man. I require you to return my property, Bob, or Kenneth, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, so the whole thing went on for about 3 hours. It was long.
Bob, if you don't want to return my property, then just pay me compensation. Then you're going to have to compensate me for keeping my property. I require my property. I have a need for my property. I require my property. It's my property. I use it. I enjoy it. If you want to use it and enjoy my property, that's fine. Just compensate me.
You would turn around and say, well, we don't, use,
I didn't ask if Lu Fong Wee was in the courtroom. I said, I'm talking to Bob. I'm talking to Kenneth. I'm not asking Lu Fong Wee. I'm not looking for no Chinese guy. I mean, you don't look Chinese, Kenneth. Is that your name, Kenneth Wee? No, Wee don't. I'm not, some Chinese guy named Mr. Wee in this courtroom? What's the pronoun? I don't have to know. I'm not a you. I'm not a we. I'm not a he. I'm not a she. Don't call him a man. That's what I am. Other than that, I don't have an effing clue. So do I want custody of my kid? Of course not. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world.
I tried in good faith to, when I first heard that.
Well, what if I was the judge and I said, did you want custody of your kid? What would you say?
Do I want custody? I would say, no, he's already mine.
No, the judge would say, look, I'll make it short and sweet. You just tell me yes or no. Do you want me to give you custody or do you want me to give it to the state?
Me. But,
the judge just gives you, I'll give you 2 seconds to answer me. And
I would just say return my property to me now. Like I've been demanding the whole time, 2 hours.
The judge will say, sir, I'll give you one more fucking chance. And you're lucky he gives you 2 chances. He'll ask you one fucking time. Do you want me to give the custody to you, or do you want me to give the custody to the state?
I didn't really intend on giving him any authority to give custody.
It's going to the state. Fuck you. It's going to the state. Goodbye. Next case. Ask you a simple fucking question. Who do you think wants to listen to your stupid crap? I ask you a question, yes or no. Do you want the custody to go to the state, or do you want custody?
I want custody.
Yeah, do you know what custody means?
No.
No. So why don't you just say, can I have leave of court so I could...
well, I know what it means to me.
No,
because
just fuck yourself and just listen to me. Okay? Go busy jerk off somewhere because I ain't got the mute button to shut you the fuck up. Okay? Because if somebody says something to you in open court, why don't you say, hey, sir, I'm going to require leave of court so I go get competent counsel so I can understand what this word custody that you're referring to means, because honestly, I don't know what I want or what I don't want by the means of this word custody or any other word he uses. Is there some reason why you can't just say, I'm going to require leave of court so I could go research this word custody and find out if it's in my best interest? What do you think the judges do all the time when I do crap? When somebody else said that, I think this guy Aaron said that to me the other day. He said he was using some words to the judge, and the judge got up and left the courtroom every 5 seconds to find out what the hell he was talking about. He'd come back into the courtroom. Yeah, that was Aaron saying, right?
Yeah. He did twice. I just said a couple simple things, and he'd get up and leave. All right, I'll be right back. He got up and go back to the back room and come back in 30, 45 seconds.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm trying to say. The judge would go Google it, or he'd call up his friend and say, what the hell is this guy going on about? Is there some reason why you can't just tell the judge, I'm going to require leave of court? How long? I don't know. Give me about 5-10 minutes. Why? I got to Google it. I got to Google what the word custody means, because honestly, I don't know what the fuck it means. So instead of fucking playing stupid like you do, say, well, I'll take custody. Why don't you say, sir, I'm going to require leave of court? What for? I got to go get competent counsel and find out what this word custody means before I say something that might really hurt me as a kid. Because say if you know what custody means, say you like custodial or custodian. How about custodian? Let's use the simple word custodian. You know what a custodian is?
Yes, I know what custodian means. And now I got a sense for what custody means.
What's a custodian?
A custodian is entrusted with the maintenance and upkeep of something.
Yeah, the security at the building, right? Like a custodian in high school, he's got the keys. He let the principal in.
Mm-hmm.
Like principals might come and go, but the custodian usually is always the same old guy for 50 years. Opens, locks the doors, everything, takes down the flag. Make sure the boilers don't explode. Custodian guy, the guy who actually runs the damn place. The principal is basically the administrator of the personnel, but the custodian actually runs that place. He knows every damn thing about that place. So he's the custodian, right? But any time that he wants to, he could be replaced instantly, can he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they could say, we no longer need your services. We got another custodian to buy. So whoever's got the authority to replace you as custodian, obviously you don't want anybody to have control or authority over you being a custodian. So I'd have to say to the judge, sorry, sir, I cannot accept such a lovely title of custodian, a custodial parent. I can't. But what I can accept is that I'm a man and you're going to require me to return my property, Kenneth. I'm going to hold you liable because you're, what they call it is accomplice after the fact. I reported a theft, and now you're an accomplice after the fact of a theft. I reported a theft. I could prove that my child was stolen from me, was taken and carried off, and you're an accessory after the fact. So I'm going to hold you liable. So you just go ahead and keep playing whatever game you want to play, Kenneth, and I'll go over to the civil side and I'll play my game. So you just carry on here in this family court doing whatever nonsense you want to play with over here. But I'm going to get you for an accessory after the fact and report it theft. And you didn't report it, and you didn't return my property, you know where it lies. So go ahead, Kenneth, and keep playing your little game. And I'm going to go play my game. And I'll see you in court, in 22 days, Kenneth, after you properly serve. I'll have you served tomorrow. Have a nice day. Shit like that. But that's because you don't know the fucking words. And you're trying to play a word game with
No, I don't.
You're right. And you're trying to play a word game with these clowns. And you're going to get slaughtered. You're just not taking leave of court.
I mean, when he was first born, and I got custody, I never really gave much of a consideration. I always thought it's just because he was with me.
Yeah, when he was first born. When he was first born.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You bore into his mama. Okay, you bore into his mama's womb. Okay, born means to drill a hole. Okay, he was born. Then he was conceived. The moment of conception was slightly after the moment he bore into his mama. Okay, so he was born after you stuck it in him. Okay, conception. Okay, he was birthed. His birth is when he was delivered out into the world. So you weren't with him since the moment he was born. You were with him since the moment of his birth. Okay?
Okay.
Does it make sense?
So I wasn't with him from the moment he was born, but I was with him from the moment he was birthed? Is that what you said?
Birth, like birth into a harbor, birth into a port, birth into a cradle.
Yeah.
He was placed out of his mom, and he entered into the world. He was birthed.
Right. He was probably...
Like I said, that's why I'm just trying to tell you. If I'm sitting there as a judge, and I actually know, judges probably love playing crossword puzzles, and then probably guys like me who love playing crossword puzzles, and I'm extremely good at playing crossword puzzles. We're just listening to people like you sent us with him since the moment he was born. Oh, so somehow you got impregnated, huh? Okay. And I'm a judge, and I'm just looking at somebody like you, looking down and say, oh, so, you're like these German dads who carry the babies from the moms because they're too lazy to do it themselves. Okay, right. They've been doing it since the 1970s. You have men who have been, been impregnated because their wives are too lazy. Okay. So you've been carrying this one, baby in since the moment he was born. Okay. Okay. Really. Okay. So I'm looking at you like you don't have an effing clue what you're talking about. And then I'm a judge, I give you the benefit of the doubt. It's like, oh, okay. It means basically since the baby breathed there. Okay, so I'll let you slide on this word born. And then you'll start playing words like, I want custody of my kid. Oh, really? You want me to give you permission to keep your own damn property? Isn't that special? So you're going to allow me to give you custody? Isn't that special?
So the church is just going to say, oh, my God, this guy's a Looney Tune. But you sound like 100% of the other guys who step before me every day. You don't sound like anything different than any other man that was raised in this culture and society. You sound exactly like everybody else. So then when I see a clown like me come up, like I did the other day with a trailer on the back of my truck, and I wouldn't put a tag on it, and finally I got stopped by the state police, not a town or county cop, and I went to court over it. The judge just said, well, wait a second, this address where you live is a farm. He said, I know where you live. I said, yeah, that's right, it's a farm. He said, well, you use the truck or the trailer for farm use? I said, yep. He says, you don't have to have a tag on it because it's a farm vehicle. Just tell me it's a farm vehicle and you'll walk away. I'll dismiss the case. I said, oh, absolutely not. I said, I will not swear that it's a farm use vehicle. He says, why not? I said, because I don't have to tell you or any other man on the planet Earth what my property is or what it isn't, or what I use my property for or I don't use my property for. And I said, I'll be damned if I'm going to start explaining to every man, every woman, every guy with a badge, everybody in a robe, what I'm doing and not doing with my property. I said, it's none of your business what I'm doing with my property. I said, I require this court to take this matter across the street into a court of record. I said, we're going to settle this once and for all. Is this a traffic issue, or is this a matter of property and property of man and what the government can and cannot do with the man's property? So, I mean, I guarantee I know I was, because I was there. I was the only one in court that said anything like that day. Everybody just was, oh, I'm guilty. I was speeding because I was kind of pissed at my girlfriend, or I was drunk, or I was late to the beauty parlor. I had to go to a doctor's appointment. I was late for work. All kinds of bullshit. I was like, I'll be damned if I'm going to explain what I'm going to do with my property. I said, that's my property. And I said, at least there's no breach of the peace. I said, and I require this matter for a court of record. And he says, this pertains to traffic. I said, sir, it was not trafficking anything. I said, I was taking my property from here to there, from point A to point B, in any manner I wished, in whatever purpose I wished to convey it. And I said, there's none of this concern of you or this man or any other man on planet Earth unless there's a breach of the peace. And there was no breach of the peace. I said, I require that this matter lie before a court of record. He said, that's across the street. I said, I know, I already said that. Let's take this to a court of record and get this settled once and for all. Can a state government tell a man what to do with his property? And can another man tell another man what he can and cannot do with his property without a breach of peace? I said, let's just get this settled once and for all. So he said, well, there's nothing I could do until you plead guilty or not guilty. I said, I owe no debt to no man. I said, and I know the word guilt and I know the word debt are the same. So I owe no debt, I have no guilt. So if you want to put down a no guilt, put down a no guilt, because I owe no debt to this traffic court, because I was not trafficking. He said, let's settle this across the street in circuit court before a court of record. He says, you'll get your court of record in 60 days. I said, that works for me. So in 60 days will be December 17th. And the first thing I did is I walked across the street, and I said to them, oh, I'm going to require video cameras, audio cameras. I need a stenographer and a transcriber I'm going to bring in. I'm going to pay for them myself. And I said, but this is just a traffic matter. Sometimes we record it, but we don't have a stenographer. I said, no, you don't understand what I said. I'm going to bring my court into this court. I said, it's not going to be a traffic matter. It's going to be a court of claims as well as a traffic matter. It's going to be heard at the same time. I said, I'm bringing my court in. They're like, what do you mean? I said, well, here you go. And I played the YouTube video of me on the Brian Garrison show. So they seen the UK column thing start up. I said, that's me on TV. I said, I teach people law. I teach people all over the world law. So we're going to have a nice video camera going on here. We're going to have audio going on. I'm going to have a stenographer. I'm going to have a transcriber. We're going to make a show out of this. I said, I'm going to show. He said, well, the head court clerk lady came downstairs because I went against this judge 7-8 years ago. His name is Ludwig, and I taught him the difference between legal and lawful. And I know he remembers me because when I sued the court clerk 6 years ago, and he realized, I said, we went for Precipice Day, and I was sitting in his office, and again, it was like pre-trial, they call it. The rest of the world in Virginia call it Precipice Day, and you sit in the judge's chambers, you get called in at 12 o'clock, and somebody else gets called in 12:15, somebody else goes 12:30. So I showed up, 12 o'clock. And I sit in the judge's chambers, and the judge says to me, how long do you think it's going to take you to move your court? I said, I don't know, give me 15, 20 minutes. And then they call up since I was suing the court clerk over at district court, he was holding circuit court, they called up the Attorney General of the state, had to be on that three-way phone call. And they asked the Attorney General, how long do you think it would take for the Commonwealth, the state, to move their case against me? And they said, give us 20 minutes as well. And the judge said, fine, we'll schedule it in 30 days. We'll make it an hour.
whatever, like December 11th. And I said, okay, that's fine. And then the judge says, is there anything else you need? I said, well, yeah, I'd like to record this. He says, what for? I said, because it's, I do like a little, I'm teaching people how to do law. And he's like, oh, okay. Don't you remember, sir? I said, don't you remember me a couple of years ago? He says, no, I don't remember you. I said, remember I'm the man who drove backwards, went through stop signs, failed to signal, reckless driving, wouldn't stop when the cop put his lights on. He's like, no, I don't remember. I said, remember I'm the man who taught you from the difference between legal and lawful? And he's like, oh, I remember you. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to recuse myself. I said, why? I said, at least I know you already know the difference between legal and lawful, and what that lady did, though it might be legal, it is totally unlawful. I said, and you would be her best judge of her because you're her equal, you're a peer of her. So you, better than anybody else, would know what she did was unlawful. She interfered in my right to access this public building. I said, you'll be perfect. He says, no, I've known her for 30 years. I worked with her for many years. She's a lovely lady. I said, hey, I'm telling you, she's a fantastic lady. She's dynamite. She's the best lady in the world. She was my neighbor. I'm sure we'd have barbecue every day. But when she goes to work and denies me access to this public building, that's wrong. I said, now, we could be great neighbors and great friends, but she better not deny my access to this building. And she did. She will not take my paperwork. I said, it's over. I said, she will do it from now on. And then I said, I have no problem with sitting on and staying and judging this matter. I think you're great. You know her personally for 30 years. You are a peer. You are her equal. You know better than anybody else that what she did was wrong. You, better than anybody else, is going to tell her that what she did was wrong. So what was funny is he said, no, I'm going to recuse myself. I said, hey, Attorney General, yeah, you got a problem with this judge staying on? He's like, no, he sounds great. I said, yeah, he's fantastic. He says, no, I really got to go. I can't do this. I can't. She's my friend. I said, no, you got to do this to your friend. This is what friends do to each other. You got to set her straight. He says, no, I really got to recuse myself. I said, no, come on, this is going to be fun, quick and easy. This ain't going to take long. 20 minutes, I'll be done. He's like, no, you're going to have to get another judge. So then every judge I tried to get in that county, they all recused themselves. They wouldn't do it. He must have called everybody up and said, don't do this case. Don't, this guy will kick our ass. Don't do it. So I could never get my day in court against her. So I got smart this time. I'm waiting until they got a charge against me. Now they got a charge against me. They have to appear. And even if they want to withdraw the case, because they tried to call me 3 times this week, and I guarantee he was trying to say, well, it's only $35 take, we thought about it, and, we got better things to do, so we'll just let it go. No way. You're going to pursue me. Because, see, a defendant has the right to be pursued. So even if they want to dismiss it, I can refuse to let it be dismissed, and I'm going to refuse to let it be dismissed. Say, no, you started this fight. You want to finish it. We're going to finish it to the bitter end. It's only $35. At one time in my life, $35 determined whether or not I ate that week. Now that I got some money, $35 still, to me, is whether I'm going to eat food or not that week. You're not going to take food off my plate. Not one penny's worth of food. You're going to steal from me ever again. We're going to take this one to the bitter end. I said, there was no breach of the peace. I said, if there was a breach of the peace, I'd pay my $35 and I'd take my lumps and go on. But there was no breach of the peace. There was no community standards in which I violated. I said, I understand the rules of the society. And as long as there's no breach of peace, you got to let me be. I said, and there's no man or woman who's going to ever come here and make a complaint that I was driving around without a tag on the back of my trailer. No man or woman would ever be that petty to say, hey, you know what, you're driving around without a tag on the back of that trailer. That was really disturbing to me. You know what, my children couldn't sleep for a week. It ain't going to happen. So, and besides, it's your law. Your law says all vehicles shall have a license plate. Shall's a future tense word. You know, and I know, man, you're trained at the academy that you have no power over man nor his property, yet you still do it anyway. So what you're doing is what they legally and lawfully call as the word is wrong. With deliberate and wanton intent, you set out to steal people's property. And you know it's wrong. You do it anyway. So I said, this is going to stop. I said, I'm this man who's going to stand in court and stop it. I said, I can't. I said, it's so bothersome to me to have you guys call me up on the show and say, well, Carl, I tried this shit in court and I couldn't do it. I said, well, you know what? Just watch what I do. You know, I like doing my own damn cases because of you guys. It's so frustrating. It's like, well, why didn't you just say this? That's the next thing you should have said. Well, gee, I didn't know about. Well, gee, that's why I don't like helping people in court. Unless I'm standing there behind them, pulling their string, talking like a mannequin. It's totally fine. I spent 5 weeks with Bali. I mean, all he did was pull a rabbit out of the hat. Pull a rabbit. I said, do the next trick. Now I said, saw the lady in here. What? Make the quarter disappear. do the next trick. He just kept saying, I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm not a person, I'm a man, I'm a man. Dude, they're going to reschedule this for 6 months. Dude, just pull the next rabbit out of the hat. Just say you're guilty. What? Say you're guilty. Let's get on with this. I don't want to say, oh, shut the fuck up. And I had to jump up, and I said, yeah, the man known as Bravos, man, the person that you seek is before this court, yes. The person you seek for, I have first-hand testimony that this person is legally guilty. Yeah, and Bravos like, you throw me under the bus. Oh, shut the fuck up, you asshole. I got this. Just sit down and shut the fuck up. So the judge was like, and what do you know of this matter? I've been with this man for 5 weeks. I know that this man, the person who knows Bravos, and it's the court, what the court seeks, yes, that he's not a person with a legal society. So, yes, legally he's guilty, but no. He's done no wrong. And this case needs to be discharged in its entirety immediately. He said, well, come forth, introduce yourself. And then I did. But I was like, come on, Bobby, pull the next rabbit out of the hat. But even Gus said that to me. I said, Gus, did you just go up there and say I was freaking guilty? And he's like, no, man, that's scary. See, of course it's scary, to say, I might be legally guilty, but I've had no loss, no harm, and injury to anyone. And as far as I know, this is still a common law land, right? Right? This isn't France, right? I said that 3 times, 3 different times, man. I said like 8, and I said it like 10 o'clock in the morning, and like 2 in the afternoon, and like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I said 3 different times. I said, wait a second. Every time we came back from break and anything had to be said in court, I said, wait a second. We're still in England, right? We're still in the UK. We're still in the common law land, right? We're not in France. This court hasn't transferred jurisdiction or venue. We're still amongst the common law, the common land of England, UK. We're still here. Yeah, okay, good. I just want to make sure. Because if we had a change of venue or change of jurisdiction, I'm wasting the court's valuable limited time and resources, which it has. So I just want to make sure we're still in England, right? This is the land of the common law, right? This is still the land of the man, right? Okay, good. We got it. Let's continue. Just making sure, because, I'm from the United States. I get jet lag, whatever, I kind of lose where I'm at sometimes. Just making sure. We're not France. We're not, this ain't no Napoleonic code, right? Okay, good. And let's continue. Like I said, it's a lot easier for me to just, like I said, with Bali stuff, man, I just winged it. What do you think? I wrote out a script? Do you think I said, oh, boy, when the judge says this, I do this? What are you kidding me? The judge could have went anywhere. He could have hit that tennis ball all over the damn court. Could have underhand, overhand, backspin, put a backspin on it. I don't know what the hell this guy's got up his sleeves. But you better know the damn words when you walk in there, or they're going to kick the crap out of you. Like I say to people a lot of times, just put in a little simple claim, but you got to put in a claim like Bali did. Now, Bali's claim was, I think it was 8 words. Was it 8 words or 11 words? I don't know. It's tiny. And that's enough. Just stand on that claim and don't say another damn thing. And just keep it simple. That's my property. Can't give it back. If you wish to keep it, compensate me. I don't care. You want to use it and enjoy it? Fine. Give me $1 a second. It's only 80,000 seconds in a day, 80,400 seconds in a day. Keep them every day. I don't care. Just compensate me. You wish to keep him. He's a good kid. He's worth every penny. Watch how fast they say he ain't worth that much. Then just give him back. It's a lot of fun. It's just like police. They don't say police have, what do they call those, quotas, but obviously you move up in rank depending on how many felony arrests you have. So everybody who's got 1 seat of pot, you try to make it a felony arrest. So that way you get a guy who's got 1 pot seat on him. Well, that's a felony because it's within 100 yards of a school. Yay. And then that way you don't have to really go get a real felon who just like shot up a school full of school kids and he's got a machine gun and you arrest him. Yeah, great. You got a felony on that guy. Whoopie-doo. I mean, it almost took out your life because you had to come after a guy who had a machine gun. The other one, you got a hippie on a street corner, with a pot seed in his pocket. Oh, good. That's a felony arrest. I'm going to move up in rank quick. So they get promoted depending on how many felony arrests they have. It's not so much quota. It's more like quality than quantity. If you get felonies, that's quality. That's quality arrests. This kid could have a pot seed in his pocket, man, but he's 100 yards near a school crossing or something like that, or 300 feet from a church, and that's a felony. So this poor kid has got to go deal with a felony conviction on his ass for the rest of his life because this cop wanted to move up to be a lieutenant that much quicker. When I went to traffic court the other day, there was like 6 cops in there. 5 of them only had like 2 or 3 people they gave tickets to for the month. This guy that pulled me over, it was funny. There must have been close to 100 people that he gave tickets to in a month. Yeah, the other 5 cops had about 3 or 4 people, and then they were out of there. He was the last one to go. That cop was the last one to leave because wow, look at all these people left. And then I realized, there's only one cop left. Look at all these people. This building's still full. And then when he went, I realized, holy cow, this guy, because they did everything by alphabetical order. I was like, wow, you got 5 A's, 3 people started with B, 7 people with letter C. I was like, holy crap, this guy's a busy boy. This guy wants to move up ranking quick. So it's like, man, what a bad day that he arrested me. Loaded actually says arrest on the thing. He pulled me over. Oh, it was so funny. When he pulled me over, I stopped dead in the middle of the road. It was funny as hell. I didn't pull over. I stopped. Because and he didn't even ask me. He didn't even ask me, can you pull over? I said, I'm under arrest, am I not? Because he would have said yes. I said, then I'm not making any move in which they would warrant you to say that I'm resisting arrest. I am not moving an inch. I said, I'm staying right here. So he didn't bother asking me, would you pull over and get us out of the road? No way. I would say, I'm under arrest. You could pull this vehicle over, but I ain't pulling over. I'm under arrest. I said, I'm under no way. No way I was going to move. It was so funny. So, I'm under arrest, I'm under arrest. And it actually says that on the citation. It says location of the stop. It said whatever, Highway 340. It said location of the arrest. It said same. So I said, oh, yes, this man actually admitted he arrested. Yes, I'm going to get him for a false arrest. Oh, yes, this is going to be good. I didn't need arrest, but he gave me one anyway. He's already had the jurisdiction authority to do it. Maybe under a traffic, code. But the only problem is that it's a motor vehicle act. So where does traffic code come? And the judge said to me, well, this is a traffic matter. So I'm not trafficking in anything. So, how do you answer something like that when the judge said this is a traffic matter? I said, sir, I wasn't trafficking in anything. You didn't hear the judge say, oh, yes, you were. Oh, yeah, really? What was I trafficking? So it stopped right there. See, I shot the ball over the net, and he just let it die. The judge said, this is a traffic matter. I said, I'm not trafficking in anything, sir. And he just let it die. I said, as a matter of fact, this was a matter of the property of a man. And if another man could tell another man what he could do with his property. And I said, it's going to be even funnier if the government could ask if they could control a man or tell a man what he can and cannot do with his property. This is a property issue that's before this court. There's nothing to do with traffic. He said, well, this is a trafficking matter. I said, well, I'm not trafficking. I said, you tell me what I'm trafficking. He says, well, we'll hold this over for a court of record. I said, that'd be lovely. If the court's earliest convenience, I'd appreciate it. That was December 17th. So hopefully I'll get done doing all that traveling stuff in November, and I'll be getting ready to do this court. I'm sure it's probably going to take months just for me to get that damn camera into that damn courtroom. I'm going to have to make a claim that that's a public building. I'm a public. I'm bringing my camera with me. I'm moving my court into this building. I'm sure it's going to take months just to get a camera into that damn room. We're going to find out, but, I got plenty of time. I want to come back here to Virginia and, do what I got to do and relax a little bit and take this to court, and bring this court thing, like everybody keeps saying to me, oh, how do we know any of this stuff's true? Oh, I got the cops, what do they call those? Business cards. The policeman that I beat back in 2008, his name is Michael Rohn. And this son of a bitch, he doesn't look like he aged one day in 7 years, man. He looks great still. He actually looks younger than I remember seeing him. And that's what I told him. I went up to the sheriff's department, and I went up to the window, and I hadn't been there since 2008. And I said to him, is there an officer named Michael? I don't remember his last name. I described him as a blonde hair, little mustache, beard, kind of goatee thing going on. And they were like, Michael Rowan? I said, that sounds right. I said, he's like a deputy? He's like, well, no, he's an investigator. I said, okay, I guess he moved up. He's a real good guy. He's real smart. I said, can you tell him Karl Lentz is out here? And she said, who? I said, Karl Lentz. She says, I remember that name. So I was like, that's pretty cool. I said, that's pretty cool. You remember my name from 7 years ago. She said, yeah, I remember you. She said, let me see if he's around. I brought my little brother Frankie up there. So, because I was telling my little brother Frankie how I dealt with the court. I guess he didn't believe me. So I brought him up there to meet the sheriff, the deputy. I always investigating that. So he met Michael, and Michael came out, and we started talking, and it took him a little bit. And he was trying to make believe like he didn't remember. I was like, remember I'm the only guy that you ever lost? He was like, I remember losing. I said, remember? And then we started talking, and he started laughing. He's like, yeah, I said, man, I talk about you on the radio show all the time. I tell you, you're the greatest code enforcement officer I ever went up against in court. I said, you're better than any video camera I've ever been up against. I said, man, you picked out details that video camera only wish it picked out. That the elevation, the direction of the wind, the clarity of the sky, how many distance of feet you could see. On the truth, I said, man, you were fantastic. I said, man, I go to video cameras, but buddy, you were a hell of a witness for the state. I said, you were great. I said, and we just kept talking, out in the lobby, and, he was laughing, I was laughing about it, and eventually he gave me his business card. Like, if you got a problem, just give me a call. I said, yeah, no problem. See, that's what I'm saying. Even though you could go against the cops 7 years ago, you could still laugh and joke about it. How much fun it was to go in court. And he was pissed off at me. He wasn't angry. We were just laughing and joking about it. And my little brother, when we left, he says, holy shit, Carl, you were telling the truth. I said, of course I was. What are you, bullshit you? I said, doing court is a lot of fun. I said, it's not hard to do. Just show them that you didn't do anything wrong. There's no breach of the peace. So what the hell are we doing here? I said, that's the big thing. Was there a breach of the peace? Not so much of my violation of code. Of course I am. But I'm not a code decipherer. Of course what I did was illegal. But I'm a legal person. So I know I'm a man. And that's all I got to admit to, that I'm a man. I don't know about any of this other shit that you want to title me. I don't fucking know. Maybe I am. I don't know. I'm a legal person. I don't know. They take it out of my pants and I know I'm a man. How do I know if I'm a legal person? How the hell do I know? Is there some place on my body I should check? No, how the fuck do I know? I know I'm in the Book of Souls with the Mormons, but I'm not a Mormon. But the Mormons will swear I am. Say, oh yeah, you better believe you're a Mormon. No, I'm not. You're in our Book of Souls. When you drop dead and die, you're going to have to get through that gate somehow. You're going to tell them, hey, you just look up in your Book of Souls and you'll see me there. I'm a good, upstanding Mormon. I'm not a Mormon. No, yes, you are. We made you a Mormon. I didn't actually make me a Mormon. Well, don't worry about it. It's for your benefit. Yeah. But I didn't ask for it. Well, that's okay. Someday you'll be glad you did. I'm like, okay. Same thing with being a legal person. No different. I didn't pay no dues to be a legal person. Well, we made you one anyway. Well, just in case your mom and dad died, if your mom and dad died, the legal society would take you in and the society would take care of you. Really? Yeah, we'd house you, we'd feed you, clothe you. You're only 1, 2 years old. Your mom and dad died in a car wreck. Then the family member society would take care of you. Well, I really appreciate that. But I'm 18 years old. I'm a man now. I don't need society to take care of me. Thank you anyway. But at one time it was a great benefit to be a legal person. Sometimes I still resort back to asking mom and dad for help. Sometimes I still resort back and asking the legal department for help. But 99% of the time, I don't need help from mom and dad. 99% of the time, I don't need help from the legal department. But it's nice to be able to go back and ask them for help. But if they're burdening me too much, then obviously I say, hey, mom, dad, back off. I'm not your kid. I am your kid, but not your kid. I got a life of my own. I got things to do. You got to let me be. You got to let me do my own thing. So, hey, is Gus still on the air?
Yeah, I'm on, Carl.
Hey, is there anybody on the chat board or anything?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of...
Yeah, why don't you guys just talk to each other for about 5 minutes, man? Let me get in the house. Okay. Hey, Gus?
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing, Gus? My name's Benny. I'm on the queue right there for Huck Strider. What I need to know is how do I file a counterclaim? Because I got court on Monday, and I spoke with Karl once a long time ago, and he said to file a counterclaim. And I've been looking around and how to do this, and I'm at a loss. I can't find out how to do it. Well, anyway, the judge denied the motion.
How long have you been listening to Karl stuff?
Oh, about a year now.
Okay, so you're talking about a judge. You're talking about a person. You're talking about a counterclaim, which is a statutory, thing. I don't get into that stuff. If you want to talk about the man who's acting as a judge, and you want to talk about filing your own claim.
Just let me just jump in real quick. You can make a counterclaim, but you got to make a counterclaim against your fellow man.
Right, the two cops who signed the complaint.
No,
that's what I want to do.
No, dude, you're going to fail. I'm telling you right now, you're going to fail. You talk too sloppy and too lazy and too fast. You're going to fail.
Okay.
You're going to fail. You're supposed to say there was a man who was acting as a cop, and then there was another man who was acting as a cop who interfered in my rights. Okay? You don't say there's two cops that did something. No, two cops what? What's two cops mean? I don't have a fucking clue what a cop is.
Okay.
If you tell me it's a man who's acting as a cop, oh, okay, one of those things. Now, I'm sure you could look up in a dictionary, cop might have 12 different definitions. But when you say there's a man who's acting as a cop, see, I try to make things short, simple, and as fast and painless as possible. Sometimes I can do things in 3 words. Sometimes the shortest I could do it is the man acting as a cop. I got to use 5 words. You use the cop. A cop what? If you say a man acting as a cop, the judge has no doubt about it. Where the hell are you going with this? If you say the cop did that, yeah, what cop? Acting in what capacity? You say a man acting as a cop, it's like, okay, he was a man acting, okay, what capacity was the man? Okay, he was a cop, but he was always a man.
But you just say cop. You say cop what? Acting in the legal authority, acting under color of law, acting as you are a defendant, acting as you're a citizen, acting as you're a wrongdoer, acting as you're a perpetrator, as you're a man of a person of interest, or cop what? You just got to make it simple, dude. And it's simple. Believe it or not, the simplest way to say it is a man acting as a cop. And that's
Okay, I get it.
do it. You can't just say cop. Cop makes absolutely no fucking sense, except for your gut friends and your crew in the neighborhood might understand what you're saying. But when you walk into a courtroom and you have to act like a man and you want people to understand what you're saying implicitly, instantaneously, no doubt about it, no other way of looking at it, you pin him in the corner, you start slapping around like a bitch, you say, a man acting like a cop. And that ends the story right there. You don't have to explain any further. They know exactly where you're going with this.
Because, you know, at one time the judge told me...
Look, if you want to act like a punk in the street and you want to call them cops, you call them a cop. And I'm telling you, you walk into a courtroom, they're going to slap you like a bitch. You walk into a courtroom and you say a man acting like a cop, they're going to realize, holy shit, you're very for real and you're a dangerous, scary motherfucking individual. Because you know the words and you know how this game is played. You're getting man-on-man liability. You're making a counterclaim.
Okay, as a man, how do I speak in the court? Because at one point he told me to shut up. He ordered me to shut up, and I did because I figured I just better shut up. And he said, the judge.
Who told you shut up?
The man, the judge.
Did you ask
judge.
him?
Actually, the judge.
You say, is that an order?
Yeah, and he said yes, and I said, okay, I'll take your order.
Good. And just say, hang on a second, let me get my invoice pad out. So what are you doing? I'm writing down your order so I don't forget it. I'm not one of those waitresses that just can remember orders off the top of my head.
All right. And then should I get rid of that public defender? Should I tell him he's fired?
No, never.
Okay.
You tell him that you need. You say you love that he's there to aid and assist the court because he's going to be the one who's going to interpret just in case there's something that they don't understand. No, okay. You want him to be a standby counsel. If you can get 1,000 standby counsels, take every single one you can.
Okay.
Usually the best thing about a standby counsel, especially a legal aid or public defender, the best thing about them is everything they recommend you to do the complete opposite.
I've been trying, man, but this fucker, man, he's I'm getting railroaded.
I had an attorney, and this one attorney was with me for 3 years. He was a good guy. We could laugh, joke, pick, and all this other shit. We got along great. And he said to me, hey, Carl, man, we've known each other for 3 years. How come every time you'd ask me for advice, next thing I see is a piece of paper coming to the court that's completely different than what I told you to do, completely opposite? I said, I know your first duty is to the legal society. The first duty that you have, an obligation to that society, is your own ass. I said, so if you want to have a continuing relationship with this court after I'm gone, you're going to kiss that court's ass and you're going to do whatever they want you to do. So every time I ask you for advice, I know what you're doing is for your own benefit and then for your buddies. I come way down in the food chain somewhere. So when I ask you what should I do, and you tell me do this, I do the complete opposite, don't I? He said, yeah, you do. I said, that's right. You're damn right I do. Because I know you're not looking out for my best interest. You're looking out for your own damn best interest. I said, so I'm not stupid. I said, so I'm going to always ask you, what should I do? And then I'm always going to do the complete opposite. I said, look, Tom, you're so fucking smart. He used to be a neurosurgeon. He actually did like brain surgery. I said, Tom, you're so freaking smart. You can't help yourself. You're a little Susie Chatterbox. I said, so when I ask you a question, man, you whip out that answer like lightning, just like how I do with you guys. I whip it out like lightning. I said, you are so smart with this game. It's amazing watching you work. I said, so believe me, if you hesitate or you look up at the sky and you try to come up with some bullshit and try to lie to me, I said, I'll be able to read right through you in a heartbeat. I said, you ain't going to bullshit me for 1 second. I said, good. He says, what do you mean? Watch, I'm going to ask you a question. And I asked him a question. It was funny. He stopped and looked up at the sky. I said, see, Tom, you're trying to think of a bullshit answer. Tom, you are so smart. You are so quick. You're so good at this game. And when I see you hesitate, Tom, I'm going to presume that you're trying to give me the answer that I want to hear, not the answer that your buddies want you to say. I said, so don't bother fucking me, Tom. I said, I've been doing this too long with too many attorneys. He says, oh, fuck you, man. I said, yeah, fuck you. I said, you're a great attorney. I said, every time you come, I do the complete opposite because I know your dedication is for your own ass, for your own life, for your own well-being.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so I know when an attorney says something to me, I do the complete opposite.
You know, in the beginning of the court, this has been going on for a year now. In the beginning, I gave them the notice. I put notice to the court, and I put I a man,
No, you can't put notice to court. A notice goes out to the world.
Okay.
A notice just goes to the world. A notice isn't just directed to a court, because then a court can determine whether or not it's going to take notice of that notice. You just put a notice out there. It's so funny, man. I have when you walk into my house, I actually have a notice board. I bought it at a town auction, like a town. I said to them, wow. I said, wait a second. You're auctioning off this notice board? You know, it's like a big bulletin board, like a glass case you put notices in. I said, wait a second. The town is getting rid of that notice board. Where are you going to put the notices from now on? They said, well, we have 2 notice boards. So oh, that's right. It's from Ashland, Virginia. I said, well, what's the town of Ashland going to do when they want to post notices or post bills? You know, somebody owes a past due bill. You know, you go there, you put it on the bulletin board. You put it on a billboard. I said, what are you guys going to do for notice board? They said, well, we got 2 of them. I was like, oh, that makes sense. And they said, yeah, honestly, we digitize almost everything now. Nobody comes here and posts bills anymore. Like, say, Gus owed me money or you owed me money, and I can't collect it. I'd take your bill to town that you and I created, like, I, Gus, will gladly pay Carl, you know, Tuesday for a hamburger today. And Gus didn't pay. So I can't find Gus. So what I'm going to do is I want to go to the town, the county to town, and to the billboard, and I'm going to go ask the clerk, hey, can you put Gus's bill up here? It's like, yeah, sure, not a problem. So then anybody comes through town, they said, oh, look, let's check out the billboard. Let's see who owes money to who. This is basically a way to embarrass Gus to paying me the $5, because then he'd get a bad reputation in town when he wanted to borrow some money from somebody else, or somebody wanted to do business with him. And they say, I'm not going to do business with you, Gus. Why? Because I've seen on the billboard you owe Carl $5. Like, what? Oh, yeah, I guess I do. So Gus would go down to the town clerk. He'd give the town clerk $5. And he'd say, can you take down that damn bill? And he'd say, okay. So the town clerk would give Gus his $5 bill back. It was a debt note. A bill's a debt note. So Gus would have his $5 bill back, you know, and then Gus would obviously want to destroy it. He'd want to rip up that bill and burn it and destroy it, because he wants that bill falling into somebody else's hands. Because if Gus was walking down the street with a $5 bill in his pocket and it fell out, somebody else could pick it up and claim that Gus owes him $5, because then he'd be the holder in due course.
What word should I use when I do speak in there? What's the best way to address that black robe and to make that statement?
Gus asked you a really good question. He said, how many of these shows have you listened to?
Actually, you know, I've been listening to you for over a year, Carl.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. Some guy from Cambodia said to me the other day he listened to every single one of my shows. And this guy is the best guy I've ever talked to in my life. He knows my stuff. I mean, no disrespect to Gus or anybody, but holy shit, I am telling you, this guy has listened to every damn thing, and he tries to trick me and catch me on every freaking word. It is hysterical listening to this guy talk to me, because he's setting me up. And he's like, Dan called, you answered it perfectly. I said, what do you mean? He said, that's exactly the way you always say it. I said, yeah, and? He said, yeah, but I thought you would say it sloppy like everybody else. I said, no, I will not do that. He says, and he tries to set me up on every damn phone call. It's a lot of fun trying to be set up by somebody to see if they could catch me into saying something that I might have said 3 years ago or 4 years ago on somebody else's show. And he's like, damn, Carl, it's exactly what you said like 3 or 4 years ago. I said, yeah. They said, oh, you suck. You know, it's like he's trying to catch me, because that's how much he knows my stuff. And he must like find these really interesting key points that I say, and he tries to trap me or trick me or catch me saying something different, and he can't do it, he said. He says, you suck. He said, you're really good. So, like I said, he's the only man that we've actually moved on to talking about other things like, you know, how do I know I exist? You know, what's the meaning of God? You know, we're done. We're done talking about the court shit. He's got to figure it out, and we move on. So just because you said you listened to my show for a year, that doesn't mean that you're that deeply into it.
Okay. If I put it this way, I understand what being a man is in court. I've read so many other things about that Sustakay kind of thing, how they made a trust and I'm the beneficiary, but they're trying to make me responsible. So then they lull you into court, but I guess I'm getting mixed up with the vernacular. You know, maybe I'm trying to do their thing with their words, and I know that's a big mistake. But when the first time when I went up a year ago to court and I told them I am man, what man here says I do wrong, he basically slammed it down and said, "Shut up. Your lawyer speaks for you." And I said, "Wait a minute. You're telling me I can't speak for myself?" And he says, "Exactly." And I said, "Well, no." And he goes, I'm gonna throw you in jail." And I said, "Go ahead, do what you got to do." And then he said, "If you don't shut up, I order you to shut up," or something like that. And I said, "Is that an order?" And he goes, "That's an order." And I looked at the stenographer and I said, "Okay, you got that on. You better make sure you got that on your stenographer thing right there." And then so I just shut up, because I didn't want to provoke anything that I don't know what I'm getting into. So I think I'm at a loss on how to present myself. I said maybe even how to act. Maybe I'm too intimidated by. I'm 57 years old, but I got my ass kicked from my dad. He was a big authoritarian. I went into the Marine Corps, their authority, so maybe my respect for authority goes too far, to that point. I don't know, but it seems like...
It's got nothing to do with that. You were in court a year ago. You went through this, and it sounds like you haven't learned anything since.
Yeah, I'm stuck. I got to be honest. Yes, I'm not going to try to bullshit. Yeah, I am stuck.
How could you be stuck if you've been listening for a year? Have you heard anything you've been listening to?
Yes, and you know what it is? I think I'm stuck on. I don't have the words. I tried it, and it. The
man sitting there as a judge spoke to you, and you never told him. Do you realize you're talking to a man? I'm here. This is a public building. I'm here to settle a matter. I don't require this attorney to speak for me. This person. I'm a man. I can take care of my own affairs. I mean, there's nothing complicated about having a conversation man to man, with somebody who's dressed in a different costume. Okay, you can be a person later when I leave. Right now, we're talking man to man, and don't threaten me. I don't take kindly to being threatened. You can't say that.
Okay. I'm starting to form it now. Yes, I get it. You're right. So I got to treat him totally like a man. Don't let him intimidate. Because out in the street, I wouldn't let anybody do that to me in the street.
If you've been listening to Karl for a year, that should be second nature.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I basically do that on the street. I guess maybe in the court I fuck up.
Listen, okay, you're a man, okay? If a guy grabs your wife's ass, you're telling me you're going to need to look it up to find out what to do next?
No, fuck no. Like I say, in the street, I'm there. You know what I mean? And
what's the difference?
Who they are.
What's the difference if you're in court?
Yeah, I get it. I get it now. I see that. Yes, there is no difference. That's the answer. There is no difference. Okay, good. Okay.
So you gotta put the notices in to let the court know, to inform the court of who you are, what your status is, what you're willing to take, not take. Okay, if you're willing to be there as a defendant, great. If you're willing to be there as a defendant only if you get paid to be there as a defendant, great. If you're willing to not be there as a defendant and you're willing to be there without title, to settle a matter, that's great. But you got to let them know who you are, why you're showing up, and how you plan to proceed. And let them know what the rules of engagement are. If you're going to deal with me, this is how it's going to be, and that's it. And, it's no different than getting a job. You go get a job, and they say, look, if you do this, we're going to pay you this much. And you tell them, well, I'm not willing to do that, but I'll do this. Okay? It's no different. It's the same thing. Whether you're in court getting a job, whether you're working for somebody, whether you're hiring people, it's all negotiations. You got to let everybody know what the rules of engagement are.
Well, yes.
In court, you do that by giving notice.
Written?
The only way you're going to prove that there's a man in that court is by giving a notice that is handwritten. It is written by the hand of man. It is man-made. Yeah. Okay, and that's the proof on the record that you are a man, that it was not computer-generated, and that you're not a person.
Because, I did that, Gus, the very first day I went to court, and that caused a ruckus because they sent me to another court, and then when I went to that second court, I said, what about my notice? The judge said, you gave that notice to Judge so-and-so. Then he goes, and then you gave the notice to Judge so-and-so. So as if it didn't apply to him. And then they proceeded. And then I said, wait a minute, man.
And you said, sir, I gave that notice to the world, to all men, and you're a man, and therefore it does apply to you.
Yeah, good. I needed to know that. I needed to be able to hear that so I can, okay, good.
Sir, I didn't give notice to the court. I gave notice to mankind. I did not give judicial notice. Okay, I gave notice.
With regard to a public registry or the registry of deeds, how do you guys feel about posting your notices there with regard to making notice and making them public record? Is that something you guys ascribe to?
Yeah, if you're trying to give notice to the people of that of a church, you put it on the church bulletin. If you're giving notice to the people that work for the county, then you put it on the county registry, county recorder's office. If you're giving notice to the man and the woman that work in the courthouse, then you put it on the court docket. You got to give notice in the local area. You don't give notice to the people in New Hampshire by publishing it out in Washington, D.C. You put it in the Union Leader. So you got to give notice in the area to the people that are there, the man and the woman that are going to be in that area. So giving notice is just a matter of putting it someplace that's public, but it's got to be, for instance, if you give public notice for a foreclosure, you got to give it in the area where the house is, where people would actually read about it and have.
Yeah, makes sense.
You got to stay local. If I'm looking to clear, the debts on my property before I sell it, I would give notice in the local newspaper that anybody with a claim to my land, if you come forward and I'll pay all debts right now because I'm looking to clear everything off before I sell this out. So Joe might show up and say, hey, I painted the front porch 15 years ago, about 3 years before you bought it, but I never got paid. Would you be willing to pay me for that? And I may or may not. It's not my debt, but yet, I might, if he says it was $125 and I've got the money, I might clear the debt. I might want to, make sure that things, but you give public notice in the area or according to the purpose of the public notice. It's got to make sense.
Having given the notice once already, is that enough? Should I repeat that again and give notice Monday again and then speak the words?
How do you feel about it? Okay, do you think they need to hear it again? Do you think they need to see it again?
Yeah, I think they do because they ignored me in the first place, so now I'm going to have to reassert it and then speak as a man when I go to court on Monday.
Stick it back in there. If you're in a courtroom and you say to the man acting as judge, sir, I'm speaking to you man to man to let you know blah blah blah, and then the conversation, later on, you just start talking to him. He might assume you're now talking as a person. So why not repeat yourself every single time you talk to that man and say, again, sir, man to man, I'm only here to let you know this, or to tell you that, or to settle a matter. But always start off by saying, I'm a man and I'm here to speak to you man to man. And why not reiterate that over and over again? No different with your notices. If your notices are good, put them in there.
I will.
There's John Fall is a guy who went to court back in January or February, something like that. There was like 8 days of trial. He threw everything in. Notices Karl was helping him out with, the kitchen sink, IRS statutes. I mean, he was just pounding stuff out. If you're a man of a consistent thought and you continuously do the same thing over and over and over again because you know it's correct, you know that this is what you need to do, and you're not backing off. You've got a single focus, and that's it. And if they cannot derail you from that focus, they know they're in deep shit. But if if you give one notice and the next week it's different, and the next week it's different, and you keep just piling stuff on top of stuff on top of stuff, hoping that some of the mud you throw against the wall is going to stick, they're going to see that. So you got to be accurate. You have to have deadly aim when you put that notice in there, and you have to use the words that mean certain things. You can't be sloppy with the language.
Right.
You were talking about putting in a counterclaim against the judge. That's to me.
I was thinking the counterclaim against the two men or the two mans that signed the complaint against me in the first place.
But you were talking about persons and counterclaims, and we're talking about common law. Right. I mean, that immediately told me that you have not been listening for a long time.
Well, actually, when I first called Karl a long time ago, about a year ago, he said, because I told him what happened, I got shut down. He said, you got to bring your court into the court.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is that you're claiming that you've been listening to stuff for a year, to Karl's audios for a year, and your language is really, really sloppy. You're going to get buried. You're going to get hurt. Okay, if you walk into court and you bring common law into their court. Okay, they're doing their thing. They do it every day. They're very, very good at it. If you walk in there with common law, they know that eventually you're going to win. So the very first thing they want to do is shut you down as fast and as hard as possible. And if you're not ready to handle that, don't bring it into their court.
Okay. I just got to be more stern. That's all. I get it.
You got to be more stern if you're accurate. If you're on point. If you're not on point and you be stern, you're going to be held in contempt. Pushing your way through, if you're on point and on target, is wonderful. But if you try pushing your way through and you're headed in the wrong direction and he keeps telling you to shut up and you don't know what to do with that, you're in over your head.
Right. That's what I feel like. Yeah, that's what it felt like. Actually, it feels like, Well, because when Karl said, did I get him wrong when he said to file a counterclaim against the two people who signed the complaint against me to begin with? Did I get that wrong?
I'm not going to go there because I don't know what your stuff is. I'm sure Karl doesn't know what your stuff is, and we haven't even had a conversation. And he was giving you general ideas of what to do, not specifics to your situation. So
yeah, because one thing I can guarantee I did not use in a conversation like ever is counterclaim.
Yeah, I've never heard you say that.
I know.
Okay, what did you mean by bringing my case to the court or my court?
Yeah, because like I said, because nobody's making. You say you want to make a counterclaim. See this? You see, like I said, you got too much screwball bullshit fucking in your mind, dude. I'm talking on the radio show. No, this guy sitting in the truck next to me thought I was talking to him. No, so no, I would never say the word counterclaim because you'd only make a claim against your fellow man, and you said 2 police officers did this to you. Okay, well, they make complaints. See, this is what Billy Thornton and everybody gets fucked up and messed up all the time. This is what happens.
Yeah. I did go to his fucking seminar.
Right. You guys say counterclaims, okay? The policeman did not make a claim against you. He made a complaint. So how can you possibly what are you going to do, make a cross complaint against him or counter complaint against him? You know how fucking pussy that sounds? I want to complain. Oh, I want to complain some too. Look, it's my turn to complain. Look, my hand's up over here. I want to complain. Judge, listen, look over here. I'm complaining now.
Okay, so then forget that.
Okay. Right. You want to file a cross complaint. Yeah, that's it. I want to be a pussy too. I want to make a complaint. I don't want to be a man and stand up and make a claim. No, I want to make a complaint. That way I'm not liable. I just want to complain and whine.
What do you mean, Karl? When you said one time I listened to one of your videos on YouTube, or actually
what's your name?
Benny Lascano, Benito Lascano.
So, and I've talked to you before?
Yes, you had, over a year ago, because it was when I was going to go to court that day. I had given them notice. I said
were you the guy who called me up while you were pulling into the parking lot, getting the parking ticket to go into the court?
No. I was.
Okay, there's another guy who actually was whispering to me from a courtroom and said, "Hey, Karl, can I ask you a question?" I said, "Why are you whispering? I'm in the middle of a courtroom." I said, "Holy shit, what do you mean you're in a courtroom?" "Yeah, I'm in a courtroom." I swear to God, the guy called me up in the middle of a courtroom. I said, "Well, what do you need?" He says, "Somebody just walked said to the judge, I want to move this into a common law court," and the judge said he's not qualified to hear such a matter. He says, and then the guy just kept going, and the judge kept going on with the trial. He says, "Karl, that's my trick. That's what I wanted to do. What should I do?" I said, "First, show us that damn cell phone and get the hell out of that courtroom. Go out in the hallway and talk to me." I said, "Because they catch you talking on a cell phone in a courtroom, you're going to hell contempt of court for 30 days. So you're going to have bigger things to worry about than worrying about getting it into a common law court." And then I said to the guy, I said, "Look, you're a one-trick pony." I said, "What?" I said, "Because I'm going to give you the answer when the judge tells you this. And then what are you going to do when he says something else, shoots the ball back over the net? You're going to drop the ball. You're going to miss it." I said, "Okay, all this guy had to say to him," the judge said he wasn't qualified to hear such a matter. Qualification means that you're indemnified, that he bears liability. He doesn't want to bear liability over that matter because he's not competent. Just like a brain surgeon can't do foot surgery and a foot surgeon can't do brain surgery. Yes, they can, but their insurance company doesn't cover them to do foot surgery. Yes, a brain surgeon could do a tonsillectomy or tonsillitis. Of course he could, but he's not crazy enough to do it because his insurance doesn't cover him. That's all he's saying. He's not covered. He's not bonded. He's not sworn in. He can't do it. So when a judge says to you, I can't hear such a matter, I'm not qualified, just say to him, "Okay, then there's no disrespect if you wish to recuse yourself and get a man in here that's qualified to hear such a matter."
I got time. We could wait. See, but that's what I'm saying. I said to the guy in the hallway, you know, I said, dude, what you're doing is a one-trick pony show. You guys are so fucking lazy and sloppy. You guys are trying to just do a YouTube, watching a YouTube video, and you say, well, I don't want to pay people thousands of dollars to solve these problems. You know what? I'm going to watch a YouTube video and they come in with a one-trick pony fucking question or one-quick pony act here and see if I can bluff my way through this. You ain't going to bluff your way with a one-trick pony shot. The judge is going to ask you another question, and he's going to realize you're a pretender. He's going to realize you're a fool. When I went into England in the very first preliminary hearing, there's only 3 people on planet Earth that know anything that I'm talking about. And I'll tell you, that judge at the first preliminary hearing, he read my 2 sentences, he looked over at me, and he told the Crown prosecutor, you better go settle this out in the man in the hallway. This man knows what he's doing. And the prosecutor's like, oh, no, we'll prevail. And he says, oh, really? You understand you've been summoned to appear before Queen. You do know that. He's like, yeah, when in the history of England has the Crown ever prevailed before the Queen? Oh, we'll prevail, Your Honor. Oh, really? He said to the Crown prosecutor, and how do you believe you're going to prevail? Who's your witnesses? He said 3 officers of, and he said, oh, officers. And you don't think that man knows how to strip that man, officers of the ranking and have them appear before Queen as a man? He said, yes, I'm sure he does. So if I was you, I'd go out in the hallway and I'd work a settlement out with that man because the Crown will not prevail when this comes to trial. Because this man knows what he's doing. I wrote 2 freaking sentences. It looked like me, Tarzan, she, Jane, she steal bone, give that bone. The judge was like, yeah, he's got it. That's it. That's a stroke of genius. He's got it. What? Me, Tarzan, you, Jane, Jane steal bone, give that bone? What? That guy's not a genius. Like a fucking 3rd grader wrote it. You know, well, that's it. He knows to act, man. That's it. Boom, boom, boom. This man knows I question him on any of these words. He's got it. He knows every damn word. Me, Tarzan, she, Jane. Damn right I could explain it. You just go on with your crazy shit saying, oh, I want to make a counterclaim. Oh, really? What's a counter?
Yeah.
I don't know, but it sounds awfully cool. It sounds like shit lawyers say, so it sounds like I know what I'm doing. Oh, really? Then how come when I walk in the court, I say, me, Tarzan, she, Jane, Jane, steal bone, get back bone? I gave the claim. I gave the notice to the court. Who's the parties to the court? Who's the wrongdoer? Who's the prosecutor? I explained what's the order. I gave the order, I made the claim, and I defined the parties. I gave the caption, the claim, and the order, right, with me, Tarzan, she, Jane, Jane, steal bone, give back bone. There you go. There's the caption, there's the claim, there's the order. Holy shit. I hit the trifecta in what, 9 words or something like that, 12 words? That's it. That's all you got to do. I'm done.
Okay.
How you going to beat that? There ain't no beating that. There ain't no wiggle room. Am I Tarzan? Yes. Is she Jane? Yes. Is she steal bone? Yes or no? Yes. We'll give back bone.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. The sheriff can't do a damn thing without a court order.
Yeah.
You know, that was ridiculous. She said,
yeah, where's that lady that doesn't listen? She gone now?
No, I just thought it was funny because she said she has difficulty filing. You have difficulty filing, you do what I did 7 years ago. You sue the court clerk.
Yeah.
Denying access to the court. That's all you do. Next thing you know, the Attorney General's going to call you up and say, go ahead and file.
Right. I get it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Then she said something about, well, she told the judge to do something. You don't talk to a judge. Even Gus told people that a million times. You don't talk to a judge.
The judge cannot hear you.
Talk to the man.
Well, can't hear a man anyway.
Yeah, then she said something crazy like, well, then she looked over at the sheriff and told the sheriff to go do it. The sheriff won't do a damn thing without a court order. She's not in court. She didn't have her own court going. He's just going to look at her and say, you crazy.
She said she did everything you said exactly how you said it.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
That's nearly impossible. I haven't heard of anybody that did it exactly.
Even I don't do exactly what I say I'm going to do, exactly where I'm going to do it.
How true is that?
Yeah, nobody can. That's ridiculous.
Hey, I got a new question. Change directions a little bit. I'm in Los Angeles, just so you know. I rent a house. My landlord is really cool. A code inspector came by because I borrowed my neighbor's tractor to level out some land so my horses could walk around safely. And they hit my landlord up with code violations and put a lien on the property. So, and now it's kind of souring my relationship with my landlord, who's really cool. But I don't know
what to do about this son of a bitch code inspector.
Well, your landlord's going to love you once you solve this problem.
Right.
The big thing is that you're going to have to be considered to be the acting agent for your landlord, because your landlord will never do what needs to be done.
He did. My landlord did give me a letter of authorization to handle and be responsible for everything that goes on in the property.
Yeah, then what you're going to have to do then is you're going to have to write to the code enforcement officer and say, "Are you the man who wrote this, who wrote up this lien in regards to my property?"
Okay.
That's what you do. Just say, "Are you the man who wrote the documents, including the lien to my property?"
Well, I'm going to write that. I'm going to say it's my property.
Yeah, well, you can say you're the representative. You can say you're the trustee.
Okay, right. Okay, so I did everything right from the start. I got that authorization in writing, and I already sent it to that SOB about a year ago, and they backed off. They, disappeared, and now all of a sudden they're on them again.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Just maybe somebody, like I said, all you got to do is let them see that you're the trustee to that property. And all you got to do is say, "Are you the man who wrote these documents and who put a lien on my property?"
Great. Okay, now I know they're going to ignore it, and then What do I do after that?
I'm going to ignore it. I just wrote one for my mom. They responded for about 2 weeks.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yep. And he said he's the person who wrote the letters. Obviously, what do I got to write back?
Who's the man I should talk to solve this problem?
But I'm not looking for the person. I'm looking for a man.
Right.
That's a simple question. I said, "Are you the person who sent this document? See attached. Kind regards." Kind regards. And then I put my mom's name on the top, and she was the property owner, and my name was on the bottom. Karl Lentz as the trustee. And he wrote back a letter and just said something simple as, "I'm the person who sent those documents." And he said he'll either talk to my mom, Pat, or talk to the representative of Pat, Karl Lentz. So,
all right, I'm going to hit him up with that. I have to tell you, in previous communications.
And I didn't want to do a phone call because my mom said, "Well, why don't we just go down and talk to him?" I said, "Because it'd be the most ridiculous conversation you ever saw." I said to my mom, I said, "Because what's going to happen if we go down there, I'm going to put everything in writing, and I'm going to get him to put everything in writing. So we're just going to be sitting at his desk, and he's going to try to talk to me. I say, 'Can you please put that in writing? My hearing is not so good.' And he's going to put it in writing, and then we're saying, 'I'll please sign it.' Then I'm going to write it back to him. He's going to say, 'No, you can just talk to me. My hearing is good.' 'No, that's fine. This is all going to be in writing.' And I'm going to just keep writing back and forth from across the desk. I said to my mom, "If you want to go down there and see what I do, you're going to think this is the most bizarre shit you've ever seen in your life. Because I will not speak to a person. I will always speak to a man. I will not speak to a person. Will not happen. It will never happen."
Got it.
I'm going to call the lady tomorrow. I might do a show with her tomorrow. I might just do a show with me and her. Keep everybody out of the background noise down, and just let everybody listen to it some other time. But I talked to her for a couple hours already about a month ago, and I think she was having a hard time trying to understand the simplicity of it, and I think somebody said to me that she panicked and started to just throw everything at it when it wasn't working. It's funny when a lot of people don't realize when it's working and it is working. Like when you're saying things and the judge is just looking down at his paper, or the prosecutor's just shuffling through his paper when you're talking. Yeah, they're listening to you. Yeah, the big thing is like I said, the attorney. Somebody said that she panicked, and then once she panicked, she got off of that. "This is my property," and I remember she said something to me that the judge asked us, "Oh, you've been cooperating with us. You've been so nice to us all along. Why all of a sudden the change?" Because I told her, "So what did you say?" She said she didn't say anything. I said, "Why didn't you just say?" And I just realized that was my property. And I didn't realize all along that was my property, and nobody else, including you, sir, has any right to say anything what I cannot do with my property. So when the judge just asked a simple question, why all of a sudden change? Why don't you just say, "Well, I just came to the realization that all along you are trying to talk about my property, and no man or no woman on planet Earth could talk about my property without my consent, and I don't give you consent to talk about my property." And she just dropped the ball. I was like, wow, lady, you know, it could have all been over if you just knew the next line to say. The judge asked you a nice, simple question. He just lobbed you a nice little simple shot over the net, and why don't you just shoot it right back and just say, you know, why all of a sudden the big change? It's I finally realized what it was to be a man. I finally realized what it meant to be a woman and the possessor of property, the owner of property, the controller of property. I said, why don't you just say that? He asked you, what's the big change? Just say the big change is I finally realized what the hell's going on. I finally realized, holy shit, who the hell are you people to determine what's going to happen with my property? You're a man, I'm a man. No man can tell another man what to do with his property. What's supposed to say? Because she dropped the ball. I said, well, what did you say? She said, I don't know what to say. I said, well, then he obviously knew you weren't a man and you were a pretender and you were trying to scam the court and trying to trick the court and trying to fake it. I said, if you just dropped the right shot over the net, it would have been over. But nope. I said, God wants you to keep playing the game. And I said, you're not ready. And honestly, I don't think she's ready because I asked her a simple question. I said, what happened? I said, look, you got to understand society. And I said, I'm not just saying it's just white people society. I'm saying you got to understand society. They're going to be very afraid of you that you have two black boys who are going to grow up and they got no dad and no discipline, no monitoring of these boys. And they're going to be 15, 16, 17-year-olds soon, like a kid in Missouri or St. Louis. And, what happens if your kids grab a grocery store clerk like that kid did in Missouri and start shaking the guy and steals cigars and has tattooed on his forehead, "Live for life"? What are you going to do? I said, are you going to bear liability when these kids start, going to jail and these kids start roughing up people in the street? Are you going to bear liability for their actions? And she said to me, no, I'm not going to be responsible for their actions. I said, that's the ego, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Society's scared. Society's tired of the parents not wanting to be liable for their actions of their children. I said, so if you won't control your kids, society will control your kids. And I said, it's kind of, sad, but somebody's got to do the job. If you don't want to do it, and they don't have a dad, who do you think should have to tolerate? When they go out and they don't know how to act in public. We were just talking about that on these three guys, these two guys, and the three of us were talking. And I said, look, I went to court 29 times. And then the 30th time, they finally told me, 29 times I'd ask, I went through 9 attorneys. My wife had 8. And we asked a simple question all the time. What are we charged with? I said, how would you people like to go to court 29 times and the first question comes out of your mouth all the time? So what are we charged with? And they won't answer you. If they won't tell you if you're charged with anything, it's like, to say, ask your lawyer. What do you mean ask the lawyer? And I'd stand right there and say, lawyer, what am I charged with? He's like, I don't know. They've never told me. I said, how would you like to go to court 29 times and ask the simple question to the judge, can you make the state tell me what I'm charged with? And then the judge would say, okay, state, what is he charged with? It's like, tell me, ask his attorney. And I'd stand, ask the attorney, what am I charged with? It's like, I don't know, they'll never tell me. And I said to these guys, how do you think frustrating that must have been? But not one time did I show any emotion. Not one time did I get held in contempt of court. Not one time did I panic. Not one time did I raise my voice. Not one time did I make a face. You couldn't tell if I was an attorney. You couldn't tell me if I was a prosecutor. You couldn't tell if I was the judge. You couldn't tell if I was the bailiff. I just acted in public like everybody else. And I said to the lady, will your boys act like a defendant? Or will they act like a prosecutor? Will they act like a judge? No, they'll act like a bunch of crazy little defendants. They'll be jumping up and down. They'll be nervous. They'll be cursing or upset or crying. Or, lady, you got to teach them how to act in public. I knew how to act in a court setting. I knew how to act in public. So when I got to court and they were going to tell me 29 times, was I charged? Why are you holding my kids? Can you tell me why you're holding my kids? Ask your lawyer. Lawyer, why are they holding my kids? I don't know. They won't tell me. And I say to the judge, this is bullshit. And not one time did I ever curse. Not one time did I say, does anybody see what the hell's going on here? Does anybody realize what's going on? Not one time did I throw a temper tantrum or make a face. Or like I said, this lady's like, oh, I said, well, the judge said he won't do it. So she looked over at the sheriff and told the sheriff, you go get my kid. Oh, please, lady. What makes you think Carl would do something like that? I didn't tell the judge, well, judge, if you won't do it, I'll go get my own damn kids. Or, judge, if you won't do it, I'll let the bailiff go get them. Well, I'll have the sheriff's department go get them. I'm not telling her that ain't that nonsense. So like I said, if you want to work through the court system, you have to get an order. And back then, I didn't know how to just establish my own court. It took me a long time. I knew what they were doing was wrong. I knew common law. But what I did not know how to do was make my own court. That I did not know how to do. Until, like I said, one judge told me, he says, you just leave family court. Don't ever come back. He said, trust me. He says, you just want to get a ruling today. Let me rule against you. He says, take it to the appellate court, overturn me. But he says, honestly, you don't want to overturn me. You just want to find out why they have your kid. And they'll have to tell the appellate court the truth. They'll have to tell the appellate court why they have the kid. They won't tell me. But they will have to tell the Supreme Court what's going on down here. And then when you find out that information, just stop the appeal. Just say, that's all I needed to know. He said, so all that's going to happen is you're going to win the appeal, and all they're going to do is say, send it back down to me. He says, you'll never get out of family court. He says, man, you just don't ever want to come back here. Just let me put a ruling against you. He says, appeal me, find out why they took your kid, find out where the exact contract is and exactly what it says. He says, and then as soon as you find that information, if you look in, people always say, I look in PACER for Carl stuff. Why don't you guys look in Alabama Court of Appeals? And why don't you see Carl dismissed his appeal? Not the judge didn't dismiss it. Not the prosecutor. I was the prosecutor on the appeal. Not the state of Alabama didn't ask to have it dismissed. I asked to have it dismissed. I think it's under Rule 41 when the prosecutor wants to have the case dismissed. And I wanted it dismissed because I got all the information I needed. The judge told me, and the court clerk, the head of the Supreme Court clerks told me, John Wilkerson Jr., he just retired a year or two ago, he told me, call the appellate court and the Supreme Court is a con game. He says, a total sham. He said, just get what information you need from us and get the hell out of here. He said, because all that's going to happen, you're going to get a ruling, whether it's for you or against you. He said, say it's for you, Carl. All it's going to do is going to send it right back down to the family court. You're wasting your time. You're going to go right through the family court nonsense again. You're going to appeal it again. He says, Carl, this could take 15, 16 years easy. He says, you're wasting your time. You know, so I never understood. Nobody ever said to me, but Carl, what you need to do is establish your own court. See, when he dropped that little golden nugget in my lap. All I was told was, one day when you learn how to be a man, it'll all make sense to you. And then I learned, holy crap, I got to make my own court. That's what they think they're trying to tell me. But they wouldn't tell me straight up like I'm you people, and if you people don't appreciate what I tell you, you can go F yourselves. Because it took me a long time to figure out just what the hell they were saying. And I just started laughing when I finally figured it out. Now I get it. I got to make my own damn court. I get it. Now it makes sense. Now I got to make my own court. Okay, how do I make a court? And then I studied how to make a court. No big deal. It's easy. You guys are just making it two-way and complicated by listening to some wackadoos. And this guy wackadoo like Bill Norton. I mean, that's just some crazy effing shit. I don't buy that crap. Make your own court. I had Jesse make a court. Some Spanish lady make her own court who barely spoke English. Had a little Brian Bonner, third grade education, make a court. 4 or 5 lines. That's all he needed. You Tarzan, you Jane Steel Bone. Get back bone. There's the wrongdoer. There's the prosecutor. There's the caption. There's the wrong of the trespass. There's the claim. Bone's missing. Robbery. There's the order. Get back bone. There you go. That's the whole entire court. That's everything. I just named the prosecutor, the wrongdoer. I said the caption. I said it was a trespass. I said it was a robbery. I said what happened. She stole a bone. She robbed me a bone. Give back bone. There's the order. There you go. There's a whole complete lawsuit, a whole complete court. What more is wrong with you people than you can't understand? It's that simple. I don't have a clue, and I can't beat you guys in the head and get this through your skulls. It's that simple. And that's all I do to get people back to their kids. And if you guys take it off the crazy train path somewhere and you go the wrong direction, it was like, Carl, the judge wouldn't look at me. Carl, the judge wouldn't answer me. Carl, the judge wouldn't do this. Carl, the judge wouldn't do that. You ask a simple question. Hey, judge, do you hear me? Hey, sir, are you listening? Hey, sir, do you see what I'm saying? Even like they happened in England, they said no. And Volley said, see, they're effing with us, Carl. They're doing it again. I said, no. He's saying he doesn't see what we're saying. Maybe he doesn't understand what we're saying. Not that he doesn't see it. That's why he sees it. He said he just can't admit that he sees it. He can't admit he understands it. It's too simple. He can't admit it. Because then he'd be liable as a man.
I said, you don't understand. I wouldn't see it either if I was in Bali. If you asked me, Carl, do you see this? And I'm the judge. Hell no, I don't see shit from a man. I don't see a damn thing. Hell no, you tell me you're a man. I don't see a damn, I don't hear nothing. I don't see nothing. I'll look the other way until you shut the hell up. You shut the hell up, man. I want to take back over. Oh, well. I know the rules of the game. Don't know the rules of the game? Ain't my damn problem. I tell you that. How many hundreds of these things have I done? How many times I say it on every damn show? And that's why I get pissed off after a while, man. I didn't mind taking off 6 months and not doing the show. Because when I came on, I let my sister basically do it because she could see, like I said, what's happening in a lawless society, like, say, the Indian nation. And what happens when you don't have a man in a blue light in the rearview mirror. And I let her explain to you people. And she was one of these people that loved Indians and had all this Indian nonsense and dream catches and all this Indian painting. Oh, my God. I was like, you know what? Why don't you guys go live with them and see what it's like to live without a blue light in your rear window and see how much you appreciate having that man in a blue light in your back window making everybody behave and stop for lights and not drink and drive. So go listen to last week's show and my sister talked for about half an hour. Go, if you didn't listen to last week's show, man. That was a hell of a good thing that she said, because you guys don't take me serious, I don't think. Don't believe what I'm saying. I'm embellishing or making this shit up because I was married to an American Indian. No. Go listen to my sister. She's a school teacher out there now, and she'll tell you what it's like to drive around in a Navajo nation compared to driving in a white area. She's like, you take your life in your own hands because nobody stops the stop signs. If they feel like it, they do. If they don't, they don't. You know, nothing's going to happen to them. They don't have insurance. They don't have no driver's license. They drink and drive. You know, she says it's crazy. You just have to know to drive on the even streets because the Indians have the odd number streets. So she said you just got to be careful when what street you're on, and on an even number. So go listen to that show last week. And that's what I try to tell you people. If you people learn how to do this stuff, how to get out of every single freaking ticket, get out of every single DUI case, and everybody else in the country learns how to do this, I said it's funny. It'd probably be funny, like the country probably like be a democracy, and half the people would vote for driver's license, the other people would vote not to have it. So it'd be like an Indian thing that they gotta. How do you think they got it set up in Gallup? It must have happened like that at one time. Half the streets were patrolled by police officers, the other half weren't. How would you like if your town was split in half and half the streets were not policed and the other half, were? You guys would be begging to get back on the police sides of the street so fast. You guys would be begging for driver's license and begging for insurance cards and begging for inspection stickers to get back on the side of the street that has the cops patrolling it and making sure everybody behaves and acts decent towards each other, because the human animal very self-centered. Everybody's in a hurry. I don't get in my car to just take a joyride. I get in my car because I'm in a hurry to get somewhere. I want to do something. I want to accomplish something. So I understand why everybody else drives like that too.
South Park had a funny episode about like some kid not wanting to eat broccoli. And then some other kid in school said, hey, just say mommy touched you. What? Just say daddy touched you. What? What do you mean? Just say they molestated you. Molestated? What's molestated? I don't know, but you say molestate, and next thing you know, mom and dad are gone, and you can do whatever the hell you want. And they're like, what? Really? So that's funny. The whole episode, every kid was saying, hey, my mom's making me do homework. Well, just tell her she molested you. Molested you? What's that? Oh, I don't know. It's a magic word. It makes all the parents disappear. It was an extremely funny episode of South Park. And dead on, though, because they round up all the parents and they bring them to like a boot camp. It looked like it was run by Adolf Hitler. And as long as the parents admitted guilt, they'd be let home. See, because family law, family courts are not courts, and they're not law. They're not from acts of the legislature. They're not from acts of Congress. They're from the executive branch. And the executive branch, for some reason, the legislative branch and the congressional, the legislative branches in this country relinquished their duty of creating agencies, and they allow the new administrations to create agencies. So they let the executive branches create the agencies, which is, to me, it's obscene. It's just, wait a second, we elected you congressmen in these state and
United States Constitution is clearly defined that the creation of agencies are reserved with the congressional or the legislative branch. What are you doing? Letting the executive branch take over. And I mean, I understood during the Civil War to speed, expeditions should lead commencement of, military troops and services and flows of supplies. I understand why they did that during the Civil War. They needed to move quickly, and they didn't have to wait for all these congressmen to vote on whether or not we're going to allocate office to this railroad company or to this, bridge building company. Abraham Lincoln was able to basically write the checks. Say, look, we got to get this stuff going. Move. We can't debate this on the floor for 6 months a year. People are getting killed out here. We got to take over. And for whatever reason, I guess the executive branch had done it so much more efficiently that Congress just said, hey, you know what? You guys got it going on, man. You guys got this stuff, running like a clock, man. We might as well just let you take over. So, like I said, when you say social services is doing something like illegal, no, they're not doing anything illegal. They're doing something unlawful. No, they're not doing anything lawful. What they are is they're an agency through the executive branch, and the executive branch just creates policy. So what they're doing is what you would have to complain about and whine about, and nobody would listen anyway, is they're not following their own policy. That's what they do. They create policy. Because if you look at any social service agency or DHR, Department of Human Resources, whatever you want to call it in your state, the chairman of the board is the governor. So where else do you find chairman in a board in government? I don't find it anywhere. I find it in corporations. So why do they define the governor as the chairman of the board? Because it's policy. It's like, okay, what's Coca-Cola's policy? What's Walmart policy? You walk in a Walmart and say it's our store policy to do this, this, and this. So when they create policy, Walmart creates policy. How many people do they need to create policy? One. You got Mr. Walton himself do it. Mr. Walton say, this is going to be my policy. How many people do they need for your state to create policy? One, the governor. So, his bimbo friends or whatever, his whoever happens to be, the governor's. Look at the governor of Alabama. He's a cosmetologist, a cosmetic surgeon, whatever, did boob jobs, lip jobs, or whatever, did tummy tucks, made your ass fat, whatever the hell he did. What policy do you think he could write for all these branches of all these agencies that's under his control? He'd probably write a damn one. He's probably busy kissing babies and shaking hands and getting ready for the next election. He probably couldn't care less about policy because says, what's the policy been for the last administration? This works. It has been working. Yeah, hell, then just let it keep working. I got to go kiss some babies and go take state dinner somewhere and brag about that I'm the governor. I got shit to do. I ain't got time for this crap. You guys do policy. I'm too busy. I'm a cosmetologist, whatever the hell he is. I kind of forgot the guy's name, but what a goofy looking dude. But anyway, that's what an agency is. That acts under the executive branch, but it's supposed to be going through the legislative branch. But the executive, for some reason, when a governor takes over, president takes over, for some reason he thinks he's going to dictate policy. And it's because, like I said, honestly, it is a lot more efficient than having it go through Congress or a branch or Senate or any kind of state legislative branch, because they could argue about how much money they're going to spend on Medicaid. They could waste 2-3 years to decide what they're going to do, and they could say, well, we want this in the bill, and we want our roads fixed in our neighborhood before we sign on to Medicaid. So it's like, it takes forever to get stuff through Congress. For the executive branch, it's just say, get the job done. Lincoln says, do that, and everybody did it. So it's like, well, this is working good. Let's keep this going. So that's what they decided to do. When I said to Michael, do you remember me? And he's like, no. Then he remembered me. We started talking. I explained the traffic tickets and explained how I proceeded through the court. And Michael started, smiling, laughing. And he was like, I said, Mike, I say good things about you on my show all the time. I said, I try to teach people we got to get along, you folks. You're not our enemies. And, you're a legal person. I'm a lawful person. We run two sides of the tracks. You basically run parallel with public law. But you, legal society, decided to unroll the acts of Congress, or decided to unroll the public law. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, go to the Harvard Business Law School, and this is exactly, how they teach it. So I'm going to teach you what I learned to the Harvard Business Law School. So you don't care. You say, well, Carl's crazy. Good. I'll prove it. Anytime you guys want to
demanded I show you how I know this. Hey, you know what? Give me a couple $100 and I'll waste my time teaching you too. Or you could do the Harvard Business Law School course and you could tell me. Okay? And I'm full of shit. So I asked Michael, can you talk to my little brother? And he said, yeah, sure. My little brother's like, holy cow, you're telling the truth. And he's like, man, that's some crazy story you told about going to court and how you ran through the court and how you controlled the court, how you moved the court, and and how you said to the judge, at the end, the judge said, well, now I'm going to pass sentence. And he said, card charge one, like guilty. I said, whoa. He said, whoa, what? He said, it's my turn to talk. I said, you see me move? You see me move from my standing? Have you asked me if I've withdrawn? No, I haven't withdrawn. I said, let me explain something to you. I said, the next word that comes out of your mouth is that's guilty. I said, I'm going to move for a retrial in 2 weeks, and then I'm going to have a trial by jury. And when I have a trial by jury, what's going to happen is probably going to take me a month to explain to them the difference between legal and lawful. So this is going to be the most ridiculous, what you would call traffic court cases you've ever heard. I said, now, are you going to allow me to present the law to the court? And he said, law? What law? I said, your law. I said, you understand you've been working with a lawless court. I said, this has been a lawless court this whole entire time. Yes, you've got the facts, but you've got no law. Because everything people are talking about is premised upon a code. And I don't live my life under a code. I'm not a legal person. I'm a man. What we have here is you have to bring forth the law, in which I have to be held liable. Now bring forth the law. And he's like, what are you talking about? He's like, no idea. I said, this is the problem. I said, you're sitting on a bench. This guy's prosecuting. This guy trains recruits. And I'm a schmo. I'm just some dumb schmuck that's dressed in rags. I said, I'm teaching you folks law. I said, this is pitiful. I said, you probably got 80, 90 years combined with all you people working these positions. And you got some clown like me walking in telling you what to do? This is sad. He said, I said, here, let me present the law to you. And I gave him the copies of that code. And he's like, oh, the judge waved his hand. And he said, I've got a copy of it right here on my laptop. I got access to the Internet. I'll pull it right out of the Virginia Code itself. I said, look, you won't accept my present again. I try to present you this wonderful gift. Half an hour ago, he denied me accepting my present. That night, denying accepting my present again. I said, this is a very dishonorable court. When a man presents you something, you're supposed to accept it as a gift and say, well, it's wonderful and thank you. But no, I said, I guess it's par for this court. I said, nobody's doing anything honorable. I said, go for it. Now, read the law. And that's what I say to people all the time. And people don't understand what I say. Because you people don't give a shit. Because you think Carl's just telling some stupid story. And when the judge says, he says it's illegal to drive in reverse, and it's 1 point off on your license, a $50 fine. Second time is 3 points on your license, $100 fine. Third time is $500, 6 months suspended license, and a $500 fine. And I say to the judge, now read the law. He says, law I just did. I said, oh, jeez. This is the problem. You people are reading a stupid code. It's a codification by the legal society. Can you now read the public law? He says, what? The law that it was premised upon. What is it built upon? It's built on a public law. Read the law. He says, where is it? I just gave you a clue, Judge. It's premised, it's built upon law. Look at the bottom of the page. What? The bottom. Premised upon, built upon. Read the bottom. That's where you'll find the law. That's where your code is built on. On. You get it, Judge? On. You get it, people? On. He says it's lawful to drive in a commonwealth as long as you cause, and he just mumbled, but I know what it read, as long as you cause no harm to man or his property. There you go. That's the law. He's like, oh, wow. He says, I guess the case is dismissed. I said, no, it's discharged. You never had a case against me. This is ridiculous. You're moving a lawless court. Now, I'm not going to explain what I said to everybody else in court, but I do remember what I said to Mike when I left the courtroom. He ran outside. He said, Carl, how did you do that? What the hell just happened in there? I said, Mike, our beards get hit the ground, and you'll never understand. You got lost. You got this, you got this belief of law and legal so entrenched that it's the same, and you don't understand. One's a public law, and one's a modification or a codification of it to a society. It's just legal, codification, policy enforcement expert I've ever met in my life. I said, you're fantastic, Mike. Don't even think for a second. You're not the best. I said, I've gone up against a lot. You're damn good. I said, but Mike, I said, you never know law. I said, because you've got this legal stuff so crammed up your ass, you'll never get it out. I said, thank God for people like you, and thank God for people like me. I said, that's what makes this world interesting. You keep the normal people scared, because I know you have control of them and their property. You believe you do. And they believe you do. So thank God. we work on two different worlds because you need to keep these morons and these idiots and these ridiculous human beings under control. Because if you hit somebody with your car and you say, hey, wait a second, I owe this man $10,000 for his car. I don't got it. Well, let me see. What we could do is give the man $1 a year for the next 10,000 years, and we got to say forgive us of the trespass, and we'll get away with it. And people don't think you will. Yeah, please. 99% of the population will. Okay, maybe the people who don't listen to my show will, but everybody else will once they know it. And that's what I said to Malik Dixon. I said, what happens? You live in Chicago and you got a nice Mercedes and a Jaguar, which he does, because he was an ex-basketball player. I said, how would you like your brothers to come rolling out of the hood, rolling around with 3 wheels on a car, just playing bumper car with your Jaguar or Mercedes, and saying, forgive me, thy brother, thy trespass, here's $1, collect again for me in 10,000 years when I get some more. And you say, hey, brother, my behind. It's like, well, forgive my trespass because Jesus loves us and this is a Christian land. You'd be furious because your insurance rates would skyrocket. It would cost a couple $1 million a year just to drive through through Chicago. I said, that's why we don't have, the ability in this land to just say, forgive me of the trespassing, because, thank God, the cops keep us in check because we can't control ourselves, because we wouldn't. And like I said, thank God my sister was on the show last week, and she said, well, in Indian land, they have streets, the odd streets and the even streets. And the odd streets the Indians drive on, and the even streets the white man controls. Well, not so much the Indians and the white man can drive on both odd and even streets in Gallup, New Mexico. But the problem is, over there, there's no police enforcement on the odd streets. And half the people on my show said, oh, hallelujah, I'd love to live there. I don't want to have to have license and registrations and insurance cards. We could live like Jim McBride tells us to live and Dean Clifford tells us to live and throw all that crap away. And really, this is my sister got on and said, yeah, but the only problem when you go to the Indians on streets, you see all these like 1 million crucifixes at every intersection. You go to the white man street, you might see 1 or 2. So because the people don't have to stop on the Indian streets, there is no blue lights going to come up behind you. You could go 100 miles an hour or 1 mile an hour. You could stop for the red light, but don't stop for the red light. You could drink and drive, but don't, do whatever you want. You can smoke dope. And my sister said she learned real quick when she moved out there to make sure that she drove on even streets. She had to go someplace really quick and just blow through stoplights, stop signs, go on the Indian street. Cross your fingers and go for it. So people just say, well, look, if we didn't have these blue lights in our rear window, we'd be so free and we'd be able to do as we wish. Yeah, right. Okay, and how many people would be going 100 miles an hour on Friday night to make sure they got their lotto ticket in before the final ball dropped? It'd be ridiculous. Everybody's got a crisis. Everybody's got an emergency. Trust me. I fly like a maniac, too, sometimes because I think something's so freaking important, and I look at it and say, you know what? That really wasn't all that important to make it to that store in time. If I didn't get it to the next day, whoop, what's the big whoop? Like I run down there, make it before 5 o'clock, and I bring it back home, and I don't get to do it till the next morning anyway. So what's the big whoop? If I waited till 7, oh, well. I could have killed somebody. Oh, well, could have killed myself. But, we people think it's so damn important. Our lives matter so damn much, and every damn thing we do is, emergency.
Social services took her kids away. What she did is she was bringing one child to daycare and into the daycare building, and she left the other kid outside in the car. And then when she came back, somebody reported that she left the kid in the car, which sounds kind of silly. I mean, it wasn't like she was doing drugs or
abandoning the child.
Right, or drinking, or right. She went to a bar and left a kid, or went into the grocery store. No, she dropped one kid off at the front of the school and, left a brand new baby in the car. Somebody, I guess, figured she has to take both kids out of the car to walk one kid to day school. I don't know, but whatever. It got snowballed, and most people don't appreciate when, I guess, somebody comes around and says to them, we have a report of neglect, or she probably just got a little full of people to probably go F off. And they probably didn't appreciate that, so they took the kids, and she went and took the kid back, and she told the lawyer, don't bother looking for him, it's not kidnapped, I got the kid. So then obviously the lawyer called up the police, and the police came and took the kid back from her. So things just got out of hand, I guess. So she gave me a call, I guess, now that the child was being put up for adoption. And kind of late in the game to give me a call, but I guess it took for a while to find me. Because she's got money. She's not, they're not poor. She drives a brand new, like a SUV minivan kind of thing, and the family lives in the Beltway, you know, inside the DC Beltway. So anybody knows that any house in that DC Beltway goes for at least, you know, $500,000-$600,000. They're not poor people. She's got a job, and so that's kind of interesting that, you know, she's a black lady, you know, and she's got a job and got money, and they're still doing this to her. So.
Oh, I don't think they care what color you are or whether you've got money or not. If they can make a buck
I think
off
if you're rich, I don't think if you're a rich white woman, I've never really seen a rich white woman in family court trying to get her child back. You know, I've never seen that. 90% of the women I see are black women. So, like I said, I don't think it seems to matter then if it's how much money they have. And like I said, the social workers that are doing it to her are also black. So it didn't make any sense to me. I said to her, I said, this doesn't make any sense to you. I said, yeah, you know, you got a good family, you got a good mom who came here, you got a sister who comes to court with you, you got a beautiful house here in D.C., and it just doesn't make any sense why they're doing what they're doing to you. It's just ridiculous. I mean, nice little lady. I mean, if you see you go to my website, I'll tell my name of my website just because people might not have it on the radio, but it's broadmind.org, and if you go to the home page, I think that's the second picture on the web page now.
Oh, I see her.
Yeah, so she's not like a big bruising lady. She doesn't.
No, she's a little. It says here she is holding the proof in her hands, and we are going to restore her property. So what happened?
Well, it was a lot of fun because she had to go up there for the family court. Obviously, put the child up for adoption, so she appealed it before she met me, which was fine. It just slows it down a little bit. But obviously, she's going to lose. She was
probably frantic, afraid she was going to lose her kids. Jeez.
Yeah. But like I said, the one good thing is that she filed an appeal. But obviously, like I said, she was going to. They take when you file an appeal, say from family court. Sometimes they just take it over to circuit court. They don't take it all the way to the Court of Appeals. They just take it over to circuit court, the next court up, like a real court. And the real court just takes a look at what family court did, what the family court prosecutors did, and they say, no, they followed the rules. They're in full compliance with all of the rules. So the adoption's going to proceed. So I knew that's what they were going to say. There's nothing else.
Is that what they did?
Well, of course. There's nothing else they can say. That's exactly what they have to say. That's what I told her before I even got there. I said, don't even think that family court is not abiding by the rules of how a child needs to be placed up for adoption. They have you know, like a scorecard, a score sheet. They have a plan. It's like 6 to 9 months, this has to happen. The next 6 to 9 months, this happens. The next 6 to 12 months, this happens. They followed exactly according to the game plan.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And they're in full compliance with their game plan. They haven't done anything out of step. They've done everything perfect. So, of course, when you appeal it, what are you appealing? That they're not doing it according to their plan? Of course they're doing it to their plan. They've done it exactly perfect to their plan. So what are you appealing? You're wasting your time. But that's okay because it just slows everything down. And so, obviously, the judge said, no, I don't see anything wrong with what they've done so far. Everything's been going according to plan. You know, your child's going to be adopted out from under you. That's their plan. It's going that way. It's going pretty good. So before we got there, though, I said to her, you have to, she should have, but she didn't know me 21 days ago to do this. And she was trying to, maybe she did know me 21 days ago. But whatever, she couldn't, there's no way in the world she could have done what I did. So she tried to write her own claim. She tried to establish her own court. And she was sending me paperwork, and I was sending her, correcting it. And I said, this is going nowhere. This lady has no clue what I'm doing. So I said to myself, you know what? I said to her, look, if it rains out, I'll drive on up there. I said, I'll take some time away from this farm. I really can't afford to get away from here. I'm so busy. But I said, if it's a rainy day, I'll make an excuse to go and see you. So she got lucky. It was a cold, wet, rainy day. And I said, oh, well, you know what? This gives me an excuse to stay dry. I'll go in the car, take a 4-hour ride, go see this lady up in court. So she wrote some stuff, and she sent it to me. I said, that's ridiculous. I said, she was trying to get help from other people who listen to this call, and it was just silly. So when I got
what was silly?
It was just silly. The paperwork. It was like notice and claims and lawsuits and notice of claims. It was just ridiculous. So I just said to her, just stop. You're just wasting my time. I said, I'll see you when I get up there. So when I got up there, we met at the Starbucks, and if it took me 7 minutes to establish a court and write a claim, that would have been a long time. But we did it real fast. I said, here, just give me paper. And it was funny. She knew how. We just used a scrap piece of paper of something. It was funny. I would do this a lot, right on the back of a napkin at a restaurant and say, that's all you have to do. All your credit cards are going to be taken care of. And people look at me when I write on the back of a napkin. I said, that's all you got to do. And all the credit card debt goes away. And they go, holy cow, that was easy. I was like, well, it's kind of easy. But, if they push you on it, you better know how to answer them. So I wrote it out for her real quick, what she needed to do. And she went to the courthouse. It was hysterical, man. She had to be at court at 2 o'clock. I think we got there at 2:45 because she missed the off-ramp. The off-ramp was closed. I was talking to Gus the whole way, laughing my ass off, saying, I'd be in court, at 9 o'clock in the morning if I had to be there at 2 in the afternoon if my kid's being adopted out. This lady's funny. I said, we're here. We're pulling into the parking lot at 2:45, and she's driving around for another 20 minutes looking for a parking spot. I said, she better hope there's a lot of other cases before her, and there was. So she got lucky. She was the last case called. I guess they seen that she was putting some crazy Iron Woman stuff in. They let her go last. So what was fun is that I had established her court. Her name is Molinera or something like that. Moola, like Aneer, some crazy name like Molinera. So we established a court, the Molinera court, at the district court, up there in Washington, D.C. So obviously the clerk of the court didn't appreciate that. I was like, no, I don't think so. So obviously I said to her, look, we're already going to have this problem. I said, I know what we're going to run into. It happens all the time. I said, what we're going to do is we're going to go call up their boss at the Capitol, at the state Capitol. And we'll have their boss, like on speed dial, like number 1, number 2. We're going to hit the number, poof, and call up their boss. And we're going to call up their boss before we get there. And we're going to tell their boss, we're going to have a problem filing a claim into a courthouse. We have a problem.
Wait a minute. Who's boss?
Their boss, the clerk's boss, the clerk of the court.
Who's the clerk of the court's boss?
That's right. So we call up the court.
Who is the boss of the clerk of the court?
Yeah, it depends. I ain't going to give you guys too many answers.
You're not going to answer my question.
No, I'm not going to do that. Make you guys do some research. So we call them up and we make sure that they know that we're probably going to have to call them back in 20, 30 minutes. So what was funny is obviously the clerk of the court gave her a hard time. So obviously I told her we go now to the building manager or to the court clerk. Not the clerk of the court, but the court clerk. The top guy or the top lady, the clerks. Because the lady at the window is just a clerk of the court. The court clerk is the court clerk. That's the top clerk. So the court clerk was a Mexican. And she just, the lawyer started coming in, so she talked to the guy, said, come here, let me tell you something. And she just whispered at him, like, look, don't, I'm having a problem with this court clerk over here, and I don't want too many people to hear this, but if you folks give me a hard time filing this claim into this courthouse today, I'm going to call your boss, and he's going to tell you that you've got to let me file my claim. So why don't you just let me file my claim so I don't have to call your boss and have your boss tell you to do your job? So he said, okay. You're like, yeah, no problem, lady. You're like, go ahead. Tell the court clerk, clerk of the court, take your paperwork. So she paid her $134 for this hour. So now she's got her court inside of that courthouse. So that's pretty amazing. That it's the Molinera court at that courthouse, not in that court, at that courthouse. So she says, now what can we do? I said, now we're going to have a lot of fun. I said, now we're going to go to the man who's acting as a governor. It was the day before Veterans Day, so I guess I was there Tuesday. It was a couple of days ago. I said, go knock on their door and just say you require him as the head chief public servant here of this Commonwealth, this state, to return your property that your his subordinates have, your property in their possession, and you require him to inform his subordinates to give it back. And he's going to just smile at you and pat you on the head and say, yeah, you're cute, goodbye. And then you just take his name. And then you go over to the Attorney General's office and you take his name or her name. And I said, you go to the head of the social services and you knock on the door and they pat you on the head and they tell you to go play. And you take their name. Because now you got your court. So now that you got your court, all you're doing is going around getting names of this man who acts as the social service director, this man who acts as the Attorney General, this man who acts as the governor. And you're going to have them all summoned to your court and ask your public servants who acts as all these people who are acting as public servants, why they didn't serve the public and why they didn't return the property. And why, when you call them out man to man, did they not hear the words of their fellow man? Because this is a Judeo-Christian land, and yes, you are your brother's keeper. Like if somebody pulls up in front of your house and their car's on fire, and you're watering your lawn, they say, can you give me the hose? I was like, no, I just want to take YouTube videos and watch your car burn. Well, you could get sued from the person whose car is getting burned down to the ground because you are your brother's keeper in this country, and you do have a good neighbor policy, and you are supposed to be a good Samaritan, and you are supposed to help. There's a lot of states that actually has that as a law, that you could actually get arrested for not helping somebody when they need help. And you just sit there with a YouTube video, cell phone, and start taking YouTube videos for them. You go to jail for that in some states. So it's very serious, this Christian land, this Judeo-Christian belief. This is, but most people don't realize that we're a Judeo-Christian land. They just think, hey, you know what? I don't got to do a damn thing. Mommy told me I don't have to do anything. I'm special. So most people don't realize that law. So especially if the man is a governor, if the man is acting as an attorney general, they definitely should know this law. That this lady said, hey, I've been robbed. I've been stolen from. There's been a theft. Help, help. They got to help. I said, oh, yeah, what's even more funny, I said, go to the sheriff's department. I said, he's really going to get a kick out of you when you say, hey, I require the immediate return of my property, and then you tell him. I said, don't talk to a desk sergeant. Don't talk to a deputy. Make an appointment if you have to talk to the sheriff of the county. I said, make an appointment. Say he's a public servant and you require an audience with him. And I said, you talk to him directly. You say to him, there's been a theft, and I require you to do your job and restore my property. And he says, well, there's a court order. So I don't care what the order says of any court. I'm a woman, and you return my property. Go get it for me. So I don't care what any order of a court says. Court doesn't speak. He said, you let me know if a man created that order, because I'm telling you, no man created that order. If a court created it, that's ridiculous. It's like a pine cone creating something. You're going to listen to a pine cone, you're going to listen to me. Then he's going to pat you on the head and tell you, yeah, have a nice day, go play. And I said, you put his name down, too. And you get them all for the Good Samaritan law, that they all had the ability to help, yet they all turned their back and let you, endure what you're going through. I said, this is going to be a lot of fun, because there's no way in the world anybody could tell you can't summon these people to appear. I said, well, it's a lot of fun right now. All she had on a piece of paper was the name of the social worker who knew where her property lied, and the head of social services. But see, she didn't put that down as the wrongdoers, the defendants. She didn't put down social worker lady. She did not put down Susie Cupcake, CPS director. She didn't do that. She just wrote Susie Cupcake and Mary Lou, whatever. That's it. So it was good, because the court clerks never seen it coming. It's just very simple. I said, get rid of all the silly borders on the paper. Get rid of all the silly fingerprints that you put on these things. I said, get rid of all these silly I am woman stuff. Just make it plain Jane as possible, so we can sneak it in there, and they don't even realize that the people who are summoning, that the deputies are going to go around and handing them subpoenas and summonses to appear, are going to be in the Molinero court at the district court. I said, that's a kick in the head, because when they did it up in Canada, as soon as the folks up in Canada, Jesse and Jonathan, as soon as Jesse put her paperwork in, the court clerk immediately saw the first word was in, and she put a huge circle around it, crossed it out, and she wrote the word at. I actually have a copy of what that lady did to Jesse's, claim. You can't touch somebody else's claim. That's like altering a United States government document. You can't alter somebody's paperwork. So somebody called me up the other day and they said, well, I'm filling out a passport and I'm crossing out all these things and I'm putting all these things instead. I said, you can't alter somebody else's document. I said, you just let their document sit the way it's laid the way it is. I said, you want to create a different document, you do. I said, but you don't modify somebody else's document, not without their consent. I said, that's ridiculous. I said, just because you're changing a federal document or an IRS document, it's ridiculous because the other side has got to consent to the agreed changes. You can't just say, well, I'm going to cross this out and I'm going to write this instead. That's ridiculous. It'll never hold up in court. So I said to her, I said, we're just going to, I was saying about that in and out with Jesse's paperwork. I couldn't believe the court clerk did that. And as soon as I saw that the court clerk did that, I wrote a hell of a letter to the judge because they weren't going to let our court into that courthouse. And I wrote a hell of a letter. Jesse and Jonathan read it on their show about 2 years ago now. And, man, I was a little upset that the court clerk and the head judge said, no, court can't come into this courthouse. So the letter, I think, basically just read, well, that's fine that you won't, you're interfering with our right to access this courthouse with our court. I guess we'll have to use another public facility. Do you recommend the library or the town hall, or do you recommend a town bingo hall? Where do you recommend that we hold court if we can't bring our court to this public courthouse? We're members of the public, but if we can't use this courthouse, where would you suggest? Something like that. It was a funny letter. But it got to the point. Like, you're blocking a court from going into a courthouse. Oh, that's special. And how do you propose you're going to do that? How do you propose that's a lawful approach to say, no, you can't bring your court into the courthouse? Really? That doesn't make too much sense. Like a library. Like, where am I going to bring these library books back to the public library? No, you can't come in here. Well, how am I going to access this public library if you won't let me in? I need to use some library books. Well, you can't come here. Really? So where do you recommend I go pick up the library books if you won't let me come in the library? Are you going to meet me down in the 7-Eleven, or, want to meet me at Starbucks? How am I going to access these library books? So you can't deny somebody access to a public building. That's ridiculous. So, like I said, she got it in, and she has the receipt, and so I took pictures of the receipt, because the receipt to me is more important than the actual court that she established and the claim she established. The actual receipt proves that the court clerk accepted the money, and now the court clerk will be working for her. And like I said, she only had 2 people on a claim. I said to her, oh boy, I said, this is going to be fun. And she said, what? I said, you could put 10, 20, 100, 200 people down on a claim now. I said, you paid your $130? Go get 100, 200 people summons to appear. Go ask everybody to help you bring back the kid. They're all going to spat you on the head and tell you, no, I'm not going to help. And just put everybody down. She said, everybody? I said, everybody. Just put everybody down. And the court clerk now, she's going to have to get the deputy. And deputies are going to be going all around the D.C. area, and they're going to be handing out paperwork telling people to appear in the Molinera court. If you're going to say the Molinera court, what the hell divorce court, motor vehicles, traffic court? What? I never heard of the Molinera court. It's like, well, they sure will. And I'm telling you, she's the only woman that I've ever done this for in the United States. And I guarantee she's probably the first woman in the history of the United States to have her own court. I can't imagine anybody else, any other woman that I could possibly read about that established her own court inside of a public courthouse. I don't think they would teach a woman how to do that. So, because it could get pretty ugly pretty quick, because she would hold people in contempt, and it could get pretty ugly for the other side. When they don't show up, she could have them brought to court, whether they want to be there or not. So, it's going to get interesting. Less like when I was in court down in Alabama, and the judge they sent down from the Supreme Court, and I just asked him a simple question. I was establishing my court. I just asked him a simple question. I said, when is this court open? And he says, they sent me down here from the Supreme Court. I'm not really sure what the local rules are down here. Let me ask the bailiff. Hey, bailiff, when is this court open? He says, 8:30 to 5, sir. And he said to me, oh, Your Honor. I said, the judge said, 8:30 to 5. I said, let me try. I'll try this one more time. I said, I ain't going to ask you again. When's this court open? He said, 24/7. I said, 24/7 what? He said, 24/7 365. I said, that's right. 24/7, 365, this court is open. I said, when is this court in session? When I file the paperwork or when you're seated? He says, when I take the bench. I said, that's right. And then I gave him a funny question I knew was wrong. I said to him, so the term of this court is about 6 months? I knew it was a year. He says, no, it's a year. I said, that's right. It's a year. I said, I was just testing to see if you're just yesing me to death or if you think I'm being cute. I said, that's right. The term of the court is a year, isn't it? That's right. I said, now, when I want to evoke the court to have a hearing, when I want an emergency motion to be heard, when I summons you to appear, when must you appear? He's like, oh, let's be reasonable about this, Mr. Lentz. I said, just ask the question. Just answer the question. I'm a very reasonable man. He says, well, I got my own court staff, and I got my own cases, and, I'm a very busy man. I said, just answer the question. When I summoned you to appear, and that man over there who's acting as a prosecutor, and that lady over there who's acting as a guardian ad litem, and that man over there, when I summoned you to appear, at, let's say, Christmas Day at 3:07 a.m., what must you do? He said, let's be reasonable. I said, sir, I'm a very reasonable man. He said, the sheriff, I said, I'm going to go to the sheriff. I'm going to ask you to summons him to appear. What are you going to do when the sheriff knocks on your door? He says, well, we'll appear. He says, I'll get dressed and I'll be down as fast as I can. I said, that's right. And what happened to this guy over here? Says, Karl Lentz court. Oh, please. I ain't showing up for that. What's going to happen to him? He said, oh, the sheriff will go in there and drag him out. I said, that's right. And I was looking at the other side. That's right. They'll drag you out. You will be in a Lentz court at 3:07 a.m. on Christmas Day. Well, that thereabout. So I was just establishing the court and the rules, and the judge says, well, I said, sir, well, you tell me, what would be reasonable for you? What would you say is be reasonable for me to summons court? He says, well, can you give me 2 weeks? I said, 2 weeks, really? I said, sir, I was just seeing if you had any empathy towards anybody else in this court. He said, all it seemed like you were concerned about was when you could appear. How about when everybody else can appear? Did you take that into consideration? He's like, I'm not sure where you're going with this. I said, how about, look at me, Karl Lentz. Where do I live? I said, I live in Virginia. That's 600 miles away. What do I do? I said, I take care of a little ranch, a little farm over here going on. I said, it'd take me about a month to close that place up, make sure all the animals and everybody's okay, and then I could get on the road and travel. So let's make it an immediate hearing would be, let's say, 30 days. Does that sound reasonable? He said, that's very reasonable. I said, yeah, I told you I'm a very reasonable man. I said, I know how to hold court, and I'm a very reasonable man. I said, you're going to see working with me is going to be a lot of fun. And then that's the judge who, after a while, just called me up to the bench, gave me his business card, and told me, look, let me make a ruling against you today. You've got to get this to the appellate court. You've got to get a copy of that case file. You've got to get a copy of that contract. You've got to get them to put it in writing what that contract means, because I can't interpret the contract. This is, I'm a third-party intervener. I can't get between you and the state with a contract if they don't wish. He said, this is the only way you're going to find out exactly what that contract means. He says, if you have a problem filing an appeal, he said, just call me up any time and I'll show you how to do it. He said, let me just put an order in. He said, meet me out in the hallway, and I'll start showing you how to file an appeal. He said, I'm not sure what folder and what brief you got to put in first. He said, but I'll meet you out in the hallway. He said, just let me wrap this up and, let's get out of here. So see, that's what I'm saying. If that lady knows how to move a court and she has empathy for the other people around her, like a king or a queen, like say a king of England or a queen of England. So the queen of England is even better. A 10-year-old girl, 12-year-old girl, she weighs 50, 60 pounds. And she's going to control this court of these big guys with these big swords. One guy could say, whoops, the sword slipped and chopped the head off. Whoops. Sorry about that, queen. You were being a little bitch. Well, you better not be a little bitch. You better not be a little tyrant, because you know what? These people still have the guns. So, but they will let you play court. They will let you hold the court. They will let you control the court and run the court if they see that you're, an honorable person, a decent person. But just because you have the court or you have the power to hold the court doesn't mean you're going to keep it for very long. If they say this king or this queen is a lunatic, I'm not going to let this clown run me and run my life. We're just going to turn our back and walk out of this guy's court. It's all voluntary. We don't have to stay here. We could all recuse ourselves. We could all just leave. And he's going to be in his court all by himself, this courthouse all by himself, and nobody's going to abide by any of his orders. Go ahead and let's him execute these orders when it's a one-man show.
So if you guys think you're going to get tyrannical and think you're little tyrants and think you're going to get bossy and think you're going to slam things around and, yell and shout, it ain't going to work. You guys are just going to be patted on the head and say, yeah, that's awfully adorable. Yeah, oh yeah, you're the queen.
What happened with the lady and the kids in D.C.?
Whatever, the lady and the kids in D.C. We just did it, yesterday, I said? The day before Veterans Day?
Oh, so what's...
Who asked that dumb question? Someone at a chat board?
Yeah. No, me. I'm just saying what's happening now in D.C.
You're not following the story? You're not listening to my story? The story's simple.
Well, it's not that simple. For you it's simple, but for other people it's not simple.
It's a Tuesday. We went there Monday or Tuesday, the day before Veterans Day, whatever day Veterans Day was. I think.
So what happens next?
So now I told you what's happening next. She's got to go around and she's got to go get names.
Okay.
To make the claim against. She's got to go ask all these people for help. And all these people are going to pat her on the head and tell her to go play with herself.
So this is unusual, right? This isn't normally what happens, right?
Of course not. No woman has ever had a court in the United States.
Well, what about the woman in New Mexico? You told her to go tell them to return her property, and they did it.
That's
did she have to do everything
that wasn't
that this
her court. So she
Huh?
didn't have her own court. She didn't have her own court. That lady in New Mexico didn't have her own court.
Okay, but she was able to get in there and tell them to return her property, right?
That's right. That's right. And it wasn't her that said it. It was the prosecutor who did. The prosecutor was the one who said to the court, look at this notice. Look at this ridiculous notice. Yeah, let me read this ridiculous notice out to the court.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who opened Pandora's box, not her. He's the one who uttered the magic words, not her. He's the one who said, look, she didn't do anger management. She hasn't done AA classes. She still has felony charges against her for fighting with the police, for being drunk in public. And look, this is all she's done in 4 months. Look at this. I'm Maria Sanchez, Augustiaga, Santiago, and the wrong trespass, robbery, requiring me to return a property. I'll charge you $1 a second until the possession turns to my, the property returns to my possession. And the judge just said, you really going to charge us $1 a second? And she's like, si, senor. And then the judge said to the prosecutor, well, the law, return her property. And the prosecutor's like, what? The judge said, the law. You have to return a property. You just said the property was stolen. You got to give it back. And the judge said that, and the prosecutor said that's ridiculous. And the judge said, no, you're the one who said it.
Okay, so what was the difference between that court and this other court in D.C.? I mean,
the court in D.C. was a family court. The family court in D.C., when she went into court and she said, you have to return my property, they just patted her on the head. And they just laughed on her. And she said, oh, yeah, your property. Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh. The only problem is we don't recognize the word property, and we don't understand the word man or woman in this court. So you're talking gibberish. We have no clue what you just said. So she didn't hold him liable as a man. She's just talking to a judge, and the judge does not hear the word man. The judge does not understand the word property. He doesn't understand it. He's like, property? I don't know what you're talking about.
But they did in the other court in New Mexico.
The prosecuting attorney was the one who made the notice that there was a robbery. He was the one who said the word. He said property was stolen. He said a woman. He said those words. The judge ain't going to say the word property in family court. Mm-hmm. The prosecutor's not going to use the word property. He's going to use the word child or infant or minor or whatever, but they're not going to use
I was under the impression that you told her to go into that court and tell them that they were, she required them to return her property.
The Mexican lady?
Yeah.
The Mexican lady and her husband had a public defender, and the public defender said that's ridiculous. He says, I'm not going to waste my time saying that. He said, if you're going to say something like that, you should have said it a long time ago. The time for that has long been past. So the public defender said, there's no way I'm saying that in court for you. So then the prosecutor did. The prosecutor was making fun of them.
I'm confused.
The prosecutor was making fun of her. The judge said, has this lady done anything to be into any compliance with what this family court ordered her to do 3 months ago? Has she done family classes? Has she done anger management? Has she done drug assessments? Has she done AA classes? Has she taken care of the criminal charges against her? And the prosecutor said no. As a matter of fact, has she not done anything this court has ordered her to do?
This is all she's done. This is the whole entire answer. That this is the whole entire defense she has for everything. The whole thing. I'm Maria Santiago. I claim the law of trespass, exhibit A, robbery. I require immediate restoration of property. I'll charge $1 a second until the property is restored. That's a whole answer to this court. And then the judge looked at her and said, are you really going to charge us $1 a second? She said, si, senor. And then the judge said, well, then return her property. The prosecutor is the one who said the woman, it's been robbed. The prosecutor is the one who said restoration of property. The public defender, her public defender, wasn't going to do that for her. He said, hell no, I'm not saying that. So, like I said, they were mocking her. The social service people were mocking her, laughing at her, saying, look what she's asking for. Look what she's saying. That she's a woman and her property's been robbed. Oh, isn't this funny? The judge said, that's not funny. You stupid clown. You're the one who just uttered those words, and gee, guess what? I got to do something about it. So, gee, isn't that special? But like I said,
because
if you walk
the prosecutor brought it up, then the judge had to act on it.
Yeah, because what happens when you just go to court, you go into their court, their court, their court, their court, their court, and their court. And I'm just saying this like a parrot for 10,000 years now to you people. When you walk into their court and you say the word man, they look around like, because you just said, doko ikimasu ka. That's what you just said. You just said doko ikimasu ka. Now, if Japanese people listening to me on the show, they know exactly what I just said. But you have no clue when I say doki ikimasu ka. So when you say, I'm a man, and I claim wrong, or I claim a trespass, they look at you like you said, doku ikimasu ka. What the hell is I'm a man trespass? What? You're in the wrong court, asshole. What? This is legalese. This isn't Japanese court. This is legalese court. Did you say doku ikimasu ka? You say, I'm a man, and I claim a trespass. We don't know what I am man and claim a trespass. So, you want a psychological evaluation clause. What's this? I am man claim the wrong of what? What the hell is I doku ikimasu ka? Honbun wa genki desu ka? What the hell are you going on about? Well, this is not Japanese. This is legalese. What the hell are you crazy? What's your crazy language you're saying? So when you're going into their court, into their legal land, the legalese, and you're Chinese and you're speaking Japanese, or Japanese speaking Chinese, they're looking at you like, what? You're not. They don't have to answer you. You're not speaking legalese. You have to speak legalese in their court.
But
it isn't all right. It isn't all right because this is the 10,000th time I've told you. You can't speak anything than legalese in their legal proceeding. You can't talk like a man in their legal proceeding. You can't do it. They can't hear it. They can't see it. They can't understand it.
Well, then why did you tell her to go into that court and ask for them to return her property?
No, she established her own court. So when she went into, who said I told her to go into their court?
In New Mexico.
No, the lady in New Mexico, she put a notice into the court. Okay, she didn't state anything in court. She put a notice in. She was writing it directly to the man or any woman on planet Earth. That's what the notice is. Any man, hear ye, hear ye. Any man or woman on planet Earth knows where my property is. I've been robbed, and I require my fellow man to return my property. If you know where my property is, give it back. Okay, that's a notice. Okay? Not a judicial notice. Not a notice to that court. It's a notice. See, that's what's funny. I got this great, big, huge notice board that I picked up at an auction for like $15. A big bulletin board. An old-fashioned antique notice board. And that's what notice boards used to be. You used to go down to town hall, and you would take somebody would write you out, like say you owed me $20, and I couldn't find you. And I'd say, okay, Angela owes me $20. This is a bill, a $20 bill. And that's exactly what it is. It's a $20 bill. It's a debt note. Okay? A $20 bill is a debt note. Everybody knows a $20 bill is a debt note. So I'd get a bill from, I'd have an Angela saying, I owe Karl Lentz, I owe you $20. And that's a $20 bill. And then I'd take it down to the court clerk, and I'd say, you know what, town clerk. And I'd say, hey, town clerk. Yeah, I've been able to find Angela. Anybody see Angela in town lately? No, I ain't seen her. Okay, well, she owes me $20. Well, I haven't been able to collect on this lady. So you know what? You mind if I put it up there on the notice board, up on a bulletin board, up on a billboard? It's a big billboard, it's a big notice board. Can you put it up there for me? So I got one of these big old-fashioned billboards. I got one of these old, big old-fashioned notice boards sitting in my living room right now. It's a big, solid wood, like cherry wood,
bull, and it's got this great huge piece of glass and a lock on it. So the county clerk would open up the bulletin board or the billboard or the notice board, and she'd stick it on, and she'd lock it up. So everybody who'd come through town would look at the notice board or look at the billboard and say, who owes who money this week? Oh, look, Angela Stark owes Karl Lentz $20. Huh, well, we see her coming through town again. She wants to owe us $10 or $20. You know what? We're not going to let her borrow it. Why? Because she's got bad credit. Why? Because right here, she ain't paid Karl Lentz $20. So people are going to come through town, and Angela's going to come through town eventually and say, hey, why won't you let me borrow $50? Well, we looked up in the billboard, and you owe Karl $20 still. You got a bill. Really? And they're like, oh, man. And so then what you would do is, if you can't find me, you'd go to the court clerk or the county clerk, and you say, hey, here's $20. Give this to Karl when you see him, but take that damn, bill off that billboard and give me the bill.
So what, did she put her notice up on a billboard? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it is. When you give a notice, you're giving it to the world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's what a newspaper is supposed to be. You got a notice section, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're supposed to put your notice in the newspaper. You could be the most stupidest bullshit newspaper in the world, but you put it into circulation. And they still do that. Let you listen to me, okay? You're not listening.
I'm listening, but you get carried away.
No, you get carried away asking questions when I'm talking. It's very simple. When social services, and anybody who's ever dealt with social services will tell you the fact, if you go into a case file that social services created to take your child and put it up for adoption, or take your child and find out who the daddy is, you will see in that case file notices that they put in the local newspaper say if there's anybody who's making a claim for this child to make themselves known to the court, because this child is going to be placed up for adoption. They did that with my children. If you look into the case file, you'll actually see in the legal notice section of the newspapers, notice that this child is being placed up for adoption. If anybody wants to come and make a claim for this kid, come and make that claim known to the court by this date. They still do it. The government still uses legal notices to say when they're getting rid of your kids or your property. They still use legal notices. I don't use legal notices. I just make a flat-out notice. I just say notice to the world. And a notice to the world is where you go to the county and you just stick a notice on the bulletin board. Do I do all that silly nonsense? No. Why? Because not a damn person reads legal notices in newspapers anymore. Not a damn person goes down to the county and reads the notice board. I'm not wasting my time, your time, or your listeners' time. But when I put a notice into the court, and I have the court clerk read it, I have the court judge read it, I have the prosecutor read it, I have the other side read it, they know exactly what the hell I'm doing. Now, if you want to waste your money and put it in a local newspaper, go ahead and say, well, look, I put it in the Kalamazoo Gazette, and since nobody answered it, it stands as true. And go ahead and do a Dean Clifford thing and say, well, since nobody rebutted the presumption, it stands as true. Oh, bullshit. It ain't going to fly. You hand that man some paperwork directly, say, hey, Bob, I'm giving you a notice. Have you noticed where my child is? You notice where my property is? You know where my car is? Have you noticed that you have any idea where it might be? You know, if you know where it is, you know you got to give it back, right? You know you got to help me get it back. That's my property. You do know that, right, Bob? Have a nice day, Bob. So when I write letters and I put notices in, I'm making it to that man and that woman directly. I'm just not ringing a bell, walking down the street, saying, hear ye, all, to take notice that my child has been taken. If anybody, I'm not going to do that. That's ridiculous. Nobody gives a shit about that. And you got a freak and you're a clown and you're a sideshow. That's like a California thing. It's ridiculous. It ain't going to work. So I just do things that I know works. I'm going to talk to that man directly who knows exactly where my car is. I'm not going to put a notice up on a billboard in the middle of the county square, 300 miles from this guy, when I know he knows exactly what the hell I'm talking about. I said, look, I'm going to give you a notice. I'm telling you right now, I better get that property back. I mean back in 15 minutes. So I don't get it back in 15 minutes, the clock's going to start ticking. You could use and enjoy that property, but it's going to cost you. And that's the way I do it. Now, if you want to do those silly notices, I was telling you how it was done 200, 300, 500, 700, 900 years ago. That's how you took care of a bill. So then when you paid your $20 to that court clerk lady or the county recorder lady or the county whatever lady she was, or province lady she was, who was ever in charge of that big piece of glass that put all those bills on that billboard,
You gave her the $20, and she would give you back your $20 bill. And you'd take your $20 bill and you would destroy it. You wouldn't take your $20 bill and put it in your pocket, because if you were walking home and it fell out of your pocket and Susie Cupcake found your $20 bill and says, I, Angela Stark, owe you $20, she'd take it to the court clerk and she'd say, hey, put this on the billboard. It's like, what? Angela owes you $20 now too? Yep, she owes me $20 too. And you say, hey, wait a second, how'd that bill get back on the board? Oh, I guess it must have fell out of your pocket. It's a debt note. You're supposed to destroy it. It's the same thing when I said, don't you people remember mortgage burning parties? When people paid off their mortgage, they would take the mortgage note and they would burn it so nobody else could find it laying around and say, oh, you owe me $200,000 on a house. No, you destroy that damn note. You destroy that damn $20 bill. You're not supposed to keep it in your pocket. It's a debt note. See, that's what's funny nowadays. People are like, oh, wow, $20 bill. Woohoo. I found a $100 bill. Yeah, that's right. Like now the U.S. government is supposed to owe you, the bearer of that note, $100, and it used to be $100 in silver, $100 in gold. Just come up to the United States government, financial institution in your local whatever community, and we'll pay you in silver or gold for that note. We'll take that note back, thank you. Then they'll put it back in circulation if they feel like it, or destroy it. But that's what a note is, and that's what a bill is. So that's what I'm trying to explain to people, bills and notes, and you're just worried about one specific lady going to court in D.C., which I only met her for the very first time on Tuesday for about 7 minutes at Starbucks before we had to go into a court.
You brought it up.
Huh?
You brought it up.
Brought what up?
The lady in D.C. You were talking
That's
about
right.
how
All right,
you met her up
listen
with
to
her.
the story. I met her for about 7 minutes before she had to go to court because she was so late. So I had to write for her claim. I had to create her court, her claim. In about 6 or 7 minutes, I said, there you go, lady. There's your court. There's your claim. Go get a receipt from the court, clerk of the court. As soon as you get the receipt, take your receipt, stick it on the top of the claim, hand it when you walk into the family court bullshit today, hand it to them. And they're going to say, what's this receipt for? I say, well, look under the receipt. The receipt is the important thing, not the claim. Hell with the claim. Who cares? The claim looks like gibberish. The claim looks like a total joke. But when they see that receipt, they'll say, she paid a receipt. She filed a suit. She filed a case into this courthouse. And then when they flip it over, they're going to look at this gibberish that you wrote, that I wrote. They're going to look at it. And it's like, the Molinera court at the district court. Oh, that's so cute. Who cares? It's going to take them a day or two to realize what the hell just happened. And when that court clerk gets found out what he did, I can't imagine him being a court clerk for much longer. That he actually allowed a man or a woman to establish a court in a courthouse in the United States, which is unheard of. To get a court in a courthouse, that's ridiculous. You'll never get a court. Definitely you'll never get a court in a courthouse. They ain't never going to let you through. It ain't going to happen. They're going to be watching way too close. And like I said, she got lucky because they've never seen nothing like that. They're like, but she had her game plan already figured out. I said, look, we're already going to talk to her boss, when her boss, the head boss of the state, when we call them up, wait until we whisper in that guy's ear, if you don't let me file my case into this public courthouse, and you interfere in my right to access this public courthouse, I'll have your boss going to explain to you, you better do your job. Because I already had to sue a court clerk for denying me access to a public courthouse. And the Attorney General had to do a nice little three-way phone call, explaining how to do a damn job.
Really?
No, I'm lying. Of course. So like I said, you call the governor's office, you talk to the Attorney General, and then you say, I'm going down to the courthouse. They say, you're not a problem, Mr. Lentz. Oh, they knew me, but I could call the governor's office in Alabama, and I'd say, hey, is Steve in? And that was one of his attorneys. He's like, hang on, Mr. Lentz. He's like, how you doing, Mr. Lentz? Yeah, we're doing pretty good up here in Virginia. How's it going in Alabama? So when you get to talk to the governor of California, you call up their office, say, oh, hey, Angela, how's it going? Then you know you've made a lot of phone calls, and you know you've knocked on their door a lot of times. When they recognize who you are instantly, they say, oh, not him. Oh, my God, not this guy. And they're very nice to me, and they're very polite to me, and I'm very polite to them. But like I said, that lady, you're going to have to go knock on doors. You're going to have to get in their face. You're going to have to go, see them in a, public restaurant, or meet them out in a parking lot, or go into a public restroom and catch them. Whatever it takes, you got to make FaceTime with these people. You got to say, you folks have my property, and
you folks are going to have to give it back. And they all know who I am. They're like, oh, yeah, we know who this guy is. We see him coming. Yeah, because I was serious about it. That's my property. You're going to give it back. And I had no intention of giving it back. So like I said, you could do it violently or you could just do it with paper. And I did it with paper. I did it with a lot of FaceTime, too, a lot of phone calls, a lot of FaceTime. Oh, I'd go down to the Capitol and I'd be knocking on doors. And they'd say, yeah, we heard you were coming. We heard you just over the governor's office. Yeah, now you're over the Attorney General's office. Yeah, now we figured you'd come down over here, too. Oh, yeah, making my rounds. Thank God the state capitol is, all the buildings are real close together. Thank God I don't really have to, park at one spot, hit all these buildings at the same time. Oh, yeah, I made my rounds. People are like, oh, here he comes. Yep, we were warned. Here he comes. We figured you were going to come down here next. Come down to the finance department. Yeah, that's right. How can I file a claim down here? Yeah, you took my property. Yeah, one of your agents down to my property. Yeah. But like I said, it's a lot of fun. Once you start realizing, how the game is played, you just go around from, one agency to another agency to another agent. And you say, hey, I heard you're the man who's acting as the risk manager. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I heard you're the man who's running the court down here. Yeah, I heard you're the buildings manager. Yeah, I'm interfering. Somebody's interfering with your right to access this court. Yeah, absolutely. How are we gonna work this? How are we gonna get me into that public building? So it's a lot of fun. But you can't do it with an attitude. You got to do it with, like, smiling and laughing. It's like, they say, yep, here he comes. Yeah, we heard you in town. Oh, really? You miss me? No, not really. Yeah, I don't miss you guys either, but we got to get this done sometime.
I'm going through some traffic infraction stuff. I told them I had a problem with the discovery because I didn't get the discovery. Well, they've got me going to my third hearing coming up here in another week or so. And it was just a contested court hearing, which is now turning into my third appearance. And the judge found in the last hearing that the discovery wasn't, that they committed the violation of not giving it to me, whatever the real term is. And then he recessed and said, because I had put in a motion for dismissal on some other stuff regarding the case, and he said, well, because you put this in a day late, I'm going to extend it and get or whatever, take the recess and have another court date coming up. And then he just quit talking about the discovery after interrogated the city attorney quite a bit, and she stated in that hearing that I picked up the discovery. She stated that I didn't request the discovery properly, which I did, and that's just kind of where I'm at. We'll kind of see what your idea might be.
What was the discovery? What are you trying to get, like a videotape?
Well, no, it was just the basic stuff they give you. I didn't ask for nothing special. I just, as a matter of fact, the courthouse I'm going through, they have a form you download for the discovery, and I did that, and I submitted it timely. And they even said that they called me twice to pick it up, which was my preferred method of contact, and they didn't. And I've got my phone records printed out that I've sent to them today, and I'm going to bring them with me to court.
Why do you make a motion for them to hold the sign in contempt with their own court?
Hold the city attorney?
Yeah, hold her in contempt. She knows the rules, and she's contemptuous. She's not abiding by the rules of court, and she's the one who called the court. A lot of people say to me, well, Karl, wait a second, you say don't ever make motions and don't. No, Karl never says don't ever, 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 ever. I don't use those words like never, never, or ever, ever. I don't use those silly words. Sometimes it's to my convenience, especially something crazy like, say, a DUI or something like that. Sometimes it's to my convenience when I just say to them something simple like, hey, you know what, they're in contempt of court. That's what we're doing with I'm doing with another case because it's a double sword case. It's a very complicated case where there's two different, you'd have a problem, like, say, with the county, the state, and the feds. It's like, have you seen, like, a murder trial? It's like you get a murder trial, and the city might pick it up. The city of New York might, go after the guy for the murder, or the state of New York might pick it up for the murder, or the federal government might because, say, it was a federal worker. So now I have a complicated case like that where the man's fighting multiple courts. So obviously we're going for the discovery. So hopefully they will be in contempt of court. They will not give the discovery in the time in which the court ordered the moving party to turn over all the discovery. So hopefully the discovery will not be forthcoming, because then obviously we're going to go in and say, hey, you know what, he's in contempt of your court order. You know, the court ordered that he has to give over discovery, and he hasn't done it in a timely manner, so he's actually in contempt of court. So obviously, you know, he must have other things more important to do than this silly case or this silly matter. That's, you know, obviously he must have a lot more important cases to do. So since this is of no, you know, importance to the prosecutor, I see where nobody else in this court should take, you know, this case seriously either. So, you know, we move to dismiss this case or discharge this matter, you know, and let the feds pick it up, or let the state pick it up, or let the city, you know, let somebody else pick it up, because obviously, you know, they're dropping the ball on this. So why bother playing this any further? Because obviously, if we have to come back again, somebody is going to pay, you know, compensation for this time that's been lost. Now, if they wish me to tender a claim for compensation because the discovery was not timely, you know, that's fine. You know, I have, you know, very reasonable fees, which I'll charge them for failing to comply with the court order.
Yeah.
And just do something like that.
Now, do I put that in the whole motion? Put all that info in the motion?
Well, like I said, you could, if you hold them in contempt, then the contempt would be a very simple motion. It'd just be, you know, you're making the motion that they're in contempt, and then you could say, see, it's like, and you know, a motion is court that they hold in contempt, and whatever you want to bring into that motion,
as well as suppress the discovery, right?
Right, that's right. You could bring in their own rules. So you could say they had 30 days, you know, according to rule whatever 16.2. You know, I filed a form in accordance to the rules of this court. I filed this form in accordance to rule, you know, 27B. You know, and you could just put it down where, you know, and then you make, like I said, you just write down where they have failed to even abide by their own rules. This is their court, and these are rules. And I agreed to play this game, and I agreed to take on the title of defendant. I agreed to act as the defendant. I agreed to plea. I agreed to all this stuff, and they agreed to act in a certain manner. If they don't wish to act in this manner, then you know, then I move to dismiss it. And then, like I said, then if the judge gives you any crap, then you can actually say, you know what, if you are going to tolerate this nonsense to go on, you know what, I'm just going to relinquish, I want to withdraw as a defendant, and I'm just going to stand here as a man. And I'm going to ask, you know, is there any man here that maybe I've done something wrong? I said, I don't mind acting as a defendant. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes I can make a lot of money. But you know, at this time, you know, if you aren't going to abide by your own rules and you're going to get cute and you're going to allow this to continue, well, then, you know what, I'm going to have to withdraw you know, can't accept the title of defendant. I'm just going to have to stand here as a man and make a claim. People don't understand sometimes when I say like this, because I have a CDL license. You know, I drive a truck. I haven't drove for years. I mean, I have my own truck, but I haven't done it for a living. I drive my own truck. You know, I drive my own 9-speed. I got my own, you know, but I don't do it for a living. I do it when I need to go pick something up. But I'm not like a truck driver where I'm working for whatever, you know, United Van Lines or something like that. I do it at my own leisure because I need to, you know, get my own stuff. But what I'm saying is, if I have a CDL and somebody's calling me on it, obviously I want to keep the CDL if I'm working for United Van Lines, because they're not going to hire me if I lose my CDL. And the defendant, going to the state is going to, you know, suspend your license, you know, and I need that license to make an income if I was United Van Lines employee. Now, if I'm fortunate enough, I'm just a man and I'm point A to point B, and and the Constitution clearly says that the states can't interfere with the right of the contract. So if I can own my own truck and identify myself, then honestly, I don't need it to be 99, 100%.
You're fading in and out, Carl.
100% these people that talk to me, they need to keep their driver's license for whatever reason. So, like I said, 100% of the people who ask me, especially driver's licenses, you know, they need to keep their driver's licenses. So I don't tell them to play cute like Dean Clifford would say, oh, burn your driver's license, you know, throw it away. Oh, really? And passports too? Oh, yeah, passports too. Oh, really? And how do you think we're going to go from point A to point B in a timely manner? How do you think we're going to accomplish that without being harassed every 5 feet away? somebody like me can do it because I know how to do it. But, poor normal people, no. They got until they learn, who they have to call up at the state capitol, who they have to go shake hands and talk to them. You can't just be making, it's a process. Who really wants to deal with it? Nobody.
Yeah, so of us will get in more trouble trying to do it when we don't know how to fully do it.
Right, and you just get yourselves in a lot of trouble. Or you listen to somebody, like I said, these other guys who just say, burn your draft card, burn your Social Security number, burn, a lot. Are you kidding me? Stop,
Yeah.
Just help you get. It's funny. Somebody called me up the other day. He's filling out a passport. Carl, you filled out a passport. What did you do? I said, I put down every damn thing. They said, did you put down a U.S. citizen? I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a U.S. slave. I am a 14th Amendment. I'm a 14th Amendment involuntary servant. I am whatever they wanted me to put down. I put down whatever they wanted on that damn piece of paper to get that damn passport. He says, well, you signed your name to it. I said, sign my name to who? I signed my name to no man. I signed my name to a what? It's like I made a contract with a pine cone. I made a contract with a color TV. I make a contract with a man. Some guy who walked up to me and said, didn't you sign this piece of paper? Yeah, damn right I did. And who are you? Well, I'm the Attorney General. I didn't ask you what you are. I asked you who you are. Well, I'm the Attorney General for the United States of America. Okay, again, another what? A pine cone is speaking for a telephone pole. Isn't that special? Well, I'm talking to a pine cone. I'm talking to a pine cone on a color TV. I didn't ask you what I'm talking. I didn't ask you who am I talking to? Who did I sign that to? Who's being harmed? Who am I liable for? Who's going to hold me liable for that signature? Nobody. So go play with yourself. You see what I'm saying? It's simple for somebody like me because I've seen this my whole life, and I'm like I said to the guy who's filling out the passport, it'll get me in and out of that border so fast and so quick. I'll swear, damn right I'm a slave. I'm a slave to Barack Obama. He's my daddy. Is that going to get me over the border? Yeah, there you go. and then it's like, what? Guess what? I'm a leprechaun. No, I'm a unicorn. Oh, now what? I'm a man. I'm in limited capacity to whatever I wish to be. Oh, no, I'm not a unicorn. Oh, no, I'm not a leprechaun. Oops, I'm just back to being a man. Oh, well. Did it get the job done? Did it get me in and out of the board? Yeah. Am I going to waste my time going to jail for 16 months like a dean to prove a point? Like, oh, wow, no. What is it going to take? What do you folks need? Need that signature? There you go. Am I out of here? Good, I'm out of here. Now watch this. Oh, I withdraw my signature. What? You can't do that. Yeah, I can. You can't bind me with a piece of paper. Why? Because I'm a man. I don't want to be defendant no more. I don't want to be citizen no more. Nope. Goodbye. It's voluntary. You can't make me do anything that's involuntary. You can't. Just like the easiest examples are husbands and wives. Anytime a wife wants to say, no sex tonight. Well, I have a license, honey. I got a contract on your ass. I don't think so. Well, I'm married to you. No, it's not going to happen. No, yep, I see the marriage license. Yep, and there's a contract. Nope. You better not touch me or, speed dial is 911.
Yeah.
You can't hold me to it. You can't hold me to it. You can't even hold a freaking wife to her agreement. You can't hold a wife to her contract. You can't hold a wife to her license. She's like, no, I'm going to break the license. I'm out of here. Goodbye. And what? Look at California, no fault. She's still going to get half. No matter if she's cheating or not, it don't matter. I mean, that's the easiest way to show that it's a total joke. People's word and a piece of paper nowadays in this land is a joke. It's a total joke. So it's funny, people ask me that all the time. Say, hey, Carl, we'll do, what's those lawyers do? What do they call those things? I'll work on a contingency fee. Like, Carl, when I get the big payday call, I'll make sure I cover you. It's like, oh, please. I said, what? And we're going to sign a contract? And he's like, well, yeah. And I just laugh. I said, yeah. And then when you can't pay me or don't feel like paying me, you're going to pay me, what, $1 a year for the next 10 million years? Like, yeah.
When you catch up to him?
Yeah, no. They're going to say, well, here you go, my brother. Here's $1, and that's the best I can do for the next 10 million years. I'm sorry I owe you 10 million, but it's going to take me 10 million years to pay me. I said, yeah, I know what you're going to do. I said, but don't be silly. I said, I'm not going to fall for that suckers game. I said, I'm not stupid. I said, just come here, like the other guy, I said, come on here and work for me. So one guy came up here for 17 days and worked for me. Another guy came up here for 8 days. I said, they can't afford to give me any money. I said, come on up here and work. I said, I don't care. I said, you want me to work for you? Yeah, well, then you get up here and work your ass for me. It's worked out pretty good. I must have had at least 8 people up here in the last year doing work around here. But it worked out fine. But like I said, that's what I do. So like I said, people are going to say, well, see, now Carl's saying make a deal and do motions, and that's right. Sometimes you have to get a damn passport. Sometimes you do have to get a damn bank account. Sometimes you do want a cell phone. Sometimes you do want, a driver's license. You got to learn how to play both worlds. And I really think that I think the government agents, the people who listen to these shows, and the people who I think they really appreciate it. That I'm not one of these guys saying burn this and burn that and F this and F that. No, it's a balancing act. It's a tap dance. Well, like I said to people, it's how did they used to do it? Say in 1932 or let's make it even simpler. 1965. Go watch an Andy Griffith episode. And before people had driver's license, and if they didn't have one, Barney would run them in. Barney would run them in and say, well, we just can't let any stranger walk around town. We got to find out who you are. You look very dangerous. So to maintain the peace, we're going to bring you in until we can find out if you're an escaped convict. That we heard that, Mount Pilot, there's an escaped convict running around, so we're going to find out who you are, make sure you're not an escaped convict. It's the same thing. It's like the movie Rambo. I thought that was the stupidest movie I ever saw because I was totally for the sheriff. I forgot what that man's name was. He was a great actor, man. And he was just being a decent guy about it. He'd say, hey, look, buddy, you're freaking everybody out here, man. You got this long, ridiculous hair. You got this ridiculous clothes, and you're wearing a sword. You're walking through Main Street, Mayberry. You're scaring the shit out of everybody. Here's $50 and a can of soup, and here's the bridge, and the other town is about 2 miles that way. I'd appreciate it if you don't come back. And then what does the guy do? The guy makes a U-turn and he leaves, and guess what? Rambo's like, no, fuck him, man. I'm going to go back into town. It's like, wait a second, what's the purpose of Rambo going back into town? He's like, well, I'm an American, and I can carry a sword, and I can look as crazy as I want. I said, that's like me walking through the mall with a bomb in my hand. It's like I got a really long fuse, like a 3-foot long fuse, and I'm walking through the mall. And I said, well, I'm a man, and that's my property, and I got a bomb. It's like, yeah, but dude, you're scaring the shit out of everybody. You got a bomb. Yeah, it's a 12-hour delay fuse. Don't worry about it. I'll be done shopping in the mall. I'll be closed way before that fuse blows. And I said, that's okay. I just have the right to take my property wherever I wish. It's like, dude, you're breaching a peace. Dude, you're scaring the shit out of everybody. You can't be walking around the mall with a bomb. Well, dude, it's not going to go off. I told you there's a 12-hour delay on it. Look at it. Look at how slow it's burning. Dude, you can't be doing this. You're scaring the shit. It's breach of the peace. It's an ancient law that goes back since caveman time. You can't breach the peace.
That's what damage, right? You're doing damage with doing that, right?
Yeah, like I said, it's not so much you're damaging the people's ability to just occupy the common grounds. I mean, we're all in the common ground. This is the common ground, the common land.
Damn, they're not, because now they're stressing.
Right now, they have the right to use and enjoy the common ground as much as you do. So you ain't going to be walking through, like I see these insane, ridiculous. What do they call these? Second Amendment clowns walking through town with machine guns.
Doing challenges on the police on the YouTube pages and stuff.
Yeah, with a machine gun. I said, dude, you got an assault rifle walking through like a nursery school. Are you out of your effing mind? If I saw you, I'd jump. If I saw somebody walking around through, I live not too far away from a church. I live right next to a church. I get thrown a rock underhand and hit the church. If I saw some clown walking in a parking lot with an assault rifle at that church, you better believe I'd tackle that clown and beat the hell out of him. And say, hey, I have the right to do that. Hey, dude, are you out of your mind? I thought you wanted to go to war with these church people. Well, I got the right to war. Dude, you can't be doing that. You got to know that's just effing crazy. You got to understand, man, that's my job is to protect those people. Well, you're not a cop. That's right. I'm my brother's keeper. I see you walking in towards that church parking lot with a machine gun. I ain't going to wait to ask you what the hell you're doing. I'm going to try to jump your ass from behind, and I'm going to put you down.
Yeah, I've been hearing some of your old stuff over yesterday and this morning about the Good Samaritan stuff you talked about and all that, regarding that.
Yeah,
is it called a Good Samaritan law in some places? Is that what it is?
Oh yeah, you better believe it. Especially like places like say Montana, North Dakota, Wyoming. Places that you won't see another human being for miles. You see somebody that need help, you better help them.
Right.
There's states like that the neighbors understand the good neighbor policy that you better help. because there's only a couple of us up here. You know, you better help. You better give a damn good reason why you didn't help that lady. I don't want to hear she's black. I don't want to hear I'm white. I don't want to hear no nonsense. Just like with me. Look, I went to D.C. and helped a black lady. Why the hell isn't Oprah Winfrey doing it? Why isn't Jesse Jackson doing it? Why isn't the local Baptist church doing it?
They're not getting the check.
Yeah, well, yeah, but still, you know, why am I my brother's keeper? Why can't somebody else help? Why am I the only one showing up? So I love it when people tell me, like, Carl, you're all about money. Carl, you don't help nobody. Oh, really? You got any pictures of you standing next to anybody, you know, walking the court with them? You got any, you know, women and children that you helped get back, you know, and didn't charge them anything? You got a Mexican lady, you know, sending you pictures? You got French Canadians? You got anybody? No. So don't tell me what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. People are good at that, ain't they?
Yeah, and like I said, what helps too is I remember that crazy Bundy family. I thought it was a joke when they really said they wanted me to go out there and help the Bundys. I thought it was like Al Bundy. I thought it was a joke. I was like, you know, I thought it was a joke. I was like, you want me to go out to the Nevada to help the Bundys? I was like, what, Al Bundy?
Oh, them Bundys. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I just, you know, when they told me that they have a court order against them and, you know, take the animals off of the public land, I said, well, comply with the court order, seek compensation for the order, or modify the order. What's the big deal? Oh, no, they got 10,000 people surrounding the U.S. Marshals down here. I said, what? They've just been ordered to take, what? They got an order. There's 3 ways to handle an order. It has absolutely nothing to do with pointing a gun at somebody's son or daughter. They said, well, they want you to come on out there and help them. I said, oh, really? They said, yeah, they got a radio show on Boston. The son is going to be on. I said, oh, really? They want you to talk to the son, the like 50-something years old son. I said, yeah, I'll talk to him. So they said they'll fly me out there, and I said, oh, you fly me out there? And I was like, yeah. Where's the U.S. Marshals? They're about a half a mile up the road now. You know, we backed them off. I said, yeah, go ahead, fly me out there. And, you know, you want to talk to me, I'm going to be standing next to the U.S. Marshals. He was like, why? I said, you're an asshole. You're a moron. He's like, what? I said, if you were any kind of a man, you would never point the gun at another man's son or daughter. And I guarantee those U.S. Marshals, they all have families, and their families love them. They're so proud of them. And you got the balls big enough because you just don't know how to handle a court order like a man. Either modify the order, carry out the order, seek compensation for the order. No, you're going to point a gun at some man who's just trying to do his damn job. I said, now, if you had a court order against the United States government, you would ask the U.S. Marshals to go execute it for you, and you'd expect them to do it, and they would. I said, but now that it's flipped around and the U.S. government's having them execute the order on you, why don't you just create your own damn order and execute it on them? He says, how do we do that? I said, I'm not going to teach you. You're a little Nancy boy. I'm going to point my gun at you because I don't like your order. Oh, really? And you don't understand that they're a servant and you're the public, and they're the public servants. You don't understand that. You know, you don't understand how to take control of these public servants. The only way you think you can do it is with a gun. Oh, really? And so what's funny is the other day somebody, my buddy Jimmy says to me, hey, man, my landlord's kicking me out of my place. I said, why is that? He said, well, he makes drugs, hillbilly drugs up here. I said, yeah, and? He said, well, him and his girlfriend came down to your place where you're living now by your folks, and some other drug informant was in the back seat. I said, yeah, and? He said, drug informant said, hey, what are you doing down Karl Lentz's driveway? I don't know anybody knew my name because my family's name is not Lentz. My mom married another guy. And the landlord guy said, how do you know this guy? He said, well, he's friends with the U.S. Marshals. And I was told by the other feds around this area, don't go near this man's driveway. He said, get me out of this man's driveway now. So it's funny, the U.S. Marshals definitely know where I live now. There's no doubt about it. And it's funny, I just moved here. And that my mom's last name is not the same as not a Lentz.
Right.
So it's pretty funny that some drug informant told his buddies, you better flip this car out of this man's driveway. That's Karl Lentz, and he's friends with the U.S. Marshals. I don't want no part of this man. So like I said, it's nice to know that the U.S. Marshals like me. That really makes me feel good. And see other people who listen to these kind of shows are like, oh, see, Carl's a COINTEL pro or something like that. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to tell everybody, look, I'll work with you folks. I'll work with them.
You're the exact opposite of a COINTEL pro because they want to kill people and they want to hurt groups of people and they want to. That's what their job was.
Right, like an Alex Jones kind of guy, right? To incite the people so they could start getting names and getting people to sign up for their newsletters and sign up for the Right.
That's what
Ridiculous.
and Nixon, they did to Martin Luther King. Those people got them guys.
Yeah. Like I said, it's funny. I'm trying to show people how to get in and out of court with pieces of paper, and that's it. I'm not trying to show people how to make a fortune. I'm not trying to show people how to get out of their mortgages. I'm trying to show people this is the public servants. We're the public. They have to learn to serve us again because we're, for some reason, we let it slip. For some reason, we forgot how to be a man. For some reason, we thought that we need the government to govern us. For some reason, we forgot that we're self-governing. I said, thank God when the federal government closed down a couple of years ago, after 5 weeks, nobody really cared. There was no looting, rioting in the street. There was no burning cop cars. There was nobody going crazy. And I think the federal government realized, the United States government realized, we better open up and come back to business because, honestly, these people are still very self-governing. They are still self-governing. We got to wait until they're, they depend on us. Right now, the people aren't dependent enough on the United States government. So when the United States government closes down, nobody really cares. But maybe in 10, 20 years from now, they close down. They'll be rioting in the street. They'll be looting. There'll be, need for martial law. But right now, the United States government, just Washington, D.C. fell out into the Potomac River. They'd be like, oh, well, that was a really bad, tidal wave. Oh, that was a shame. Oh, well, what else is there to do today? We'll watch it on CNN. We'll watch it on CNN that, the Capitol building's gone. Oh, the White House fell into the Potomac. Oh, wow, big flood. Oh, well, now what's for dinner,
Right. What's on the late night show? Who's on?
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, what's Vanna White wearing tonight? Yeah, let's watch
the president's spokesman that's on the talk shows.
Yeah, well, that's what I used to say to people. What's Vanna White wearing tonight? Let's get home before, Wheel of Fortune's over so we see what Vanna's wearing.
Remember when she was in the Playboy now.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Nobody cares right now. Right now, we're still very, no matter what an Alex Jones folks say, no matter what any of these people say, we are very still a nation of the self-governing. We really don't rely on the United States government whatsoever for a daily existence.
No, they rely on us more than we rely on them, I would have a feeling.
That's what I'm saying. It's still all fear-mongering. They believe, they have to be in our face every 5 seconds and say, Donald Trump this or whoever else is running for president that. Like, honestly, it doesn't matter because, like I said, if say they voted me for president of the United States, I don't know the president of the United States that say, hey, you know what? It's been a long campaign. I'm going to take off for a month or two. I'm going to, go to Hawaii and go swimming for a while. However, this country's been running for the last 200 years. I'm sure you guys got it well in control. You know what? When you need me to make a speech or kiss a baby or shake hands, you let me know. I'm going to go take a nap.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, what does the President of the United States really need to do? Like I said to the U.S. Marshals, I said, look, if I say like something like the President, you have civil servants that are running the government for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Some of these people are in service working for the federal government, keeping the place running good. So it's just like me. I said, so you made me in charge of I said, man, if I could run this farm for a day or a week and I could keep my CD collection and my VCR collection separated in alphabetical order, I'd be amazed. I said, I'm certainly not going to run a neighborhood or a community or a town or a state. I'm certainly not going to run a nation. One man can't run it. So who really gives a shit who the president is? Because honestly, he can't be everywhere at all times. He's just a figurehead. He's just a good-looking poster boy. I said, if I was the president, that's all I'd do. I just say, hey, you know what, I'm going to go take a nap. This has been a long campaign. You know what? Wake me up in a month or two. Let me know. If the country needs me to make a speech, let me know. Until then, don't bother me. Like I said, man, it's, so like I say, the way I look at, like I said, what was that crazy guy, man, who said, the guy with the gun charges on him in Washington, D.C., what class? He's like, oh, we got representatives in all the original 13 colonies. When the United States collapses, we'll take over, like me and my wife, we'll take over North Carolina. I said, you and your wife going to take over the mobile home park that you're in control of. You guys going to take over the mobile home park. You're going to take over the state of North Carolina, and you're going to help the United States go, oh, yeah, we already wrote to the Secret Service, and, we already told the Department of Justice, and we'll take over the seat of the government, when the United States collapses. I said, dude, I would be so impressed if you could run your mobile home park for a week without your neighbors, hanging you from the tallest tree. I said, I'd be amazed. I said, you know, and you're going to run the United States government. Do you have any idea? Did you ever take an airplane ride? You know what this country looks like? Do you understand the size of it? You have any idea what you're talking about? You know, this is like it has a life of its own. So even when the United States government closed down, it still didn't make a blip on the radar screen. I don't think the United States government realizes just how big this nation is and just how many people are here and how many people and so the United States government's gone. And okay, you know, do you realize how big this nation is? Do you realize how much we don't need? Whatever, we'll get by. You know, the people will figure out another way around it. They're like, oh well.
Always dealt with that, you know, and or maybe they failed and they all disappeared, but they've always come back somehow.
Yeah, if they come back and they don't, it still doesn't matter. It's like, okay, we'll overcome. We're self-governing. It's not that big of a priority. We don't really need it.
Yeah.
You know? We'll figure a way. You know, and that's what's funny is they must have said to themselves, damn, we don't got the people dependent on us enough. People aren't afraid of us enough. Oh, yeah, so I laughed at some kid from West Virginia that came up here, and he was complaining about how rough of a life he had. I said, yeah, take a look at my kid. I said, okay, you know, you want to tell me your life was tough? Can you imagine being him? And he's like, oh, no. I said, look, dude, I said, you're a cutie pie, man. You must have skated through life. He's never had to do nothing. I said, look at this poor kid. I said, and luckily he's got both eyes, both limbs, you know, he's got eyes, ears, and everything works. I said, there's other kids that, you know, were born without legs or born without arms. So don't tell me how bad you had it. I said, you've had a, you know, easy life. I said, so anybody calls me up and says, oh, my life is so tough. Oh, really? You got Downs? What? You got 2 arms, 2 legs? Yeah, well, you want me to show you some pictures of kids who don't? And you want to tell me how tough your life is? And like, well, I guess it's kind of tough. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of a crybaby. The man did apologize when he left. He says, you know, I'm 29, but I'm a real young 29. He said, I'm sorry that I acted so young. He says, obviously it's going to take a lot for me to learn how to be a man. I said, oh, yeah. I said, because right now you try to pull these magic words in court, you still got to go past that judge who definitely is a man or knows when he sees a man and when he doesn't see a man in his court. I said, now, if you act like a man in his court, he'll let you slide. I said, you try to pull these magic words, and you think just because you know these magic words, you know, you're going to just laugh and get away with it. I said, the judge will say, you know what? You hit every single magic word. You are absolutely correct on every single point of law, and I'm still going to hold you guilty, and you're still going to go to jail. He said, but wait a second, I'm a man. I'm looking for the man who done me wrong, and there ain't no man. He knows this kind of law. And he's like, the judge is going to say, you know what, kid? Sue me. Sue me from jail. Let's see if you know how to pull that trick out. Let me see if they got that on YouTube video. How do I sue a judge from jail? See how that works out for you. So like a Dean Clifford thing. Like, go ahead, Dean. You're 16 months in jail. Go ahead. How did you sue a judge from jail? I'm sure he sued everybody from jail. I'm sure he was letting all kinds of paperwork come flying out of that prison or that jail. He was in jail, not prison. Sorry about that. I'm sure not one piece of that damn paperwork, all that paperwork he put in went anywhere, in any court. I'm sure it's just all sitting there. Because they're like, yeah, so what? You know what? Sue me.
Yeah. When I walked into the second appearance for what I called you about, I walked in and I said, I'm me, I'm Ryan, I'm appearing as a man today, just in case anybody had any questions with that. I'm a man, I'm a real man, and I'm here. And he said, he goes, well, sir, I just want you to know that I never disputed the fact that you're a real man. So I didn't know if he just blowing his smoke, but no, I don't know. I think he was being nice.
Well, like I said, you got to be very careful if you're talking about a driver's license, because if you're only going in there, see, that's how I met one man in Canada. He got some advice from somebody who said, just go to court and something like I do, saying like you're just a man and you're not defendant and not whatever. So the judge said, oh, good. Since the defendant isn't here and the only person that's here is the wife, I'm going to give the bank accounts to the wife, the house to the wife, the car to the wife, the kids to the wife. I'm going to give everything to the wife until the husband appears. So since the husband won't appear, I don't see him here, and obviously the man is still standing right in front of the judge. and I only see, I can't see a man because I don't have jurisdiction over a man, I'm going to have to give every single thing to the wife because that's what I have jurisdiction over, the wife and the husband. I don't have jurisdiction over a man. So too bad the husband didn't show up because I'm going to give every single damn thing to the wife who did appear because the husband will not appear. So that's what's happened to you, a lot of you guys who have driver's licenses and stuff. It's like, I'm a man, da-da-da. Oh, well, since the driver's license, the defendant did not appear, I'm going to have to make a ruling against the defendant. And the driver's license is suspended against the legal person known as, whatever your name is, Jack Smith, Jack Jones, whatever.
Yeah.
And that's what they're going to do to you. And that's you're going to like, hey, wait a second, I'm standing right here. You can't do that. I'm just asking for the man that. Oh, look, we're looking for the legal person. If the legal person is not here, we're going to hold the trial in its absentia, and the license is going to be suspended indefinitely until the defendant appears. And that's what they're going to do to you guys. You guys go into this, I'm a man. It's like, yeah, great, lovely. Nobody's disputing you're a man. We're looking for the legal person. We're looking for the guy who's got the driver's license. Well, that's not me. Okay, well, then we're going to find the driver failed to appear, and we're going to suspend his license indefinitely. Next case, you're going to be like, wait, I still got all this free man bullshit to say. Yeah, the judge will be like, well, you're in the wrong court. Free man court is 2 doors down to the left.
Next to him. Where you meet your cellmate, right?
Yeah, no, there where you meet your cellmate, you see the word men's on the door, men's bathroom on the door, and so yeah, that's where you can file that.
Yeah.
Because you're full of shit.
I haven't gone off on nothing really. I just I've done everything I've said. I've put in paper too, and had the clerk stamp it and all that, and it's just real minimal stuff. But I don't know what I'm doing either. So.
Yeah, that's why you got to be extremely careful when you do this free man bullshit. Like I said, the stuff I do, man, is some real good shit. But like I said, if you don't know the whole game, like it's like playing tennis. You only know how to hit the ball over the net. It's like, hey, then I hit the ball back over at you. What? Whoa! Nobody told me the ball's going to come back at me. What? You just keep shooting the ball over the net? Yeah. Well, I'm a hell of a man. I could serve that ball great. Well, what happened when I hit it back? Now what do you do?
Yeah. And how do you hit it back?
I don't know how to hit it back. Should I hit it back? Should I just let it go? Did it go over the line? Did it hit the top of the net? Did it go out of bounds? Is it going out of bounds? It's like, well, wait a second. Sometimes you don't want to hit the ball back. Why not? Because it's going long. Just let it go long. What? Yeah, the judge is just shooting it, man. It's going long. Just let it go. Just let it go. Don't hit it back. No, just let it sit there. Just no way to go with this. Just let it die. Don't what? Oh, okay. Well, wait a second. No, it's going to fall in bounds. Oh no, that's still in play. Oh man, you got to say this. Got to say this. Well, I thought you said don't say anything. I didn't say don't ever say anything. I said don't hit the ball back when it's going long. It's like, wow, this is too complicated. Yeah, it's called tennis, man. It's kind of a tough game.
Yeah.
Any game, no game is easy. It's like, well, to me, if you're a great tennis player, well, then obviously playing a game of tennis is easy. But if you're not a great tennis player, man, that's one frustrating game. When people see, like I said, 99% of my stuff has been traffic related, but it's 10 feet long. So people are like, holy crap, you've been in court a lot. It's like, yeah, so you see a lot of stuff while you're sitting in traffic court. You see a lot of other cases going by, and you're learning a lot when you're a kid. Almost 9 feet out of 10 feet of my rap sheet went before I was the age of 20. It was almost all traffic related.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so I had a lot of fun driving really fast and doing a lot of crazy things with motorcycles and getting citations. I remember back then they didn't have computers, so it was funny. They had to use these books, and I remember this like 90-year-old lady, man. She was like a court clerk, and when I showed up with a citation, and she says, "You got a 1069, a 1069." She said, "69." I heard a 1068 and 1070. She said, "Huh? I've been working here for like 50 years, and you know what? Honestly, I don't know what." She whips out this great big huge book, man. It's funny, man. I mean, this book must have been about 6-7 inches thick, man. There's dust all over, and she plops it on the counter. She opens it up, and she says, "Oh, driving on a sidewalk." She said, "Yeah, you don't get that very often." I said, "Well, yeah, sometimes, you got to do what you got to do, Sometimes it's easier just to drive on a sidewalk than it is to wait." So I thought that was pretty funny. I mean, I was getting tickets for, things you could only dream of. The people who worked there didn't even know, DMV didn't even know what that was. Yeah, that was the funniest one I ever remember getting was when the old lady had the book was as big as she was. And, it was ridiculous how she
put it on the counter like that and said, what the hell is this? I don't remember. I've been doing this for like 50 years. What the hell is a 69? Oh, driving on a sidewalk. Huh. Yeah, that's one you don't see every day. Yeah, I guess most people keep the car and keep it on the road. I said, well, sometimes, what's the difference? It's flat and concrete, support.
Well, you can't drive backwards.
Yeah, that's it. Driving in reverse. Yeah, there you go. I can do that too. Yeah, no problem. I don't see a problem with it. I'm doing it quite well. Yeah, his front bumper was on my bumper. We were doing fine. I kept it on the road. I made turns. I went through stop signs. He's like, hey. I said, you call that reckless. I call this a pretty damn good driver.
And they're patting yourself on the back, huh?
I'll tell you, man. I was a very, I don't know if I'm a very good driver anymore, but I'm telling you, man, I used to be a hell of a driver. I built cars, so I knew what they could do.
Well, New York City is the video game of driving, so.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, I was very, very good at driving. So, like I said, it's just like going to court. I'm very, very good at it because I did it so often.
Yeah.
And I got the rule books, at a very young age. I found out the New York State codes, when it came to 1972, I saw something in the newspaper, and it said that corporal punishment has been eliminated as a source of punishment to be administered from any further New York State teacher or administrative staff, but it's lawful for the parents to hit their children. So that's what got me into it was 1972. People say to me, what got you into it? It's like when I saw this newspaper article, because everybody read newspapers when we were kids. Everybody got the daily newspaper come to the house. And when I saw that it said it's illegal for New York State administrators and teachers and, to administer corporal punishment upon the student body, like that legal part of it was 20 words long. And then the lawful part, it's lawful for parents to hit the kids, was 2-3 words long. It's like, wait a second. Why is this? It's the same thing I learned when the judge told me in North Carolina. He said, what were you charged with? He said, added an artificial heat source to speed the fermentation of an alcoholic beverage without a federal permit. He said, that's right.
Yeah.
For what? Moonshine. So the law would be moonshine, and the legal version would be adding an artificial heat source to speed the fermentation of an alcoholic beverage without a federal permit. That was the actual literal charge that was on our paper. They could have just wrote moonshine. They could have just wrote moonshine. No, they wrote the whole entire, definition out, basically the charge. So that's when I realized when I was a kid, why is it illegal to hit a kid? No, they didn't say anything about hitting a kid. They said striking a member of the student body by any officio or any officiating or any teaching staff, faculty member of the New York State Teaching Association. Why? Look at this. Why didn't they just say it's illegal to hit kids, but parents can still hit their kids? It's like, why didn't they just make it teachers can't hit, but parents can't? Because obviously the legals must mean something different than the law. So that's what really piqued my curiosity when I was a kid. When I just saw the newspaper article, it was ridiculously long what was illegal, but it's incredibly short what was lawful. So it's like, lawful, what's the difference here? And then it was like I said, they had corporal punishment when I was a kid, and some kids that I used to get into fights with at least once a day, a family. They were three sons, and every day. And like I said, I remember the principal would paddle them to such an extent that they could not bend their legs. They could not bend to sit on the seat on the ride home. And they had to do the old strap hangers. They had to hold on to the straps. And every time the bus or train, whatever, hit a bump, the kids would just burst out crying. They'd try to play tough guy, not cry, but they would just start squealing like little girls. It's like, wow, these bullies turned into little candy asses, because they got their asses whooped. Man, that principal must have really put a lick into them to make them, bleed like they're bleeding. So that terrified me that a teacher or a principal could hit me to that extent, that I could not bend my legs. So, man, I was terrified. I mean, they kept me in total terror. I was such a great student up until 1972, and once I realized the difference between legal and lawful, and they could no longer administrate corporal punishment, whatever that meant, I realized the hitting days were over. Oh, man, it was like, I just
like hallelujah, like the chains would break loose, and I could be an asshole. That I've been an asshole in the whole, but I had to contain myself in school because I don't want my ass beat by these teachers. I could do whatever I want. Holy crap, this is great. I could basically tell the teacher to go F himself, and there's not a damn thing he could do about it. If he can't hit me no more, oh, hallelujah, I've just been afraid to get my ass kicked. But now they can't do it no more. Holy cow, like freedom at last. Now it could be me. When you see something legal, it's extremely, like, convoluted and a lot of words. And like the judge in North Carolina taught me, he says, look, son, if they really wanted you, if they really wanted you to find you guilty and throw you in jail, he said they would have charged you with a robbery, theft, murder, kidnapping, assault. He said they would have made it a one word. He said they would have not allowed a loophole in there. He said they would have made it crystal clear that they wanted you to sit in jail. He said, but when they said add an artificial heat source, speed the fermentation, alcohol, etc., add a federal term, he said, obviously, if you had a lawyer worth a damn, he would have just got the loophole, and he said you would have got out of here. He said, but he said the loophole is artificial. He said you just should have said a natural heat source. He said that's just one off the top of my head. And that's all I'm doing with you guys. I'm doing exactly what that judge in North Carolina did. And I said, look, just off the top of my head, what were you charged? This is what you're charged with. Okay, go in there and tell the judge you did this. You didn't do this, you did that. Yes, you did something. Yes, it might be considered wrong or illegal or unlawful, but that's not what I'm charged with. I'm charged with this, not that. But yeah, I kind of hear what you're trying to say. You're trying to say if the man comes to court as a husband, he tries to play his free man stuff, and the judge gives everything to the wife.
Because the defendant hasn't shown up in court, what if he says to the judge,
now I'm the person, now I'm the defendant?
Yep.
Then the trial commences.
And what about, he said, now I'm back to the man.
Then the judge can't see anymore. He doesn't, it's totally back to a blank screen again. The judge isn't stupid enough to try to judge this fellow. No judge has ever put a man in jail. No judge has ever put a man in jail. They put defendants in jail. They put people in contempt of court in jail. They put people who are convicted into jail. No judge has ever put a man into jail. He's only put defendants. The judge can't just walk down through the street, the town street, and says, hey, man, get over here. What? You're going to jail. What? I'm the judge, and you're going to jail. What? I don't like what I just seen you do. You're going to jail. The judge just can't walk down the street and just say, I don't like what you did. I'm going to hold you in contempt. I'm the judge. Look at all the stripes on my arm. Look at how big my wig is. You're a man and you're going to jail. The judge could only put defendants, legal persons in jail. The judge can't put a man in jail. And if you don't know how to separate yourself from being a legal person and being a man, oh well. But then, like I said, if you're going into a legal proceeding where you were stupid enough to have a wife with a marriage contract through the state and bank accounts and mortgages through state and financial institutions that are governed by the government, governed or controlled by the state, then the state is going to tell the government's going to tell the state institutions or the LCCs or the banks to take the account and give it to the other legal person because that other legal person isn't there. So if you want to play legal person, only a legal person could open up a bank account. A legal person could get a mortgage. Only a legal person could have a cell phone. Only a legal person, to have a car. Man has property. Legal persons have all that other crap. So when you have a car and you have a child and you have a house and you got a bank account, that's all legal. And they got control of all that legal crap. They ain't got control of property. So if you don't know the difference between a judge saying, well, she's going to have the car, she's going to have the house, she's going to have the children, she's going to have all the shit. It's like, that's right, she can have all that shit. The only thing you better not be making a ruling on, Judge, was whether or not you're, giving somebody else my property. You're not talking about my property now, Judge. Are you talking about something called a child, something called a car, something called a house, something called a bank? You're not talking about my property, right? You're not making a ruling on my property, are you? See, that's what I'm saying, because you don't know the difference. One is legal, and one is lawful.
Yeah, got that. Could he have won or turned the court into a common law court?
I kind of heard the question. Could he have done what?
Could he have turned that statute, that proceeding, into a common law?
No, absolutely not. He'd be in contempt, and he should be locked up and have a psychological evaluation commenced immediately.
Yeah, he needs to make his own claim for it to be his court.
Yeah, he better, right. Well, what country are you from? I mean, where you calling me from?
Australia.
Oh, okay. And what was your name?
I'm Rodrigo Aguirre.
Yeah, that's an Aboriginal name.
I'm Chilean.
Yeah.
South American.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's not a
anyway,
very Aboriginal.
this conversation before, so anyway.
Well, that's the translation of your Aboriginal click clack ping pong name there, right?
Whatever. Like Karl Lentz is a better name.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway.
That's right. Their first, what are they? Their First Nation is, or First Settlers? What are they called? They don't like to be called Aboriginals. They like to be called First People or First Nations or.
I don't know. They're changing all the time. It's just stupid anyway.
Yeah, but what's funny is, yeah, but they could drive without insurance, and they could drive without licenses, and they could drive without registrations.
But not many of them know that. So yeah, stupids actually go and get registrations and driver's license. So.
Yeah, but a lot of them do, man. A lot of them know that they could just, they just put they paint a symbol on the side of their, back quarter panel on their car, and the cops leave them alone because, it's a symbol of they're the first, first people or First Nation.
Yeah, this is what you were bringing up last time we had a chat, and I really didn't understand it because you got some other guy on the call, and right, okay.
Yep. They said it's the same damn thing. You find the first people, the First Nations people everywhere. Canada, United States, Mexico, Australia. You find the First Nations people, and this is all they do, is they let the government aware that, when you see, a feather hanging off our windshield, man, that means, we're First Nation people, and let us be. So, and they got to let life. That's right. That show with my sister on 2 Saturdays ago. I said, you people don't believe me? Oh, good. You know what? She's teaching all the Navajos down there, and she's in Gallup, New Mexico right now as we speak. I said, let me put my sister on the phone, and she could tell you the wonderful world of driving without policemen and without blue lights in your rear view window and without worrying about laws and traffic laws. And she got on, and she explained that the even streets are the white man streets and the odd streets are the Indian streets. So if you want to get drinking and driving, all you have to do is go home on the odd-numbered streets. And if you if you're in a hurry and you don't want to stop for stoplights or stop signs, drive on the Indian streets because you can do 100 miles an hour and you're not going to get stopped. She said, but what's funny, at those intersections, you see tons of, crucifixes everywhere, because people are dying all over the place. So if people want to live in a free man society like the Navajo Indians, they don't have to have driver's licenses, they don't have to have anything. They could actually get away with going 100 miles an hour through their part of town, and it's not a damn thing the cops are going to do about it. And my sister said on my show, thank God, my sister said on my show, it's not me saying it because I lived with Indians and I know they're crazy. And so she used to always stick up for the Indians and always say that, oh, I'm making this stuff up. I said, oh, yeah, really? So she said the other day, some Indian boy got caught shoplifting at a 5 and dime store, a discount store, a Dollar General store, and he got brought to his chief elders in his nation by the police, the local police. Well, he was so embarrassed that he was arrested and brought to the chief elders that he made a Molotov cocktail, a gas bomb, in a bottle, and he was standing on the Indian side of the street, and he threw it at the Dollar General store and burnt the Dollar General store down to the ground. And the police and the fire department got there, and the kid was just laughing and dancing his ass off because he was on the other side of the street where the cops couldn't come across and arrest him. So I said to people, if you want to live in a land where you can't be arrested, where you could just do whatever you want, well, go spend some time with my sister down in Gallup, New Mexico, and go hang out with these Indians. 95% of the people she teaches are Indians. And you'll see how crazy it is to actually live with Indians when you don't have to worry about police, you don't have to worry about law, you don't have to worry about getting arrested. Hey, you want to burn a building down to the ground? That's fine. You just really pissed off that day? Just burn a building down to the ground. And I said, honestly, the Dollar General store probably didn't really mind that they were burnt down to the ground because, in a white man's world, we have something called insurance. So the Dollar General store obviously probably liked, the employees probably liked the store being burnt down because now they probably got all new air conditioning put in, new heating systems in. They got rid of all the old inventory. They got room for new inventory now so that, the insurance companies indemnify it, even though the insurance kid obviously is never going to have to pay a dime
for burning that building down to the ground. There's not a damn thing they could do to them, which is pretty funny. Overall, everything probably worked out okay, But like I said, if you saw some Indian kid winding up to throw a firebomb at your house, you probably would shoot him dead. You'd say, kid, you better drop that thing. You better drop that gas bomb. You better not let that thing fly. In a white man's world, it's like, go ahead, burn my house down to the ground. I don't care. I got $1 million insurance policy on that baby. Go ahead. Light it up, kid.
So what's your stance on driver's license?
Huh?
What's your stance on driver's license, sir?
What do they do with driver's licenses?
What is your stance on that?
I can't understand the driver's license question.
What is your stance? Do you believe that we all should have a driver's license even when it's meant to be for commercial use?
Well, like I said, the big thing is if you don't have driver's licenses, it's like I said, these freemen movements are the kind of people like go to Keene, New Hampshire, like a porcupine experiment, whatever they call it up there. And these people are actually going into towns that have been around for 300-400 years, and they're trying to say, well, we don't need licenses. We could drive drunk. We could smoke pot. We could walk around naked. And I'm like, hey, if you want to make your own community, there's about 20 miles north, there's tons of forest and trees. Make your own damn city, make your own damn town, make your own damn laws, but leave these people alone. They've been there for 400 years. If they want driver's licenses, if they want license plates, let them be. You didn't have to come from all over the world to occupy Keene, New Hampshire. Go make your own damn town. Go find a ghost town out in the middle of nowhere in Utah, Nevada, Texas. Go find a ghost town, that people built and all the gold is gone, all the silver's gone. Go occupy those towns.
How can you go build your own little town when the government claims every bit of land?
No, that's ridiculous because that's because you don't know how to say that that's public land and they're just holding it, waiting for somebody in the public to come and make a claim. No, in this country, no, we can do that. We can make a claim for public land, that we're going to occupy the public land and that we're going to work the land and that we're going to either mine or cultivate on it. We're going to make farmland out of it. No, the government allows you to do homesteading here in this country. After 7 years, in this country, after 7 years, as long as you occupy it and work it for the 7 years, then they'll turn the title over to you. But you have to work the land.
I heard of one guy, but he didn't know anything about law. There was a homeless man that lived on some forest, whatever, for 25 years, and he proved it in court, in a statutory court, and they gave it to him. Instant millionaire. Multi-millionaire. But that was statute law and statutes. 25 years.
What, he lived on some piece of land for 25 years and...
Yeah, homeless, under trees and the works.
Yeah, but like I said, it's the law. It's a law that's been around forever, and especially in this country, because they want people to occupy desolate areas, and that's how, towns grew and expanded, It was called homesteading. It's just like in Florida.
So what's the common law rule?
Florida has homesteading acts like that. No, there's a lot of states that have there's a homesteading act in Florida. If you have a house, if you went down to Florida and you built a house, that's why it's very hard to foreclose on somebody like in Florida, is because that you came down there and you helped develop a wilderness. You helped develop a place that wasn't occupied by anybody. So they create laws to help you, like when you can't pay, the mortgage, you can't pay the loan on all that land or all that buildings that you put on there. They try to help you. Say, well, you know what, if you get into hard times, you know what, we'll create laws down here that you only have to pay back pennies on a dollar because, we're just grateful that somebody came down to this swamp called Florida and helped develop the land.
Very interesting.
Yeah, well, that's what most governments want you people to go occupy swamp land and go occupy deserts and go occupy forests. And,
well, it makes sense. It does. That's good,
right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, because like a national forest or something like that, has no roads in it, so you're going to have to build a road, and then other people are going to come in, and then people are going to be tourists, and, until then, it's just, like you go to Germany, you look at a German forest, it looks like a golf course. It's all manicured and pretty. You go to United States forests, they got all kinds of scrub brush everywhere, you got pine tree, you got all kinds of crap, because it's just wilderness. I mean, it's not like a forest in Germany that's been around for 2,000-3,000 years, and that stuff looks like, looks like a golf course. It's so...
All right, wait, how do you claim it? Because I know somebody up in Queensland. I'm in Victoria, Australia. I don't know if you know the states here, but I'm down south in Victoria, and I know somebody up north in Queensland that wants to do this. how do we go about doing it? Do you just move on the land, or do you have to make a claim in the court? Do you have to notify the government?
Usually the easiest way to do it in this country is you go for mineral rights. That you say you were walking through, this part of the, forest, and you saw tin or silver or copper or aluminum or something, and you go get it tested, and they say, yep, that's iron ore. Yep, that's aluminum, or that's zinc. You say, okay, and I'm going to mine it, and they say, okay, as long as you put up some sort of a construction site and like you're working the land, you got to be on the land for like 7 years. I don't know how often they actually send like somebody from the Park Service or the Forest Service out there to see if you're actually on that land for 7 years, but who actually wants to just be sitting on some piece of dirt in the middle of nowhere for 7 years?
Or can you live there, not just sit there or mine it? Can you actually go and live there and form your own community? Or do you have to go?
Right, you have to be working it. You actually have to like put a house up like a log cabin or something like that. You actually have to be, God bless that guy who actually wants to, Davey, who wants to really be that frontiersman kind of guy. Because when people come here, and where I live is kind of rough, like I had no running water for months and I had no electricity, for 2 or 3 months. And people come here and they're like, holy cow, this is a rough way to live. I said, rough? I said, I go 3 miles down the street and I got a grocery store. I go 5 miles and I got, what are you talking about rough? I said, you live out in the woods. You wait until you try to find a grocery store or you find a place to go get some hammer and nails, and then tell me about being rough. I said, man, I got it easy here. Just because I don't have water or electricity, I don't got it rough compared to if I was homesteading it. Well, like my great-grandfather.
What if you didn't want to make a claim for the minerals and you didn't, well, let's say that you don't have the money to set up the foundation to build a construction site. How do you go about making a claim that you want to go and just live there and build your own community?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what, like I said, it's just, it's a home, it's just, if you just study up homesteading, just say, how your country was, I'm sure your country, your nation was developed the same exact way through homesteading.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was done the same exact way. They opened up, the wilderness of the frontier and said, you know what? You stake out 40 acres, and it's yours. You just got to work the land for 7 years. As long as you work it for 7 years, then you could sell it, trade it, or, or keep it. I'm sure there's all kinds of homesteading acts. And what's funny with people, when people see these acts, the biggest thing is if they've never been repealed. You just say, you know what? This act has never been repealed. So you know what? It was law then. It's law now. Since it hasn't been outlawed, it's still in law.
Wait. You're talking about an act. Are you talking about acting as a person or what?
No. Like the nation. The people who have the guns, the government, the people who have the guns created these acts, like homesteading acts. And as long as the Homesteading Act wasn't repealed, like say in 1991, somebody realized, holy crap, we still got this Homesteading Act on the books. Wow, people could still go claim 1 million acres of land, and holy cow, we better put a hold to that. So if you could find like a Homesteading Act that's still in effect, it's like, hey, it hasn't been outlawed. Nobody says we can't do it anymore.
And a man can use that Homesteading Act.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And then he could go occupy that land. And still, and even if he didn't have a Homesteading Act, he could still go occupy the land, and they could say, is this a public land? Is this a public forest? Yes, but I'm going to claim, as a member of the public, I'm going to claim this section of the forest or this section of the land, and I'm going to use it. If anybody has an objection or anybody has another claim to wanting to use this land, let me know, and we'll work out some sort of compromise or a deal. But until somebody comes forward, you know what, I'm going to go use this public land because I'm the public, and my public servants, are there to make sure that I have access to that land. That's what they're here for, is a public land. To see, that's the whole mindset. Right, that's the whole mindset, is that's the public land. And that's what people wanted to grow pot in marijuana or whatever in Canada. So I said, why are you doing it on your property? Why did like I said, that's kind of crazy because, this guy's wife got arrested, his son got shackled, his wife got shackled. I said, look, instead of putting your family at risk, why don't you just go get some public land and go grow it on some public land?
Then if they touch your property, you've got a claim against whoever the man touches your property and steals your property.
Right. Well, like I said, you tell the public officials, look, I'm going to be using public land to cultivate hemp or whatever you want to call it. And if anybody's got a problem with me cultivating hemp on this public land, especially another man, another member of the public, let me know.
You know, I'll take it under advisement. You know, if a public official tells me I shouldn't do it, but a public official can't tell a member of the public what he can and cannot do.
And you build roads on that public land that you claimed. When you claim that public land, does that become property of your own?
Well, it's like I said, people always have this argument all the time. You know, do anybody have the right to own any land? You know, honestly, you know, because somebody like trying to think of the two people that I could think of really famous in this country. One is Ted Turner, who ran CNN, and the other guy is Hank Williams Jr. They basically own millions and millions of acres of land up in Lake Montana and North Dakota. They basically own the state because the land was so cheap that they were buying, you know, thousands of acres for pennies. So they're like the biggest like landowners here in this country. But like I said, when you hear that there's like two people, it's, you know, two men that own millions of acres, that kind of sounds funny. You know, but nobody's living up there, but it still sounds kind of funny. Like, do they really own that land? Like, if you wanted to go from point A to point B, you really have to drive 500 miles or 1,000 miles around this guy's fence. I mean, if this guy's land goes 1,000 miles this way and 500 miles this way, and you got to go straight across the middle, do I really got to go all the way around this guy's fence? Or can I just say, hey, you know what? I'm going through this guy's fence. I'm taking it down my way. Huh?
Do you need permission, or can you go through it without permission?
That's right. That's always the big argument since time began. You know, if you take the fence down, you know, and you put it back up, and you can't continue with your travels, and then you get to the other side, you take this fence down and you put it back up, did you do any harm? Did you do any damage? Just because you trespassed on this man's land, he's got millions of acres. You know, it's 1,000 kilometers this way and 500 kilometers this way. You know, what am I supposed to do? Drive all the way around? Well, I'm just going to drive straight through. It's like, hey, you trespassed. Okay, well, where's the damage? Did I damage the land? Did I damage your crops? No. Did I damage any animals? No. Well, you just weren't supposed to go here. Didn't you see the sign that said for the next 1,000 miles, this is my land? It's like, honestly, I really didn't give a shit if that was your land. Honestly, I just wanted to go from point A to point B, and your land just happened to be my way.
Yeah, very interesting. I'll be researching this a lot more. I haven't really touched on it that much at all.
Yeah, so like I said, it's always a very interesting topic when people start talking like that, and that's why basically people left Europe. People left Europe because there was only a couple of dukes, earls, and knights, and you know they were controlling all the land, and the people basically had nowhere to go. It's like, where do we go? You know, the dukes and earls and everybody, they own all the land. We got to be stuck in these little stupid cities.
I guess it would come down to a common law court whether some man has done you harm, injury, or loss to your property, being at your land. Land.
That's why, like I said, that's why so many people left Europe, because the farmers, if they got into a hard time, they had to sell their land, and then they had to move into the cities. And then only the really extremely rich people had all this beautiful farmland. And if you wanted to work the farmland, it cost you a lot of money to work for the baron or the count or the county guy. So what happened is that's why they realized in the Commonwealth nations like the United States, Canada, Australia, and England, banks can't own land because banks will always have the money to loan to a man. But man is so stupid, he'll sell his land for a fancy car, or he'll sell his land for a diamond ring for some bimbo. So man is stupid. Man will actually sell his land, beautiful land, you know, that his grandfather developed and worked and killed and died for. Man will sell his land like his grandchild will, like, you know, inherit the land, and they'll sell it for a fancy car. And the banks will be more than glad to take it. But then if the banks can own land, believe me, this country, the United States, would have been owned by banks a couple of 100 years ago. Because people are so stupid. You know, like if you had an 18-year-old kid who just got a 1,000-acre farm, he's going to sell it for a fancy car. Well, Grandpa died. Yeah, fuck farms. I want to go have a fancy car, and he's going to sell it to the bank. When people have mortgages, they have the title that the bank could hold the title, and then they have a deed, and man holds the deed. You'll never see a deed written out to a bank. The deed is always written out to a flesh and blood man. There's always two documents there. You know, you always got the deed, and you always got a title. You know, the bank can have a title, whoop-de-doo. A title can be taken from you, a title is given to you. But, you know, the deed, you know, the land can't be taken from man. It can't be done.
Yeah, right. I actually work in real estate, so that makes a lot of sense.
Well, it's funny if you work in real estate, and I'm the first bloke that told you that. That's pretty amazing. But that's how it is.
We have a couple more people with their hand up. Do you want to take any more questions?
I got one more quick question. What about another country? Can another country like China buy Australian land, off the government or from,
No.
I guess it's off the government?
Absolutely not. That's why when Dean Clifford was saying burn your birth certificates, I was like, that's the only form of proof that you came from that land is your birth certificate. Like, I'm from the United States. I would hope that Canada would be stupid enough to sell me land because I'm not a Canadian. And like I said, when I say to people, it's like, look, you're, man and land is the same word. And if people don't believe me that you come from the land, it's like, well, when you fall down and die, you're going to go back into the land in about 20 minutes or 20 years.
Yeah, no, we get that.
Right.
We get that.
So, right. So like I said, what the Chinese asked me, right, I had a phone call a couple of years ago, and some Chinese guys wanted to put up a wind farm, and I was doing some wind farm training from the federal government, gave me some free money to go learn how to do wind farming. They gave it available to everybody, basically, in the United States who wanted to learn how to do a wind farm, who had a farm or ranch land and was doing wind turbines. So some Chinese guys actually asked me, how do we take the United States government to court because they let British companies come in on the West Coast in Seattle, like Puget Sound, and they let the Dutch come in and put up wind farms, but they won't let us come in and put up wind farms. I said, that's simple. I said, just sell your company to an American like me for $1. And then I'll get all the leases for you, and I'll get all the permits for you. And the name of the company will be, and the owner will be me. And I said, and then obviously, it's going to be a corporation, so you're going to be the majority shareholders, but the owner has to be an American. The owner has to be a man from the United States. He said, but they didn't make the English do it, and they didn't make the Dutch do it. I said, yeah, because the Dutch and English are white. I'm not going to let a Chinese money.
Right, so let me get this straight. I could actually go and walk on the land that the Chinese bought in Australia because they've bought a lot of land here.
You'd think they bought a lot of land there. You better find out who actually owns it.
Yes, so it would be like, a country.
You better
or
find out.
something.
You better find out. No, just because you see a lot of the Chinese buying it, you better find out, is it a corporation that leased the land, or you better find out if it's a man who actually owns it. See, because I could go down to Mexico. I can't buy land, but I could lease it for 99 years. But I can never own it.
And you're paying rent for 99 years.
It's basically paying rent, right? I could go down there and buy 1 million acres. Well, I can't buy it. I'm leasing 1 million acres, and I could say it's the Karl Lentz Ranch in Mexico, and everybody will believe I own the land, but the government people really know, since I'm not Mexican, all I'm technically doing is leasing it for 99 years, which basically means...
Okay, right. Yeah, no, it sunk in a little bit. Okay, so so even a Chinese man from China can't own Australian land, right?
I presume that I'd make a hell of a presumption that there is no effing way that the Australian government is going to let China buy Australian land. Lease it for 99 years, sure. Own it? Oh, hell no. I can't imagine if the Mexicans aren't that stupid, I can't imagine an Australian being that stupid.
So I have an alleged loan, and I had sent to the alleged creditors a debt validation letter. So I sent it out, and I put in there that if they transfer or sell the loan within the 30 days without them validating the loan, then they would have to pay X amount of dollars. So they transfer it 3 times, and now what they're doing is the last person is garnishing my check. So now I want to, and I had everything notarized, and I sent certified mail. So now I would like to go on the offense and file a complaint. But I'm trying to wonder what steps do I take to file a complaint? Where do I file a complaint? And then how do I go after their bonds?
Wow, this guy definitely has never listened to my show.
That's not going to happen in no 3 minutes. I'll tell you that much.
First of all, there's no such thing as nobody wants to hear a complaint. Nobody's going to care about a complaint. The first thing that you said is if you said some sort of letter, they transfer, sell, da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, well, if that's not written as a provision in the original contract, you can't modify what the original contract, what they wish to do with it, unless you stipulate it before you underwrote the document that you signed for that loan. Now, if you wrote in the loan
the very first day that you got the loan. It's like, oh, no. And I'm going to put all these clauses and conditions and all these, exemptions in there. I'm going to say, well, you can't transfer cells, without my direct consent. Now, if you sign the loan, you have to live with those terms and conditions of the loan. Now, if you come up with a great idea, you know what? I'm not going to let them sell it. I'm not going to let them do this. I'm not going to let them do that. And if they try to do that, I'm going to do this, this, and this to them. Well, the court's going to throw you out laughing at you because it's not part of the original conditions of the contract of the loan.
Even though I never had a loan with them at all?
I thought you said you had a loan.
It's an alleged loan because I never contracted with whoever sent me a letter saying they wanted to collect money from me.
It's a holder in due course. You never heard of the holder in due course?
No.
Okay, it's just very simple. I'll do it really quick. Say Popeye and Pluto and Wimpy. Okay, we'll do Popeye. Popeye's a real nice guy. Okay, he's getting tired of being dicked around by Wimpy, who says he'll gladly pay him Tuesday for a hamburger today. So he says, you know what? I don't want to go and break Wimpy's kneecaps, but you know what? Pluto will do it. Pluto will bust up Wimpy good. So you know what? Pluto says, hey, you know what? How many notes do you have there from Wimpy? How many IOU notes do you got? It's like, I got $1,000 worth of IOU notes. Pluto say, hey, I'll give you $20 for all of them. Popeye says, great. I'm just grateful to see Wimpy out of my face. You know what? Go collect $1,000 of notes any way you wish. And that's what Pluto's doing. He's going to go bust the guy up. He say, hey, you owe Popeye $1,000. You owe. I got $1,000 worth of notes on you. It's like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? I'm going to do the same thing I told Popeye. I gladly pay you Tuesday. Oh yeah? No, you what? You're going to give me $10,000. $10,000? Yeah, that's interest, pays, fines, and penalties and fees. So if Wimpy knew the law, Wimpy'd say, well, how much did you pay for that damn notes? So Pluto could only collect $20 because that's only Pluto's got put into it. So Pluto only got $20 vested into that interest and that notes. That's all he can collect. So that's the easiest way for you to do it. See, Angela, I didn't answer that question. You just find the debt collector. You find the person who's collecting, and you say, hey, I want to see how much that you paid for these damn notes, how much you paid for this loan. You got to tell me exactly how much you paid for this, how much that you got into it, because I only have to pay you what you got into it. I don't have to pay what, the notes read. I only have to pay what you have into it. And if you go to my website, broadmind.org, there's a funny video on there that explains the holder in due course rule. And then, like I said, it's whoever bought the paper, whoever bought the note, whoever bought the IOU, technically, legally, lawfully in law, he can only collect what he's got into it. No man can claim more than his due. So if you borrowed $10,000 from me, I can't claim $10,001. That'd be usury fee. That would be a profit on my fellow man, and I can't make a profit on my fellow man. I can't charge you a usury fee. I think it's even in the Constitution you can't do it. So I can only claim what's due. Now, most people don't know that's unlawful and illegal to you charge people fines, penalties, interest, and all that other stuff. That's unlawful. You can't do that. But most people don't realize it because we've lived with it our whole entire adult lives that, well, they're going to charge me a fine and interest rates and penalties, fees. No, they fucking can't. They can only claim what's due. They can't ask for one damn dime more. They can't do it.
And when you say you can only claim what's due and what they've got invested, so you're saying like a third-party debt collector pays, 50 cents on the dollar for a debt.
That's all he could get. That's all he could get. Not one dime more. He bought the note. He could claim what is due. That's the holder in due course rule. I mean, that's why I got that funny video up there. It's a banjo music. It's a guy in a rowboat. I mean, it's entertaining. It's a cartoon. And almost all my stuff that I'm doing, I'm trying to find people who could put it in cartoon forms like that because people love watching cartoons.
Now, even though I asked them to validate the debt and they didn't, in
they have to. They have to validate it. They have to validate it. Well, it depends on what you claim what validate means. It's not so much validated. To me, it's saying, okay, bottom line, how much did you pay for that debt note? How much did you pay for that? How much did you pay? You don't have to say validate it. How much did you pay? Show me the receipt. You must
right, so I requested that along with the QSIP numbers and everything else, and I didn't see anything.
Instead of using all that fancy, ridiculous QSIP, because QSIP is such a tiny part of the financial structure in this nation, it's minuscule. But people always go QSIP. QSIP is just a little tiny organization out of Texas. It's tiny. It's not as big as you people think it is. So get away from that silly nonsense. The big thing is just to say to these financial institutions or these third-party debt collectors, show me how much you paid
for this debt note. Show me how much you paid for this loan. Show me. Show me how much that you gave. 10 cents on the dollar, 90 cents on the dollar. Show me. And I will compensate you everything that you got coming to you. Not one dime more, not one dime less. I will give you everything that's owed. And then once you give him that 10 cents on a dollar, he has to relinquish that note to you. He has to use the IOUs. Just like Pluto, Wimpy, and Popeye. Once Wimpy gives Pluto that $20, Wimpy gets the right to take those $1,000 worth of bills, $1,000 bills, back in his possession. Pluto's got to turn them over. Even though they're worth $1,000, he only paid $20 for it. Wimpy gives him $20. Pluto's got to give him $1,000 bills back. Oh well, that's the law, and every damn judge knows it. You guys don't know it because you're too busy watching, whatever, and you're too busy studying Q-sips and ridiculous nonsense like that you don't have to be studying if you just knew the simple basic law of this land.
So if I requested how much it's supposed to be and they don't respond, then what?
They will respond. Well, obviously, they will never respond. Bob and Susie and Billy might, but unless you know somebody named Susie they or Bobby they will never respond. There's no such thing as a they. You got to get these silly pronouns out of you guys' minds until you live a simple lifestyle. And stop.
So I sent it to the chief financial officer of the company, and
okay, you're right. You go talk to Bob, who's the chief financial officer, the CFO. Okay, you talk to Bob, the CFO, and you can say, "Hey, Bob, I believe you're the CFO. How much did your company invest into this note, this loan, this debt that I owe to Bank of America? How much did you invest? How much do you have in it? How much did you pay for it? What do you got coming to you?" He might say that he bought the note flat outright, or he might say he's going to collect a portion. He didn't buy it, but that he's got he's a third party in the debt collector, but he's actually working as a contractor for the bank, and he's going to get 10% of whatever he collects. He could also go down that route with you. That could be an option. He could be a contractor.
So I already did that, and I gave the chief financial officer 30 days to respond, and I received nothing at all.
Okay, so you said you're right. You didn't write to Bob. You wrote to the CFO. You didn't say,
but
Bob.
I put their name in there.
Yeah, whoop-de-doo. You got to say, "Hey, Bob, I believe you're a man. I believe you're saying that another man, I owe you a debt. How much do I owe you, Bob?" Did you write him a note like that? One-syllable words? No, not you, man. No way in the world. You stuck to one-syllable words. No way. And like I said, when the judge in England said, somebody called me up from England, he says, "Holy shit, Carl, you're absolutely right." I said, "That's right, but right about what this time in particular?" He says, "Right there in the middle of trial." He says, "I started doing this common law spiel, and the judge told me, stop right there." The judge said, "If you want to play this common law, and I think this is what you want to do, I think you're trying to move on to common law." And he said, "Yeah, you better stick to one-syllable words. You start using these fancy, legal, mumbo-jumbo, 2, 3-syllable words, you're going to lose your court really quick. So let me give you advice," the judge said to this man. "Keep it to one-syllable words. What do I owe you, Bob?" That's how you have to write your letter. Yeah, none of this Q-sip, none of this crazy nonsense. What do I owe you, Bob? Okay? Once you start learning how to talk to each other man to man, holy crap, you're going to start laughing your ass off when you realize how simple this shit is. Man to man. Simple. Okay. You're making this way too effing complicated. See how other people are watching Dancing with the Stars? You're just getting way too damn complicated for your own good. You're wasting too many years of your life on stupid shit that you need to know.
Okay.
Yep, just keep it simple. Say, "Hey, Bob, how much do I owe you? I believe you're in charge of this company. I believe you're the Dr. Frankenstein behind the Frankenstein, and you're the creator of this little monster. This monster is stepping on my life, and I'd like to know what's it going to take to get your monster off my back. How much do I owe you, Bob?"
Okay.
Just talk to Bob man to man, and you'll see how amazing this works. But like I said, my uncle was the president of a bank, Banco de Ponce. Now he's the vice president of Visa. My mom was a Fed, tax auditor for years. I talk to them just like I'm talking to you. They're not monsters. They don't got two heads. They're not green. They're normal people. You talk to them man to man, you can't believe how easy the magic happens. You can't believe how well they talk back. But you start talking to them all fancy mumbo-jumbo bullshit, oh, you watch how legalese they'll go up on your ass. They'll lawyer up on you in a heartbeat. But talk to them man to man and see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty simple. Say, "Hey, your little monster's causing me harm. I'd like you to back that monster off. What's it going to take, Bob? Talk to me man to man. What's it going to take?"
And you'll say, holy shit, these guys, like I said, who did that? That basketball player from Chicago, Malik Dixon. He said he was writing to the Secretary of State for years. He said he never got an answer. I said, duh. The Secretary of State don't have hands, fingers, and toes. I said, how about we talk to Joe, the Secretary of State? He said, what? I said, let's write a letter. So I wrote a letter. Malik mailed it on Monday. He called me up. He says, holy shit, Carl. I got a letter back from him on Wednesday. I said, gee, wasn't that fucking amazing? I thought you said the Secretary of State never wrote you back. He said, that's right. He didn't. That's right. Because you were talking to the Secretary of State. How about talking to Bob next time? And how about we talk to Joe and see how fast Joe responds? He said, shit. Joe said, I got your letter Tuesday, and I'm responding back to you today. He's like, holy shit. He said, I got the letter back from him on Wednesday. I said, yeah, ain't that amazing? And you're in Chicago, and he's down in Springfield, Illinois. Ain't that amazing? You got a letter from all the way from Springfield back to you in Chicago. You mailed it on Monday. You got it on Wednesday. And he read the letter on my show. And everybody does that to me. Said, damn, we wrote to the minister in province, and we said, hey, Joe, how you doing? This is Bob. And they wrote a simple letter, 2-3 sentences, boom, done. Don't write any of these freaking novels. Don't make it one page. Nobody wants to read no one-page letter. I mean, when I get a birthday card, I just want a birthday card that says, happy birthday, good luck next year. I don't want a birthday card with 3 or 4 sentences, and I don't want a whole damn birthday card with a whole damn page of written crap. Just give me a damn birthday card that says, hi, happy birthday, happy 50th birthday. That's it. Don't make me read. Don't give me a birthday card with a whole damn page of crap on it. I don't want to read this shit. Nobody wants to read anymore. So make it simple. Hey, Bob, you got this little corporation, little creature, little, monster you running around here, man. Is it really stepping on my world, stepping on my life? What do I owe you, Bob, to back this monster off? But make it nice. Don't be an asshole. Just say, hey, what's it going to take, Bob?
So if I send another letter like that, you think that they will stop garnishing my check?
Well, like I said, you have to start with a simple letter saying, hey, Bob, are you the CFO of whatever? I'd like to hear from you soon. Hope you have a happy holiday seasons and, Merry Kwanzaa, whatever. And it's amazing. It's funny. Some guy in Canada did that last year. That's why I brought it up, because the guy, he put like snowflakes on there. I said, hey, man, that's a good touch. Why don't you put like some snowmen on there, maybe some like Santa Claus flying on a reindeer? He says, okay, lose the snowflakes. I said, no, I'm not being sarcastic. No, I'm serious. They will remember that letter for the rest of their freaking life. No. This is how you talk to them man to man. This is how you get to them on a man-to-man level. You look at them like the way you'd want to be looked at. You talk to them the way you want to treat your mom. Like I say to people, my mom worked for the IRS. If the stuff that you people are sending to these IRS agents, if you were talking like that to my mom about kicking your teeth, you're talking to somebody's mama like that. You better be nice. That might be somebody's mama named Karl Lentz's mom, but I'm going to find you and kick your teeth. You better be nice. You don't talk to my mama. Don't you threaten my mama. Just because she's an IRS agent, don't you? She's still a woman. So when I get people to understand, look, you're still talking to somebody's mama. You're still talking to somebody's brother. You don't talk like that. And when you start talking to these people like as a man, as a woman, you will not believe how they'll remember you and how they like, holy crap. And they'll pass the letter around and say, holy shit, look at this letter. What did you get? Oh, my God, that's too funny. What do we do? I don't know. I never got such a nice letter. Is he killing us with kindness, or is this guy for real? I don't know. So it just makes them like, what the fuck do we do with this? And that's the way I do it, man. It's just killing with kindness, man. Just killing with kindness. They don't know what to do. They know how to do with all that other crap that who's ever teaching you all this other crap. They know how to deal with that. They just lawyer up on you. But talking man to man, they don't have an effing clue. They're like, what do we do? I don't know. He seems like a nice guy. I don't know. Is he for real? Or is he just bullshitting us? Is this a trap? Is this what? And that's why they're doing it to them. Man, I just love it, because they have no idea where this is going. Especially when they start committing extortion and communicating threats by saying, if you don't do this by this time, I'm going to do this. Oh, good. Now I got you. I got proof of extortion. Oh, lovely. So I'm talking to IRS Agent Gambino. If I don't pay you this amount of money by this amount of time, you're going to do this to me. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Agent Gambino. No, my name is Susie Cupcake. Susan Cupcake Gambino. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But you just committed extortion, honey. You just threatened a man. You said, if I don't give you a certain amount of money by a certain amount of time, you're going to take my car and break my legs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I know what a Gambino is because my sister married one. So you're a Gambino.
Okay, let's wrap it up.
All right.
thanks, Karl. I appreciate your time and for coming on and sharing all your energy and.
Yeah, it really was just bail on. I was just going to say, look at my picture of the lady that I went to Washington D.C. for the other day, and we established her own court, which I guarantee, like I said, once you guys realize what I did, you guys won't, like holy crap, And
I want to see her.
It's like Rosa Parks sitting on a bus, like you actually got a black lady to get her own court established in this country. Yes, you understand what that means. No, not yet. That's right. No, not yet. It's like that black lady sat on a bus seat for the first time. I'm like, so what? Yeah, well, you guys don't see means if she falls. But she's part of worried that.
I want to find out. I want to know. I want to be updated on that case.
Yeah, but part of me is worried that she's just going to take the child and go. If they say, look, so she's got us, she's got us for the short ones.
You're fading out. Are you on the computer now?
No, not yet. But what I'm saying is I'm worried that the lady, they're just going to give her back a kid. And once they give her back a kid, she can't move the court anymore. The court's over. Because you can't claim any more that's due. And the other thing that's due is a kid. So once they give her back a kid, if they say, this lady's got us she's got us in check. She doesn't have us checkmate, but she's got us in check. And there's no way out. This lady's going to control this court. We're all going down. So part of me is thinking that they're just going to give her back a baby and say, look, we'll give you back your baby, but you got to do this, 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 this. You got to do this, 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 and this. And she's going to say, you're just afraid because I got my own court going. It's like, court, your own court? Oh, please, we're not worried about that. We just realized that, you know what? We had you we had you confused with another woman. No, you're a nice lady, but you know what? You still have to let us do home inspections, and you still got to do this, but and we'll give you back your kid immediately. And I guarantee she'll say, sorry, Carl, I just want my kid back. I don't want to do like you did for 6 years just to prove a point. I want my kid back now. So she gets a kid back. The court's over. Now she can make a claim for compensation for them taking her kid, but she's going to have to open up a separate court for that. Right now she's just making a claim for the property. Now she's going to make a claim for the damages. Well, that's a whole other claim she's got to file. And then they're going to see that one coming, and that one's going to be a lot harder for her to get through. So a part of me is thinking she's just going to get the kid, and everybody's going to be like, yay, Carl, you got another kid back. It's like, damn, no. The kids are a dime a dozen. Everybody gets a kid back. That's not the big trick. The big trick is to actually have a court, move a court, and control the court. That's the fun part. Get the governor in there. Get the man who's acting as attorney general in there. Get the man who's the commissioner in there. Get the man who's the sheriff. Show people that these public servants can be called into your court. And then I'm sure if they say, just give it back a kid. She's a nice black lady. She's a nice little black kid. You know what? Dime a dozen. Who cares? Just give it back a kid. We'll go get it on the next kid. We'll promise the foster care parents adoption of the next kid. Whoop-de-doo. And it's like, lady, I know if she takes the kid, this whole showing people how to move the court and how to get the man who's acting as sheriff, the man who's the governor, strip them of their titles and get them to stand into your court as a fellow man and hold them liable for what they've done to you and your child and your property all this time, that would be amazing to watch. And I'm sure they're going to realize, holy crap, just like they did with Jonathan and Jesse. When Jesse she was the last one to talk that day, she pointed and said, I was robbed by that woman, and I ought to either restore my property. And the judge said, don't you want why she robbed you? And she said, I don't care why, robbery is wrong. If you jumped over this bench and raped me, rape is wrong. Wrong is wrong. Do your job. Stole my property. And the Crown came out the next day when judge went in recess that for the rest of the afternoon. The next morning, the Crown said if they were scared, who wrote this? And then Jesse was like, well, she wrote it. And it's like, you know what this means? It's like, you got to give us back our property. No, that's not what it means. You got to give us back our children. That's not what it means. You realize what this piece of paper says? She's like, you just got to give us back our children. No. Well, the Crown prosecutor said, well, whoever wrote this, tell them we're scared shitless. Okay? And when do you want your kids back? Because what I wrote for that lady has nothing to do with getting her child back. Okay, yeah, great. You're going to get your kid back. But do you really know what you're holding in your hand? And Jessie didn't understand what she was holding in her hand. And this black lady, I guarantee she has no clue what she's holding in her hand. I know what she's holding, and eventually, like I said, the judge explained to the Crown prosecutor and the 20 witnesses, the 5 cops, the social workers, the guardian ad litems, the lawyers for the other kids. He explained
when he went into recess, you understand you're all accessories after the fact of a robbery. I have to report every single one of you people as accessories to the crime of robbery. And they removed all their affidavits from the case file, all the cops, everybody. They removed everything from the case file. It's that powerful what that lady's holding. Now, you guys are like, well, she got a kid back. Whoopie-doo, that's one kid out of millions. They're going to keep doing it because a million women are going to have to learn how to open up their own courts, which is going to be impossible for me to do. Just teach a million women how to open up their own damn court. But if one woman could show how it was done, the media is going to pick up on it. They're going to be like, what did you do? Did you just summons the governor? Did you just summons the sheriff? Did you just summons the attorney general? Did you just summons the commissioner? No, I summons the man who acts as a commissioner. I summons the governor who acts as a commissioner. I can't summons the governor. That's impossible. I can't summons the attorney general. That's impossible. But I summons the man. And the people on TV are going to be like, yeah, we've seen all these fancy people coming up to this courthouse. In your courthouse? No, not my courthouse. It's the district courthouse. It's my court. I'm the Molinera court. They all had to appear before me. What? Yeah, it's my court. They had to answer to me. Why? Who are you? I'm a woman. What does that make you? Pretty damn powerful, you know. I think the Constitution says we're like the sovereigns and you're our subjects and our servants. And yeah, I think you have to answer to us. We're like kings here, every one of us. Really? Yeah, and you're public servants. So, yeah, and I explained to them how the law of this land works. So, see, what she's holding is extremely powerful. I think she's just going to be happy to get a kid back when she doesn't realize what she can accomplish and how many people and how many, like, black kids she get let free if she just understood and really cared about other people other than herself, which I guarantee she doesn't. I guarantee she just cares about getting her own damn kid back. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm different than a lot of people because I could have gotten my kids back. I could have blinked my eyes and got my kids back. That's how simple it was to get my kids back. They just wanted to get my kids to hell back to me so I'd let the state of Alabama alone. I said, oh, no, this fight ain't over. I said the same thing to my kid the other day. I said, look, this fight isn't over. I said, I haven't hugged my kids yet. I haven't kissed my kids. I haven't bonded with my kids. I've been here since March. I said, kid, this fight ain't over. As far as I'm concerned, you're still in Alabama, and I'm still fighting. I said, I'm not giving up. I said, this ain't never going to happen again. I said, not while I could do something about it. I'm going to make sure this ain't going to happen again. I'm not going to get comfortable. I'm not going to play daddy. I'm not going to hug you. I'm not going to kiss you. I'm not getting involved with you guys. I said, I still got to fight. I said, once the fight's over, I'll come home. But until then, I'm still fighting, kid. I ain't giving up. I said, I got things to do still. I said, so my kids understand. Like I said, my brother said to me, hey, we woke up one Saturday morning, your kids were watching you on that big screen TV downstairs on YouTube. I said, yeah, they can watch me more on YouTube than they see me living right next door to them. So they said, they know what their dad's doing. So like I said, I hope this lady understands, you know, the power she has and what she can accomplish. But I think she's just going to be happy to get a kid back and go on with her life. I really do. And if they give her a little bit of pocket change, she's definitely going to bail. But
well, make sure you clue her in on what she's got. What
that's right. Because when somebody tosses you, somebody tosses you a bag of beans and say, here you go, here's $1 million and here's your kid. That's what they offered me. And my sister said, take the money. And I had to put the phone on mute, and I told my sister, would you shut the F up? I said, this ain't about the money. I said, they're going to keep doing this. I said, you don't understand. This is pocket change now. This state's worth $38 billion. I said, that's what they even have in the books. I said, stop. This is a drop in a bucket to them. This means nothing. And what about all those other kids they got that they're doing this to? I said, no. It don't end this easy. No, we're not just going to get paid off and walk away. I said, it ain't over that easy. I said, we got to make I got to make them understand that you got to stop doing this. This is just wrong. You guys know what you're doing, and this is just evil. This is just cruel. So it gave me a reason to do something else other than just, worry about watching Dancing with the Stars and watching the kids play soccer. So it gave me something else to do.
Well, good. I'm glad you're doing it. I'm sure a lot of other people are glad you're doing it also. You've taught us all a lot.
I got these 2 letters in my mailbox, and one of them was this notice of outstanding warrant, trial court, Massachusetts District Court Department, Commonwealth versus David Mabarty, and the case known as David M. Mabarty in all capital letters, license suspended, operating MV with subsequent offense. I mean, this is a notice of warrant, but this is not the warrant. You know.
Okay. So who issued the warrant?
There's an initials of a clerk magistrate on here, but just an MK, and there's nobody's name and no signature. So I don't know.
So, but it issued from, you've got the courthouse, and that's all you've got?
Yeah, it just says a notice of warrant, this courthouse. It says, you may be arrested at any time.
So what are you planning on doing about it?
Well, I mean, the ironic part about it is I was there in the court that day, and I actually put in a notice to, a handwritten notice.
Oh, okay. I remember.
Yeah.
So
and I wrote.
Yeah. So what happened is David went to court. He walked in. He said, and Mark Hollingsworth is on the call with us. He did the same thing a year ago. He walked into court. He told them, look, I'm here. I'm on time. Who's bringing a claim against me? And nobody came forward. So Mark walked out. In your case, the court security told you to sit down. Go ahead and tell that part of the story, and then what you did.
The man acting as judge, they call the name, right? And so what they had done was they apparently had assigned a public defender. And I've been focusing on getting my son and dealing with that situation all this time. So this has really been secondary.
The warrant issued because you went to court and you wanted to be heard on time. And the man acting as judge told you to sit down and wait your turn.
He told me to sit down or leave.
Okay.
And so I left. But before I had left, I had put in a notice that I required 60 days to obtain proper counsel. I hand wrote the notice. I had it stamped in, and so the clerk actually brought it. The woman acting as clerk filed it into the case and brought it up to the judge. I watched her do it, and then when they called the name, I said, I'm here for that matter. They said, sit down until your lawyer shows up. And my notice was putting in to obtain proper counsel. So I had said, hey, the guy cut me off before I finished saying anything. He cut me off. He said, sit down or leave the court. So, I was actually, I was really feeling kind of crappy. So I said, you know what, I'm going to leave. So I left. And then, a week later, I got this in the mail saying that, and it says basically the court has issued a warrant for your arrest. Okay, so now the building has actually issued a warrant for my arrest. All right, and you are subject to arrest at any time. And here's how we're going to tell you how to come in.
What makes you think the court is a building?
Well, court is a verb. Actually, it can be a verb, so it could be, it is a noun. There's a court building. There is a court building.
Well, the party bringing the suit, it's their court. So whether it's a person or a man, it's that person's suit, that makes the court. The building is the courthouse.
Has this guy let him know who he is?
He's put notices in.
Yeah, who you are, that you're a man?
Yes,
is there a notice in there?
I put in the notice of idiot, the notice of common law, notice of grand jury court of record, notice of, and with the exhibits too that I had kind of gathered.
Okay, well, then after getting this piece of paper in the mail, I guess reiterate that you're a man and that they're in error, that they're still sending it to somebody that they think is a legal person, I guess.
I could write them a letter saying, are you looking for the man or the legal person or the legal name, and to send me a copy of the warrant.
How about putting a notice into the court saying, I, man, declare I was before court on said date, on whatever that date was, and that you have issued this warrant in error. You've made an inadvertent error by issuing a warrant for I, a man, when I was actually there. As a matter of fact, you told me to sit down or leave. And so I thought that was an option, and I left.
Yeah, I think that's, I think that's a good idea.
The warrant is issued because you failed to appear. You didn't say that, and I don't have it in front of me, but that's typically why they issue the warrant, because you failed to appear. So you write them a notice and let them know. I was there. I was before the court, and the man acting, the man Henry, who was acting as judge, told me I could sit down or I could leave. So I chose option 2, and I walked out. That's it. I came before the court, and he gave me 2 options. I chose one, and that's it.
Gus, did you appear when you went for your case, did you appear?
I don't appear. I just show up.
You only appeared as a man, right?
I don't use the word appear. I just say I, okay, in the image of God, am before the court.
There you go.
So, I, man, was before the court on that day and did speak with the man, Henry, who was acting as judge in that courthouse. And Henry did say that I had two options, to sit or to leave. So I chose
I got an
to leave.
idea. It just popped into my head. Why don't you go down to this guy that's speaking, go down to the courthouse tomorrow at 9 o'clock, show up and appear. And, hey, I'm here. Is there any man who, who's the man who claims I've done wrong?
If you show up and they've got a warrant out for your arrest, they're going to arrest you.
Yeah, I thought that's what they might do.
Put the notice in there and tell them that, let them know that you require the warrant to vacate. That's it.
Okay. And because, that makes sense. I mean, it's the truth. That's exactly what happened. I mean, I was there. The guy did say sit down or leave.
Tell it like it happened.
Yeah. Also, with regard to the public offender, it's more like
yeah.
Right?
It's a separate issue. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, they did this now to me twice. I put in the notice that I require no representation and no title, and they assigned a public defender, saying that saying that the defendant was indigent. Because I pulled the case file, and in the case file it said a public defender such and such was assigned to the case because defendant was indigent. I don't even know what that means. Indigent.
Well, indigent means without money, without cash in their world.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm not indigent. Number one. Okay. I mean, I'm getting.
Don't address their stuff. Okay. They issued a public defender for you, right? You let them know that you're a man and you're incompetent in legalese, and that you require no assistance. Go ahead, keep talking. I just lost my train of thought.
No, I was just saying. This was interesting because when I was in bondage and brought before the guy, well, I kind of walked up there, and I was really out of it. The only thing I had in my head was the 2 or 3 days I had spent, watching the stuff that you did on the YouTube there, and going through. I am a man, an idiot before court, and I require no title and representation. I evoke common law, and
you require what?
No title and no representation.
All right, so you rephrase that to say, I, man, am before court without title and without representation, an idiot to legalese and to the customs of a legal society, and I am before the said court to settle any controversy with my fellow man.
Right.
I require the man to come forward who says I do wrong, that I may settle all claims and move on with my life. That's it.
That was fundamentally the
just repeat that. Yeah.
That was fundamentally the gist of what I did say, and before it came up to repeat again, and this was at they had an arraignment, and this place is like a meat grinding machine. I mean, this particular place.
It's funny. You could kind of also say that if this pertains to a legal matter at this time, I will not be able to aid and assist this court in any manner. You could add that in there.
If it pertains to a legal matter, I would not be able to what?
If this is illegal, if this court setting pertains to a legal matter, unfortunately at this time I will not be able to aid and assist this court in any manner. I would not be able to address this court in a proper manner. It's just that simple, that kind of stuff.
I see. When I said that, when I'm an idiot before this court, basically what we just said. When I said that, that's when at that particular time they assigned the public defender to the case. So in other words, instead of interpreting what I said is that I'm it's outside the jurisdiction of man and it applies to defendants and persons, right? He interpreted it as that you
can't read his mind. You don't know what he interpreted. All you see is a piece of paper before you, and it's got some words on it. Put a notice into the court that you are a man and that you know of no law that requires you to acquire representation or to be competent in legalese, and that you're just there to settle whatever the controversy is. That's it. If there is a law that requires a man to be competent in legalese, in the customs of a legal society, then you're required to know what that law is.
So if any man wishes to act on my behalf, he's going to be liable for those actions.
You tell the public defender standing right next to you, say, "Oh, good. So you're a man who's going to act on my behalf, and you're going to accept all liabilities for whatever happens, good or bad, right?
You're going to accept full liability for everything that happens from this point forward. Is that correct? If you wish to act on my behalf, you wish to act for me, good. Then whatever accolades or criticism that occurs due to your faulty acting or your wonderful acting, you're going to bear full liability, right? You're going to bear it fully, right? Good or bad, you're going to bear all liability, correct?
So any man or woman who wishes to act on my behalf will bear full liability.
Oh, yeah.
That makes sense because I didn't ask for anybody to act on my behalf, and I don't want anybody to act on my behalf.
Of course it makes sense. It makes sense.
Carl, that's one of the first notices you had me put in when I first started doing this stuff, before I went into court.
Do you think I should notice the public defender directly then? Because I got a letter in the mail from her as well.
When you give a notice, you're giving a notice to mankind. So if you just want to make sure they get a copy of it. That's all.
I see. Yeah.
What you can do is you can send them a letter.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, because I got a letter from her, which I just got. I actually haven't even opened it.
Did you get it from her or like the pine cone?
Yeah, he got it. He got it from Foley defender. So send her a letter back.
Yeah, I don't even know what it says. It's interesting, because I just got it. Let's see what she.
So right after that, put a cover letter together. Send it to her.
Yeah, as you know, this office has been appointed to represent you in the above referred matter at such and such court.
So you're represented by an office.
I'm represented by an office. Is that possible?
Wonderful.
Sure it can. Only God knows the limitations of what can and cannot happen. So it might sound ludicrous, but it could happen.
Well, it probably happens all the time.
Well, God only knows.
So, yeah, so I'm going to put in a couple of notices, and, my guess is they probably won't respond.
A non-response is a response.
Yeah, I guess it is.
It's like free will, okay? You got the will to choose to do one thing or another, and if you decide not to choose, you've still made a choice.
Uh-huh. So it's like saying...
And 100% of what get you in trouble in your life is because you failed to do something. Because you failed to do something is why you're in trouble, not because what you did is what you failed to do.
I said to my mom, "Come down here and talk to these guys who are in my in your backyard, like by my house." He said, as soon as they drove Frank away. I said, "Here, there's a man, there's a detective right here." He said, "Well, was a detective." I said, "Yeah, was a detective." Was a detective. I said, "Sure, like your badge, like gold star. There you go. He's a detective." I said, "Hey, tell my mom, are you guys allowed to lie?" He says, "Oh yeah, we lie all the time." He says, "We could lie to pedophiles all the time. We could lie to people who are drunk. We could lie to people who drive a car. We could lie all the time. And then we could lie in a witness stand. And we could lie, and a judge could lie, and a prosecutor could lie. Everybody could lie." I said to him, tell my mom why. Because we're not lying to a man. We're lying to a drunk, or we're lying to a pedophile, or we're lying to a pine cone. We're not lying to a man. We can't lie to a man. But we can lie to a drunk. We could lie to a pedophile. We could lie to a defendant. We could lie. Because we're not lying to a man. We're not causing harm to a man. And I said, "See how this works, Mom? See the magic? See the beauty in their game? They didn't lie to Frank, the man. It wasn't man on man. A policeman told a story to a potential pedophile, but that's not a man. He told a pedophile whatever he wanted to say, because a pedophile isn't a man." I said, "The beauty of this is," and my mom still didn't get it. She was like, "You fuckers don't get the joke, do you? You really don't get it. You can't be this stupid." I said, "I can't believe you're my mom." And the guy was funny. He whipped out this notebook. He's like, "Look, I hand wrote transcripts, thousands of pages of everything your son said. This guy's fucking amazing. Like, he's figuring this damn piece of the puzzle out that nobody can understand." I said, What piece of the puzzle?" I said, "Simple. A policeman could lie." And when the policeman told my mom later on, after she met this detective friend of mine, she went up and talked to him, says, "Is it true? Like, my son has a friend down here who's a detective, and the detective just said that we lie like fucking crazy. And there's nothing you people could do about it? Is he telling the truth? Mike said, yeah, we're protecting the state and federal law. That's right, because a policeman can lie to somebody who's not paying their taxes, a taxpayer or a citizen or a resident or a pedophile or a drunk or a driver. They can lie all the time. Or a drug dealer. They can lie. Because they're not talking to a fucking man. They're not causing harm to man. It's an actor. It's a character in a play. It's not real. You people think that you're a defendant means that you're flesh and blood? Oh, you people can't be that fucking stupid. And that's what pisses me off when I talk to you people all the time. And I got to, like, bang your heads through the wall. I said, are you people still using stupid words? Like plaintiff, defendant, cop, judge. Are you people still using these stupid words when you talk to me? And that's why I just disappear for, like, years. And I say, you know what? Am I the only one who sees this? They could do whatever they want. Why? Because they're a they. They could do whatever they want to a drunk driver. Why? Because it's not a man. A dog could be a drunk driver. A monkey could be a chimpanzee being a drunk driver. That doesn't make you a man. So it's a drunk driver. So it could be a monkey driving a fucking, a clown mobile. I don't care. Drunk driver. What was it, a monkey? And he went and talked to Michael Rome. And then he came back about an hour or two later. And I said, well, how did it go? And he said, it went okay, but they want me to come back again. He's like, why? He said, they want to ask me some more questions. More questions about what? He said, the same stuff. I said, oh, really? And I said to my little brother, Frankie, who went with him both times, I said, Frankie, what are they telling you, Dad? He's like, oh, they're telling my dad that if he just says, they say, if you just tell us the truth and you say you did it, we'll give you counseling. You won't go to jail. You're not going to go to prison. You're not going to go to court, and your name's not going to be all over the paper. So if you just tell us the truth, that you did it, we will work with you. But if you lie and you say you didn't do it, well, then we can't work with you. And then we're going to have to arrest you immediately. You're going to sit in jail for 5 months before you get any kind of hearing. And we're going to put you in the paper, and you're going to be destroyed. So I said to Frank, well, what do you want to do? He said, Paul, I swear I didn't do it. I said, well, then, you know what? Put it in writing. Take a pen with you. Put it in writing. Take a recorder with you and get him threatening you, because that's extortion. Anytime a man says to you, if you don't do this, I'll break your legs. If you don't work with me, I'll throw you in a box. If you don't work with me, I'll bring you to court. If you don't work with me, I said, it's actually in the Virginia Code. If somebody threatens to take you to court, it's extortion. I said, just put it in writing. Bring a paper down, say, slow down, sir, I can't keep up with you. So what are you doing? I'm just writing down everything you're saying. I want to make sure everything you're saying, I'm getting it down correctly, because after I'm done saying it, after you're done saying it, I'm going to ask you to sign it. Say, Michael Rohn said this from 12 o'clock until 12:15. Is this what you said, Mike? Yeah, now just sign it. And I said to Frank, I said, if you get any hesitation, it's like, I'm not going to sign that. He says, I'm not going to sign it, but this is exactly what you said, Mike. Why are you afraid to sign exactly what you said? And I paraphrased, Mike. That's why I said, go slow, Mike. And now this is your exact words. Now sign it, Mike. And that's what I told him to do. So obviously Frank is, if he believes he's not guilty. So he's like, this is just a total effing waste of time. I got so much to do around the house. I got to do the chickens, the ponies. He says, it's getting near, winter time. I got to close everything up before, the first, hard freeze. I said, Frank, I'm in the same mode. I'm doing everything I can. I said, I'm, putting hay under the trailer, and I'm trying to insulate everything and close everything out as we talk. I said, Frank, I got a lot to do too. But if I was you, this is exactly what I do, and I bring some sort of recording device. And policeman is an actor. Okay, he's a character. He's an actor. He's a character. He's an actor. He's not acting as a man. He's acting like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He's an actor. There's not really dead bodies somewhere in Texas at the end of Elm Street. He's acting. Don't bother calling up the police and say, at the end of the movie, I found out the name of the murderer. It's John England, and go get him. And I believe he's at the end of Elm Street in somewhere in Texas. They'll say you're out of your mind. It's an actor. You're out of your minds. A policeman could lie to a drunk. A policeman could lie to a pedophile. A policeman could lie to a crook. A policeman could lie to a rapist.
A man can't lie to a man. Can't be done. It's that simple. He said, well, the policeman lied. And he told me this. He told who or he told what? That policeman was acting, and he believed that he was talking to a licensed driver. Or he believed he was talking to a unlicensed driver. Or he believed he was talking to a drug dealer. Or he believed he was talking to a pedophile. Or he believed he was talking to a bank robber. He did not believe he was talking to a man because he was not in the capacity of a man. Day one, when they get taught at the police academy, you have no control over your fellow man. You have no right or authority over another man's property. Now, let's talk about licensed drivers. Now, let's talk about crooks. Now, let's talk about drug dealers. Now, let's talk about things. Let's talk about a thing. A pedophile is a thing. It's a what? Let's talk about a crook. Let's talk about a thief. Oh, thieves are people. Oh, really? My dog's a hell of a thief. Oh, I turned around for 2 seconds. She was stealing my shoes. This one's stealing my socks. She's a hell of a thief. Well, you know what we mean, Carl. Oh, you're not talking to a DHR agent. You're not talking to a judge. You're talking to a thing. You're talking to a freaking pine cone or a twig. It's not a man. It's an actor. It's like you're talking to the movie screen.
I heard him say something about criminal charges, and I keep trying to tell people, it's like these aren't like real charges, and this isn't like a real court, and people don't need evidence, and they don't need, it's make believe, this is ultra make believe. It's family court, so, well, he said, she said, and this is why people get divorced in family court or domestic courts. It's because the rule of court for thousands of years is once a liar, always a liar. But in domestic court, if you get caught lying, nobody really cares because it's really good fun. Like, oh boy, let's get some gossip and juicy stuff. And well, if it's not true, oh well, at least we'll keep going. Okay, well, so she lied. That's fine. We'll keep going. It's like, no, she lied, so that means all her testimony that came before this gets thrown out. The testimony she's given now gets thrown out, and we're to ignore her from here on in. No, we're going to let her keep talking. But bullshit. That's not the rules of court. Everybody knows the rules of court. Once a lie, always a lie. Throw her out. And see, that's what I'm saying. It's funny. People tell me when they went to divorce court, the woman just lied like crazy, and I brought the evidence in that she was lying, and she's like, okay, fine. And right there, the judge said, well, everything that you had to say gets thrown out. Everything you're saying right now gets thrown out, and everything in the future gets thrown out. But they don't do that. They say, ma'am, it's not nice to lie. You shouldn't lie. Like, well, so I lied. What are you going to do? It's a big deal. Everybody lies. And see, domestic court is just like that. It's like dealing with a family. It's like the judge is your daddy or the judge is your mama. And they say, and like you lie. And daddy says, well, you know what, honey, it's not nice to lie. And like, okay, daddy, I won't lie again. And daddy says, okay, well, then continue with your story. You're like, what? Throw her the fuck out. It's like, no, she's my daughter, and I can't throw her. I have to forgive and forget, and, we all make mistakes. And they're like, oh, bullshit. She fucking lied. Throw all the testimony out. But she lied, man. Throw her in jail. No, we don't do that. We threw everybody in jail who maybe didn't get the story exactly right. Nobody would come forth and say anything because they get in trouble if they got one word wrong. Well, one word wrong is a man's life. Well, that's okay. We need people to come forward, and we need them to come and if it isn't exactly true, well, that's okay. We still need to know what she believes is going on. So if she's not telling the truth, we could find out why she's not telling the truth, and we could get her help. It's like, fuck her help. Fuck if she's not telling the truth. If she's a lying sack of shit, she's a lying sack of shit, and throw her ass in jail. No, we're not going to throw her in jail. Well, don't grant her anything in the divorce. Throw her out in the street penniless. No, just because she lied, We don't do that. That's just cruel. There's a reason why she lies. She must be afraid of you. It's like, oh, this is just asinine. But that's family court. Who's ever said
there's no consequences if you lie.
Right, there's no consequences. Absolutely none. Because everything stays in family court. Like nothing that the media can't hear about it. Newspapers can't hear about it. Nobody's allowed to hear about it. So it all stays in family court. And you start to say, I want the transcript of this, so I show everybody about all the lying. I look at the transcript I got. The transcript I got should have been 100 pages long. It was like 50 pages long. And every time I said the word contract, the judge said contract, the
state said contract or anybody said contract, my attorney said contract, it just had squiggly lines through it. And like nobody could read it. And I said to the court reporter, I said, what's with the ... I said, everybody said the word contract. Why didn't you write the word contract? She said, I didn't understand what you were saying because you're New York accent. I said, well, right here when Tom says it, it's ... When the judge says it, it's ... When the prosecutor says it, ... You don't understand anybody's accent when the word contract appears? Because that's all I kept asking. Where's the contract? The judge said, Tom, have you seen the ... Tom said, no, I've never seen a ... In the states, just to say, why haven't you provided them with a ... And we thought we did provide them with a ... But total horseshit.
But again, it all goes back to not having any consequences. These people can do whatever they want, truthfully or not, and there's no consequences.
Right. So like I said to people, how could you finally hold these people liable? Because everybody just screams and cries and says, what are we going to do about it? And I said, okay, let me figure it out. And I'll go figure it out. And it took me years to figure it out. I said, now I know what to do. Hold them liable for causing harm to a man. They could lie to a Danny. They could lie to a plaintiff. They could lie to a defendant. They could lie to, but they can't lie to a man. This man could lie to a drunk driver, but a man can't lie to a man. That's deceptive, and that would cause a man harm. So a man can't lie to his fellow man. But a police officer is not a man. A prosecutor is not a man. A defendant is not a man. A defendant could be a bumblebee defending its honey. A plaintiff is somebody's complaining. Anything can complain. A monkey can complain that he's not, getting peanuts. A prosecutor, that's just something that pursues, something that hunts. My dog is a hell of a prosecutor. It doesn't mean that it has to be a man. But when you say it's a man, it only can mean one thing. It can't mean a monkey. It can't mean a cat. It means man. And that's it. It only means one thing. So man can't lie to man. But a policeman, like I said, can lie to, just like what the detective said. He came, put his arms on his shoulders. Defendants can lie. Detectives can lie to pedophiles. But a man can't lie to a man. So as a detective, I could lie to a pedophile all day long. And I get on the witness stand, I could lie about that pedophile. And I could lie, judge could lie to the pedophile. And social services could lie to the pedophile. Everybody could lie to the pedophile. And this is what I was saying earlier in the show, because they're allowed to lie because they're just actors. And like I said, it's like watching a horror movie, watching Nightmare on Elm Street, and you're saying that there's a guy named Freddy Krueger, but his real name is John England, and he lives at the end of 1313 Elm Street, and he's got a whole bunch of people in his basement that he chopped with a chainsaw. So you call up Waco, Texas, and it says, hey, this is where all your bodies could find all these bodies. And the cop will say, you're crazy. That's just a movie, lady. And he's just an actor. He didn't harm any man. But I just witnessed him killing 27 people. Ma'am, it's a movie. They're actors. And a detective is an actor. And a police officer is acting as a police officer. And a judge is acting as a judge. And he's a man who's acting. He's a man who's acting. He's a man who's acting. They're all actors. This isn't real. And that's what people don't seem to understand. But, Cole, it seems so real. Yes, it does. I know, honey. I know, honey bunch. It's a dream, right? It seems so real. But I could have sworn I was a policeman talking to me. He's an actor, honey. He's an actor. But I could have sworn he told me, honey, he's allowed to lie and he's protected under state and federal law. He could lie his ass off. Why? Because you didn't ask him, are we talking man to man? We talking, are you an officer? And am I some sort of suspect? Am I an officer and I'm a defendant? Are you an officer and I'm a drunk driver? Am you an officer and I'm a speeder? Yes. Well, let's play the game. Or say, I don't want to play this fucking game. You know what? I always lose. And I said, someday I'll be the officer and I'll win. But you know what? I know what? I just want to play this. I want to play it man to man. Let's do this. You ever claim I've done something wrong? And Sergeant Smith. Okay, the man known as Smith. No, that's what I am. I'm Sergeant Smith. No, you're not. And no, you're not Sergeant Smith. You're a man. Oh no, I'm Sergeant Smith. No, you am a man who might be acting as Sam the cop. Trust me, you are a man. You am. You're not a police officer. You're not a sergeant. You're not a trooper. You are a man. Trust me on this, sir. You are a man. Trust me. You look like a man. You are a man. You might be in a uniform. You might be cloaked in a colorful uniform. But trust me, sir. You are definitely a fucking man. You know, so people don't understand. You have to strip them of their title. And you have to look at a man to man. Because as actors, it's a lie. Because guess what? Fucking acting. Holy shit, is that easy? Yes, it's that easy. Because I said with Bali and his dad, I said, you really believe that? I said it right in front of the judge. Everybody else was out of the courtroom but the prosecutor, the crown prosecutor, and the judge. The jury left. And Bali's dad was crying. We're going to lose the farm. And get to sell the farm. I'll go to jail in 2 days. And Bali looked like he swallowed a golf ball. And I didn't help him at this trial. And the judge just kept looking at me during the trial. I just kept smiling, laughing at the judge. Like, get him. I don't give a fuck. All these motherfuckers. The judge knew what I knew. This isn't. So it's so funny when Bali and his dad, I said, oh, look, tell your dad to calm the fuck down. You know, it's going to be all right. He doesn't owe anybody anything. And Bali's like, but the judge just said, what? Just what? He said, the judge just said, what judge? He said, right there, that's not a judge. And the judge looks at me and shrugged his shoulders. I said, yeah, you think you're a judge. And the judge shrugged his shoulders. He said, well, we just had trial here. What trial? What's going on? What? Well, the crown, that's not the crown. What are you fucking thinking? I said, look, I'll explain it to you guys, but no judge told you to pay anything, sir. No judge. Sir, like, I'll get your dad. Let's go home. Let's get something to eat. Get me on a plane tomorrow, and sometime next week I'll explain it to you. Just go down to the court clerk's office. So when we went down to the court clerk's office, I said, hey, this is a simple question. Who do I pay? And they said, you pay the crown. I said, say what? And then the next day he came back and said, we can't find a case file, sir. No, what day did you have trial again? No, nothing was held that day. What? No, the judge, there was nobody in that room. That room was empty that day. Oh, no, man, it was a jury trial. We were there, and, sir, there's nothing else I can help you with. Can you please leave the building? And he left. He said, Carl, there's no even record of us. Paul, you thought we were really there. You really thought that was a judge. You really thought there was a jury there. Is that what you believed? This is acting. Really? Dude, how much money did your dad have to pay? Well, the judge says if he comes with 17,000, like 10,000 pounds, $17,000, that fuss. It was 170,000 pounds. It was like $300,000. He said, well, you give me like, I think it was 17,000 pounds, like $30,000, something like that. You come over that in 10 days and that'll be fine. And you guys were shitting bricks. Oh, there's nothing there. Nobody said anything to you. Are you out of your fucking mind? Or do you really think you heard a judge say something to you? You be fucking me, right? You really think they could fucking tell a man what? Well, yeah. Well, I guess you found out otherwise. Maybe someday it'll clue. Maybe it'll click in your fucking brain. Maybe. But you don't understand. Clowns like you need a judge. Clowns like you need Santa Claus. Clowns like you need the tooth fairy to brush your teeth. Clowns like you need Santa Claus to be naughty and nice. Yeah. You need fucking Santa Claus, buddy. Because you're out of control. You have no idea what the fuck's going on. Thank God we have judges. Thank God we have policemen with blue lights. Thank God we got court clerks who give you shit. Thank God. Because you don't realize you're talking to a bunch of actors. And they're all fucking laughing at you. Just like Mom worked at the IRS. She told me back in 87. All these morons had to do is fucking flip the page around and say, ma'am, no, and say it's true. So, I don't know what the fuck's true. None of this is true. Who the fuck knows? Only God knows. These people ain't going to let you get away with just telling them, well, I'm giving you notice. This car is mine, this dog is mine, this house is mine, this girl is mine. This is all mine. If you trespass upon it, I'm going to lay claim. I'm going to seek compensation. Well, they're going to send their dogs after you and see if they can scare you and rough you up a little bit. They're going to say, well, we're going to send a county tax assessor after you. We're going to send a county health inspector, or we're going to send a county zoning commissioner, or we're going to send somebody to come after you people, to scare you. Like I said, they sent what they did, they sent a zoning guy down here. And the zoning guy is sending all kinds of paperwork saying, you have vehicles on the property The property is on Augusta County. It's on the road. And I'm like, I keep writing letters to him. Thank you for telling me my property's on the road. I keep walking up to the road, and I don't see any property on the road. So the guy thinks I'm just being an asshole, because either he doesn't know, or he does know, and he's just trying to convince me. He says, well, according to our zoning records and our zoning codes, your property is on the road of Augusta County Road. Like, okay, so it's on Augusta County Road. Thank you. I walked up to the road, and I don't see my property on the road, but what I do see is property off the road, a side of the road, on land that's held by a man in private. I do not see property on this road. Because he keeps saying the property on the road. I said, what property on the road? He gives the house number, and he says it's on the road. He's like, say 101 Maple Street. I see the property on 101 Maple Street. You know, we at the Zoning Commission have looked at the zoning charts, and the property on 101 Maple Street, you know, on the road of 101 on Maple Street, there's no property on the road. What are you talking about? You know, it's alongside of the road. It's off the road. It's a side of the road. It runs congruent to the road, but it's parallel to the road. What are you talking about? It's not on the road. Your jurisdiction lies on the road. If there was property on the road, well, thank you for telling me. I don't want my property getting ran over. I don't want anybody to, you know, get hurt because I left property on the road. There's no property on that road. You know, so just must be driving them nuts. So I wrote a hell of a letter again, and I brought it down there. It was like the third, and hopefully it was like the final letter to write to this clown. And me and Mom personally went down, and he wasn't there. Oh, his name was Timmy. What a name for a man, Timmy. You know, when you're full grown, you call Timothy or Tim. Timmy? Oh, Jesus F. So we asked this Timmy in, county like zoning lady, a permit lady. He's like, no, Timmy's not in today. I said, well, tell Timmy I have a lovely letter I'd like to present to him. And I don't remember what that gem of a letter was, man. I hope I took a picture of it. I don't know. Maybe we should go down to Timmy and see if Timmy has got a copy of it. But I'm telling you, man, it was brutal because all the shit started, you know, just started sitting the fan. And I was like, I said, oh, Mom, while I'm here, let me write Timmy a letter real quick. So, but I haven't heard back from Timmy. Oh, that's what I told Timmy. I basically told him the same thing I told everybody else. I said, dear Timmy, greetings. I believe that you have issues with a property on the road. So if you wish to take my property that you keep believing is on the road, take whatever property you wish. But for each piece of property you take and carry off with, I'll require compensation of whatever until that property is restored. So do as you wish to do with my property, Timmy. Like, have a blessed day. Kind regards, and then my name. Hey, take my name, take my property, take all you want. I don't give a damn. You want to take all my cars? Take them. You want to take all my trucks? Take them. The optimum word here is mine, Timmy. And what you take is mine, Timmy. You're stealing. So go ahead and take whatever is mine. But you know what? Fine if you steal it, because I'm just going to require compensation. So, see, Timmy, it's not stealing. Go ahead and take it. Or steal it and take it and carry it off. Either way, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to charge you to be compensated for you taking and carrying off my property, because no man could touch another man's property without his consent. Just that simple. So I've heard shit from Timmy. And they must just effing love me down here. They messed with the wrong guy, man. Just leave me be. That's all I want to do. I just want to be let alone. I just want to have my little shop, grow a little garden, take care of my dogs, you know, and just be let alone. I don't want this shit. So these clowns just keep popping in my life. So it's like one of these stupid games where the groundhog pops up and you got to keep whacking him in the head. You know, like, get back down there so I can just get, you know, through here. I don't need no damn holes in my ground. Just, you know, just stop it. Or don't. And I'm going to seek compensation. I don't care. You know, I don't care anymore because I know how to present a bill. I know how to create the bill. I know how to give them the statement of the bill. I know how to execute the bill. I know how to get a judgment on the default of the bill. I know how to move on the bill. No big deal. So go ahead. You know, we'll make money this way. Make money working on cars. We'll make money working on a farm. We'll make money this way. I don't care. So I'll show these folks, you know, if this is what you want to do, you got nothing better to do. You want to mess with me? Why can't you just go mess with somebody who doesn't know the game? Just go down the road and mess with somebody who has no clue what's going on. Or you want to mess with me? Okay, I give you fair warning. I wouldn't do it if I was you. So anyway, again, they take Colette. Colette's thriving. She's happy. She's healthy. She's got ponies. She walks. No bruises, cut, no bones broken. She's a virgin. What's the problem? Nothing. Well, they say, well, we're afraid Daddy's going to talk to her. Really? How many times Daddy talked to her in, how old is she? 13 years. Ask how many times has she talked to her dad in 13 years? How many hours has she talked to him in total? Oh, it's well under 24. If it's more than 3 or 4 hours, I would be fucking amazed. I do 3 or 4 hours of call on a stupid single phone call with you people. And I guarantee you, I haven't talked to her more than 3 or 4 hours on her whole entire life. I guarantee it. There's no fucking way. Run like hell. Until you get to the county and state the locality. Notice. So go ahead. I'm going to do whatever I wish for my fucking anything I want. Under my domestic authority and doctrine, I can do whatever the fuck I want. And just like Hillary Clinton said about the King Hussein, he's like, look, there's a line in the sand right there. He could be muting his children. He could be putting a ball-peen hammer upside their head. He could be gassing his women and children. He can do whatever the hell he wants. We can't cross that line. It's like this imaginary line. It's called the domestic authority doctrine. We only have jurisdiction and jurisdiction control up to this point. Then we can't cross it. We can't. Then we have to act like a man, and then we have to bear full liability. Well, if Hillary Clinton really gave a damn about women and children, she'd do like a Ross Perot. And she'd say, you know what? I don't give a shit if I'm the Secretary of State. You know what? I'm jumping in there. I'm going over that damn border. And I'm going to pull out the hammer out of that damn man's head. And I'm going to hit him in the head. I'm going to take this kid and I'm going to run over the border. Fuck him. Sue me if he wants to. I'll bear full liability. Fuck him. But they don't want to be decloaked. They don't want to come out under the color of law. They don't want to come and perform man to man. And realize, holy shit, we're going to have to bear full liability for our actions. Hillary Clinton could have said, look, the Secretary of State cannot do it. I'm going over. Who's with me? And that's what she should have. It's fucking hell damned. I'll be my judge, and I'll determine whether or not I should go save another woman and child. And I'm in. I'm all in. I'm going in. Who's with me? And then you go save women and children. Or candy ass say, well, oh no, man, I can't cross the border. Oh, man, I can't do that. Why not? Well, then, I can be held liable. What? Well, I can be held liable. I can't cross the border. You got to be shitting me. Go get that bastard. No, honestly, I could get in real big trouble for that. So it's just better to watch women and children get killed. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a lot better. What a bunch of candy asses. Now, my women and children being killed here on this land? No. But see, nobody told them, do not enter this land. You are guests here, and as a guest, you must leave. You must leave forthwith. I require you to get out of my domestic affairs. I no longer want any entanglement between you and I and my domestic affairs. Please go. So that's all Mom has to write, is something simple like that, and I just have to write the same thing about my daughter. But like I said, people like, oh, Wayne, saying, well, Wayne, Carl, they took your kid, oh, it's horrible. At $86,400 a day, I don't think it's horrible. And if I can't get anything but a judgment against the lady, that's fine. You can sell it for pennies on a dollar. It doesn't matter. It's just to show them the point. You know what? It's just like I say to people, it's like Billy Ray Cyrus. If he gives his daughter out, Miley Cyrus, to Disney or Pixar for $1 million a day, they call them up and say, hey, we're going to take your daughter on for a couple of days. And they'll say, okay, how much? How about $50? He said, $1 million. They say, okay, you got the $1 million. And the cartoon channel will come up and says, we want to take your daughter. For how long? Oh, I don't know, 6 months. All right, 6 months? Wow. Make a lot. Daddy's going to make a lot of money. Sure. Because anything Miley Ray Cyrus earns, man, Daddy controls. Yes, nowadays they got the Coogan laws. Kids have money away in trust funds, but let's just go not worry about Coogan law now. And not worry about trust funds. And just say Daddy still gets to control. Like, say, if a kid mows a lawn. Daddy could still say, well, that's my mower, that's gas, that, I feed your clothes, your house, I provide medical treatment for you. You made $12, give me 18, you keep 2 until until I say, otherwise. And that's just what you got to do. Too bad. That's what you got to do. because, your dad is under, you're under his control, whether you like it or not. Just like Barack Obama's your daddy, if you're a U.S. citizen, whether you like it or not, he can do whatever the hell he wants to you. He'll laugh at you. What rights? You're a U.S. citizen. What rights? You don't have no rights. Daddy tells you what rights you got. You got duties, obligations, responsibilities. That is your jump. And I always laugh when people say constitutional rights. Oh, come on. Constitutional rights. What are people talking about constitutional rights? The Constitution is the embodiment of a government, of your body. What's inside your body? What comprises you, your body? Somebody say, I got an upset Constitution today. Oh, how's your Constitution today? Well, quite well, thank you. It compromises all of the organics, all of the parts, all the particles, every essence of your being. That's the body. So the Constitution is the United States government's political bodies, elements that's within that Constitution, shows inside of that political body. Now we have executive branch, and then it talks about the legislative branch, and then it talks about the judicial branch. And it talks about what makes the body of the United States government, what constitutes it, what is its contents, what is its elements. That's all it is. You're not defined in there. Karl Lentz is not defined in there. So if I say, well, I have a constitutional question or a constitution for what? Well, they took my property. Wait a second. Are you part of the executive branch, you're saying, or part of the judicial branch? Are you part of the what? Legislative branch? The Constitution says, wait a second. The Constitution just says how the government is to be formed and arranged, structured, and run. What does it have to do with you? Ain't you a fucking man? Yeah, what part of the branch of the government are you again? Are you just out of your fucking mind? You're a branch? You're a fucking man. Oh, I'm definitely a branch of the government. Oh, okay. You're the Constitution, and you have some rights in the Constitution. What? They just look at like you're crazy. Like, go ahead and just say Constitution one more time. Just say it. Just give me a reason holding contempt. Just give me a reason to get you to psychological evaluation. You're crazy. Just tell me what the Constitution says again. It's a piece of paper. It's got vocal cords. What is it? To speak to you? Well, I got constitutional rights. Under the Constitution, what? Under the Constitution, what? How the legislative branch is constructed and how it performs. Again, what part of the Constitution are you under? It just makes you laugh. It's like these people can't be this crazy. Just go in there and say, I'm a man. And who are you? I'm Judge Smith. No, I didn't ask you what you are. I asked you who you are. Well, I can't tell you that. That's right, because then you'd have to be talking man to man, wouldn't you? And you don't want to be a liability, do you? Because your insurance company doesn't cover man. It only covers policemen. It only covers judges. It only covers court clerks. You don't want to be a man. Why? Because then you'd bear liability fully on your own. Because if you have an insurance policy or a government agent, and they catch you acting as a man instead of acting as a social service worker or a director or acting as a governor, you're going to be a full liability for your own actions because they don't have policies written for man. So when you act outside of your character, you're going to be a full liability. Say, that is not what directors do. And it's funny when people say, I want to sue this judge. Really? For what? Well, he did this, this, this. And what did he do it to? No, he did it to me. No, not who. No, said, what did he do it to? He did it to a defendant. Did he do it to a man? Well, I'm a man. Did you let him know? Because I think if you look at the paper, I think it'll say Karen defendant or Karen respondent or Bob defendant or Bob, Yeah. You want to try that again? How were you defined in that court? Were you defined as a man or as a defendant or a plaintiff or a claimant or a complainant or an appellee or an appellant? Or a movant, what were you defined as? What role did you take on? And who's got the starring role? The judge. And you didn't like what he did. Well, he's the star of the show. And guess what? It's a fucking show. And where are we? Oh, we're in court. And what's court? A place where games are played. And what the fuck makes you think you're not in some sort of fucking game? Well, it seems real. Well, tennis seems real when you're in a game. And basketball seems real in a basketball court. And that seems real. But again, it's still a fucking game. Nobody dies. Nobody's until the other person loses. The other guy doesn't get thrown in a box. What are you thinking? You think these people really have control over you? These things?
these persons, these legal persons. So again, like I said, there is no lawful cause why Colette is being held. None. Zero. Nada. It might be legal, but everything is legal and everything's illegal at the same time. At the same time it's legal, it could also be illegal. So legal is ridiculous. So you don't even bother to deal with the legal conundrum of what might be up, what might be down at this time, because you're not a legal expert and you're not a code deciphering officer, so don't even think about playing that game. You're going to get your ass, kicked. Because they're not even going to witness you then as being there. Like when I put in that notice for Bali and his people, the very first thing I put in there, the judge lifted it up to the Crown and said, "Do you see this?" And he said, "Absolutely not." And Bali starts screaming up and down to me, and he gets all his little buddies and little Punjabi monkeys jumping up and down. I said, "You clowns, stop. That's not what he means. Does he see it?" He said, "Look, he's doing it again. They're holding their hands, and they just said they don't see it." He asked the man, "Does he see it?" And he said, "Absolutely not." He didn't ask a effing man. He asked a Crown. He asked the Crown prosecutor. He asked the solicitor. He did not ask a man. And see means to understand. And he said, no, he doesn't understand it. Of course he doesn't understand it because it says the word man on it. He could say, I am a man who claims wrong. Who's the man who's going to claim wrong? Who claims I've done wrong? Any combination of I am man, blah, 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 blah. They don't see it. Why? Because they'd bear liability if they did. They can't look at it. They can't witness it. It's like a crime, like when you're a kid in New York City. Your dad always says, look away, look away. What? Look away. There's a car wreck. Look away. Why? The cop catches you looking at it. The cop's going to come over and say, hey, did you see what happened here? And you say, yes. Oh, okay. Then you got to come with me for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. We're going to get a report. You got to come downtown. Well, what do I do with my car? Just leave it there. We'll bring it back. Wait a second. It's going to be a highway. I got ice cream in the back. We need you for bear witness. It's like you just look away and just walk away. Just say, I don't see nothing. I don't get involved. I don't want to go to court next week, next Tuesday, 10 weeks from now. I don't see shit. I'm not getting involved. I'm not bearing any liability. I'm not doing it. Just look away. There's nothing here. Nothing to see. Just move along. And they don't see it. And Bali was jumping up and down. See, they're doing it again, Cole. I know they see it. Dude, you're winning. Would you just shut the fuck up? You have no idea what these people are saying. Would you just shut the fuck up? You're winning. Just calm these little clowns down. And he was just like, no, this is it. We're done. We're going to get our voices heard. We're going to speak out. We're going to make sure that they hear us. I said, oh, would you shut the fuck up? If you communicate with them right now, you're going to fucking be under their jurisdiction, you fucking stupid moron. Right now they're agreeing that they have no control over you. And they just start babble. They didn't believe me. I said, oh, effing Christ, you don't know when the fuck you're winning. Can you just shut the fuck up? And that's when I had to throw them all out of the courtroom. When the judge said, you're guessing acted accordingly, I said, everybody up and out of here now. The judge just communicated a threat. We're going. We're leaving, Your Honor. We are leaving. And the bailiff started coming over. I said, I got them. Don't touch them. Don't give these clowns a reason. I got them. And then Bali said to me on the show like 3 weeks after I got back, he said, Carl, I think I remember when you had me at the scruff of my neck, when you were looking at the judge, and you were looking over you were talking to me, but you were looking at them, and you said to them, we have summoned this man and that man before Queen. They will appear in our court as we appeared in their court. If there's not fucking meaning man and man. I said that man and this man will appear before Queen. That's right, only man before Queen. As we appeared in their court. There is no such thing as a there. We appeared in this magical, ridiculous crown court. But now, as a man, that man and this man will appear before Queen. So he says, I think I'm starting to see what you're saying. I said, good. That's lovely. Because everybody says, do you see what I'm saying? It's like, well, no, I can't physically see it. Oh, see doesn't mean physical. See is in the mind. I might be visually impaired, but Jesus Christ, even the blind could see when Jesus Christ had to speak. Jesus Christ had the blind see. Jesus Christ didn't do optic nerve repair damage. That's not what he did. That's not what it means. So Jesus could teach the blind to see. He could teach the blind to understand because you don't actually have to have the written word. Because the common law is unwritten. Law is law everybody possesses. Everybody knows in their heart that it's true. A dog knows when he's doing wrong. A dog knows the law. A dog has common sense. A dog knows don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. Why? Just basically being alive. And saying, well, this I can do, this I can't do. Why? Because this hurts and this is a reward. This is a benefit and this causes me harm or injury. So even a dog knows right from wrong. So don't tell me people don't know right from wrong. It's incredibly simple. The law is unwritten. You don't need a written law. Just like Eskimos, they don't need written law. So then they took Colette. So you kind of figured they took Colette. That's par for the course. So the next day, I pushed their buttons even harder. I said, man, when are they going to take, what's going on here? What's it going to take? How in the world could they leave Cameron and Cole here? How could they leave the other two kids here? That doesn't make any sense. So I went in there and I pushed their buttons again. I said, oh, so I see that you took one of my property. I got many, many properties, but I seen that you happen to take this girl. This is what I claim also. This is mine. And if you wish to take another one, so do it. But you understand, when you do it, you're going to compensate me. And then the next day they rolled up and they took the next one. I said, oh, lovely. Why did they take that one and not all three? And they said, well, we took Colette. We brought the second girl up there because we figured she'd be good for company. Oh, so she needed a little companion. So you figured it was okay to take the second one to make the first one comfortable in foster care. So she wouldn't want to say, you know what, I don't want to be in foster care. I want to go home to my brothers and sisters. My grandpa didn't do it. It's all bullshit. It's all lies. Let me go home. So they took the second girl, not because there's any probability of assault or neglect or domestic violence or any kind of violence, because Daddy, to make sure he's very far away from these kids, very far away. I stayed 7 years away. I lived 35 miles away. I didn't call him, touch him, nothing. We said, Paul, are you crazy? No. You people are crazy. Because what happened to Frank Russo could have happened to me. The kid could have just grabbed the crotch and said, Daddy did this, and I'm going to jail. They would have picked me up in a heartbeat, and they would throw me away for the rest of my life. No bail, no bond, just like Frank. No bail, no bond, just because a girl grabbed the crotch. That's obscene. If this was happening to women, I can't imagine. Like if some little boy just went and said, this woman did this to me, she did this, and the women start walking away, disappearing, like men disappear, then maybe they'd care. But this is just obscene that a man has to stay that far away from his children because of the kind of government that we allowed to exist. So what we have to do is just say, fine, if you wish this, please take my children. Why, honestly? Take my property. Take my girl. Why, honestly? I can't fucking go near her anyway. Why? Are you kidding? Because then I'll spend the rest of my life in jail. So since I can't be near her and I can't have her and I can't benefit from her, you know what? You can. And when you can benefit from her, well, toss my cut. What? What? That sounds horrible. Oh, it sounds horrible. Oh, it sounds horrible. Well, can I be within 10 feet of my kid? Can I touch my kid, hold my kid, smile at my kid, wink at my kid? Can I do anything with my kid? No. Why? Because of what you people are doing. So why don't I get some benefits out of this? Why should I just be scared out of my mind? Why shouldn't I collect some benefits? What's in it for me? Why did I produce this kid? Why did I labor over it? Why did I sweat over it? Why did I create it? Why? You could take it away from me. Or you could turn around and use it to hurt me? Really? And I'm supposed to be okay with that? And I'm just to say, just accept it. Just take your spot and just shut up and take it. Well, no, I think I'm going to have to play option B. What's option B? Fair and just compensation. You take what is mine, I'm going to require fair and just compensation. Well, if you try to claim what's yours, fair and just compensation, we're going to make charges that you touched it too. Where's a 10-foot pole? Where's a 10-foot pole on my property that I touched it with? What? You'll never get it to stick. Because I have thousands of people on my shelf. There is no in the world I'm going to these kids. No way. You people are effing crazy. If you think I'm stupid enough to go near these kids to give you people a reason to slam me in a box and make me disappear for the rest of my life, you're effing mom. So, let me figure the game out completely. Now, let's go back and play the game. Now I'm in the middle of the game. This is the hell of a game. Let's see where this goes. And people are saying, like the detective that called me up a little while ago, he said, this is going to once and for all. If you pull this and show them, this is how this game works. How are they going to answer this? How are they going to say, Carl, what you do is not real. What you do is not true. Your process, the way you believe, the way you look at things, isn't real. It didn't work. Oh, really? And that's what I'm saying. How are they going to justify what they did? How are they going to be able to hide and cover this up? You know, people are always saying, Carl, aren't you worried they're going to put a bullet in your head? No, absolutely. Aren't you worried they're just going to make something up? You better believe it. Of course I am. What am I going to do? I can't see my kids, though I can see my kids. Technically, they say I can see my kids, but always with the understanding that you touch that child, you hold her, you pat her on the head, you hold her hand, you pat her behind, you pat her on the back, you grab her arm, you're going to jail. You do know that. You're going to jail. You do know that. Well, yeah, I do. Well, then you better not. It's obscene. And they've gone too far. And they got to get pushed back over. And it has to stop. Or give me compensation. So go ahead and compensate me. And to keep the sick game going. I don't care. As long as I'm getting compensated, keep the sick game going. She'll be 18 soon enough. I'll be able to hug her and walk and talk with her and do whatever the fuck I want. You won't be able to do a damn thing to intimidate me or scare me or put me in fear anymore. But at this point, you got a pretty sick society going on here. And you want to be sick? Well, I'll be compensated. While you go do all your crazy shit, just give me compensation. Because I love to hear them say, now, why do you have my girl? Well, you know, we thought it'd be stressful over there. We're all laughing our fucking asses off. We're all having a good time. What? You're supposed to be miserable. You're supposed to be crying. You're supposed to have sleepless nights. Your grandma's supposed to be crazy. No, she's not pissed. She's pissed at you people. She's trying to figure out how to lay a claim for compensation for trespassing within her domestic authority and trampling into her fucking domicile when she didn't give you consent. We don't need consent, but a woman needs consent, and you look like a woman to me. Now, we doesn't need consent because we's this magical unicorn that doesn't exist. It's called a fucking pronoun. I can't hold a pronoun liable, but I sure can hurl a woman liable. Honey, what's your name? Susie Cupcake Judge? Yeah. Susie Cupcake, who's acting as a judge. You understand that, again, you're talking about my domestic affairs. Are you uttering some domestic affair concerns into this court without my consent? Are you talking about my affairs? Are your affairs? Or are they mine? Did I say that you're allowed to talk about I or my affairs? Did I? Who told you had that right? Well, I got laws. No, ma'am. It's called executive administrative policies. That's what you've got. You don't have law. Running this court is not anything that's enacted by the legislators. It is a policy of whatever current administration happens to hold the seat of office. It's got 50% of the vote. Okay? That's what is in this court. It's the mob rules. 1% is called mob rules. So the mob rules. So this is how this court works, under mob rules. The only problem is I'm not part of the mob. I'm not part of your democracy. I don't vote for the governor. I don't vote for or against him. I care less. I don't vote. He has no control over me. I have no control over him. He does his thing with his elected constituents. I'm not a fucking constituent. I'm a man. Well, Mom would have to say she's a woman. I think Mom's finally realized what the hell I'm doing. And some of the stuff I'm saying doesn't make sense. But it's really tough to get this out of people's skulls. So I'm trying real hard, but it's usually easier with somebody like my little brother, who's only 32 years old, to get it out of his skull. Because it's not ingrained and embedded. He really didn't have a care in the world about legal or lawful. He didn't care. He didn't care that the public laws were for the people. And when they enrolled up the public laws and they codified it and turned it into a code, that was for legal persons. The laws of man, the code is for legal persons. Now, I said the Boy Scouts come and enroll the public law, and they can make a codification of the Boy Scout codes that run incredibly similar to public law. When you go to court, say to the judge, "What law did I broke?" And they say, "Well, it's the code." For the person known as Karl Lentz, the public law for the man known as Karl Lentz. Where's the public law Oh, that's back in Richmond. I know it's enrolled somewhere in some library. Yeah, well, you want to unroll it? Read it out loud. Oh, they'll say, oh, Jesus, Carl, you really want us to go over to Richmond and get it? Yes, go get it. And it better specifically say Karl Lentz on there somewhere. And you know and I know it's not going to say Karl Lentz. So you're basically wasting a trip to the Capitol. If you want to, go ahead and go get it. Maybe it does have a name on it. Who the knows? Maybe I did undersign it. Maybe I did sign it. Maybe I'm a party to it. But I doubt it. But go ahead. So that's what I'm saying. It's just a lot of fun because it takes a lot of learning. It takes a lot of time to understand, to put all these pieces of the puzzle together like this and be able to spout it out as fast as I do. It takes a lot of practice. So when people try to say, well, it's funny, some women come on and, some bimbos just say, oh, well, my kid got taken and I want it back. Yeah, but one doesn't there's the back. You want her back. You want one of her too, or just the back of her. You mean, like a lollipop, you're begging. Want means to beg for something. You want a lollipop, and somebody's going to tell you what you're going to get it or you're not going to get it. Leave somebody else to determine it. How would you require the restoration of your property? How would you require return? You could spin it around and turn it this way of what is yours, but you want her back. And just what kind of moronic, imbecile school did you go to that you think that's a proper sentence? I want back. Really, I want her back. How about her arms and legs as well? Should we put that down as well? So when these women come on these calls and they say this ridiculous stuff to me, I said, honey, you ain't got a chance. Why? Because you got to know how to act like a man, but you can't talk like street gutter public school language. I went back. The judges just look at you and say, what the hell? What? Can you speak like properly? You do know you're in court. What did you say to me? I want her back. It's about the most terrifying thing I ever heard. Well, I'm back. You want me to literally, just the spine or the skin? What part of her back do you want? And I'm certainly not going to give you her back because that's gross. And it's going to be flying everywhere. You want the back in the blood? Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like I don't got time to explain to people. So I say to them, go listen to my shows. Go listen not so much my shows, but go listen to all the things I have on YouTube channels. So like I said, the big thing is how the reaction to these bills are that I'm laying before these people. What are these people going to do Monday morning when open up their mailboxes because there's a drop box there at the county building, and I'm dropping bills off in the drop box. And thanks for the use and enjoyment of my property today. Want to return it? Let me know forthwith so I could stop issuing checks. Stop issuing bills. So if I get, if you so you don't have to send me any additional checks. And I said I'm going to have to write another letter that's basically going to say it's a little inefficient for me to create these bills every day, so I'm going to start sending you bills weekly. And if you believe that you're going to have wish to enjoy my property or wish to enjoy my girls for more than a month or two, I'll just send you all my monthly payment fees. And I'm going to require compensation within 72 hours upon receipt of the bill. And if you don't, I'm going to have to issue a warrant in debt to get compensation. And you'll appear in 21 days and answer, where's my money? And you better have a damn good reason why, because I've given you all these ways out of having to pay the debt. Just give back the property. Just give back that is what it's meant. You said you went to court on Monday?
Yeah, so I had the hearing. I went to court on Monday. They called me up front, and I wrote down the stuff that I heard from you.
Uh-huh.
I wrote down that I am a man, and I don't know any legalese, and I don't speak any, languages, legal languages, and I don't part in any legal society. And I take away everything that I said or where I did what I didn't say, what I didn't do, that might have indicated that I give my jurisdiction to anyone or anything other than a court of record. And I gave those papers to him, and he didn't read them. He just took them and put them on his desk, and he's asking me, how do you want to plead? Do you want to plead guilty, not guilty, or no kind? And I look at him, and I'm like, I'm very sorry, but I don't understand what do I have to plead for. And he's looking at me, and he's like, what do you mean you don't understand? And I'm like, well, for me to plead for something, that means that I've done something wrong. So I want you to tell me first, what did I do wrong? And he's like, well, what do you mean? This is what it says in the paper. You disarmed the police officer, right? And I'm like, well, okay, if you're saying that this is wrong, I want to see a man or a woman here standing in court testifying against me, or a claim that is made by a man or a woman testifying against me that I did that to them and that harmed them in any way.
Wow.
And he got really mad at me. He was like, prepare to book this guy. And he's like, do you understand that I am in charge in this court? Do you understand that I'm in charge? You're acting like you're in charge. What are you doing here? And they told the guard to take me away. So the guard started dragging me out of the court. And I didn't want to go, I was kind of resisting and stuff, and they called another 3 guys. So they dragged me out of court, they put me in jail, and kept me about till 2 o'clock. Man, I don't know, seriously, I was so freaking down, I thought it's done, I thought I'm done. And about 2 o'clock, they sent the highest guard, the one who was in charge of the guard. He came and he's like, we've never seen this before, but the judge wants to see you for some reason. And they called me in front of the judge, and he right away is like, oh, I read your papers, what you wrote here. And he's like, oh, yeah, by the way, when he put me in jail, he actually, right now I'm out on bail. My family made bail for me.
Okay.
So when he put me Monday morning in jail, he put another $100,000 bail on me.
Wow.
He's like, I'm going to raise your bail $100,000 more. So he raised $100,000 more and put me in jail. And then now when he calls me, he simply says that he read my papers, and he's asking me, he literally said this, Mr. Vladimir, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to remove the bail that I set today in the morning for you so you can go home? And I was scared at the time. I should have said I want you to remove the bail completely and dismiss and discharge the claim, fully, because it's an improper claim field. But I was just scared, and I said yes, and so he removed the bail and he let me go.
Wow. You're scared, so I understand that. Yeah, he just didn't say no. I require you to.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on because I didn't expect him to call me back when I left.
Well, like I said, they already got you out on $100,000 before. What's the odds of your family being able to get another $100,000 going?
Yeah.
What's the odds? So yeah, you might as well just. I understand you're scared.
They set another hearing for me on the 21st, so I got to go on 21st there again.
Good.
So why I wanted to talk to you, I wanted to talk to you, maybe give me a little bit of advice of how do I talk to him, what do I do so I can just dismiss this right away so he doesn't trick me into
right.
again there.
You got to try to get it done before the 21st, obviously. Yeah, you want to try to get rid of it before the 21st.
Yeah, exactly.
Before you got to go to another hearing. That way you don't have to go to a hearing. That way, you want it gone. Well, I just wanted to ask you a little question, man. Well, how long ago did you hear about me? What made you try this way?
About 5 days ago.
5 days ago.
I came out, 5 days ago, and I had this. I knew I had to go to the hearing, and I spoke with so many lawyers. I tried to get so many lawyers. Everyone would tell me that I have no chance. And the lawyer that they appointed to me is a woman. She told me right away that she was like, in this country it's legal for cops to lie, so I don't see how you would be able to win your case. So I've been through everything.
Yeah, that's good. The lady told you the truth. She said in this country. See, like I said, people don't understand. I tell people all the time, the very first day that the police go into a police academy, they're told, we can't lie to a man, we can't steal from a man, we can't hurt a man, we can't take property away from a man, we can't even tell a man what he can do with his property. Now let's talk about suspects. We could lie to suspects, we could lie to drivers, we could lie to crooks, we could
steal from drug dealers. We could shoot, criminals. We could shoot bank robbers, but we can't shoot a man. So see, that's the whole. They could do all these things because the police are just an actor, and a suspect is just an actor, and a pedophile is just an actor. So they could lie to everything else, but they can't lie to a man. You see, so that's what's funny. It's like, what, we can't lie to a man? No.
It is really, it's really like you said, a freaking play with words.
Yeah, they're just acting, man. It's just a big fun game. Everybody's just acting. And when you go in public, you're just acting in public. You're just acting. It's all acting, But when you tell them you're a man, you say, I'm man, that's the end of the game. They got to stop. They're all told they can't harm man, they can't control a man, they can't tell another man what to do. They're not in control of any other man, but they're in control of drunks. They're in control of, thieves and in charge of crooks. They're in charge of, that they could beat up a thief, they could shoot a crook. All these things they could do, but they can't do it to a man. So that's why they call you defendant or speeder or crook or drug dealer or pedophile or rapist, because they can do whatever they want to those people, to those things, but they can't do anything to a man. They can't judge their fellow man. They can't harm their fellow man. It's just an act, man. It's still acting out there. But that was good that you had fun in court. But it's funny that they put you in jail for a little bit, so that probably got you a little scared.
I have a good reasoning, So when I started to look up for stuff, first of all, I wanted to just learn the laws and see whether all of this is legal for them to do, And I started looking through stuff, and I came up on your website. I read a little bit of your documentary that I had, and then I found your YouTube videos.
Yeah, but you're trying to tell me you did this 4 or 5 days ago?
Yeah, it was about 4 or 5 days ago, man. Like a week ago. It was when I started watching your stuff.
I thought you were going to say 4 or 5 months ago, or 4 or 5 years ago.
No.
You did pretty good in 4 or 5 days.
I was scared to death, man. Seriously, I walked into the court date. I was like, man, they're gonna shoot me now.
Yeah, no, they're really not. Yeah, but what's funny is it was only 4 or 5 days ago. That's too funny. I'm glad it worked out pretty good, man.
Yeah. Anything else that you can tell me that I should do other than what you see that I?
Well, I'll have you do, man, is just take a picture of that paperwork you put into the court, and that way I could work off of that piece of paper.
Right.
Because if you said something on that piece of paper, I'm going to work with what you wrote. I don't want to change the story. I don't want to make it too different. Obviously, it worked pretty good. I'm going to try to use exactly what you wrote and maybe just tweak it a little bit, tighten it up a little bit. When you get stopped by a cop, you better get it right out there quick, man. Hey, you're looking at a man here. Man, hello? Man, fellow man, hello, man here. That's what Jimmy Lynn did 2-3 years ago. I was the first one taking order one. I said, hey, you want to try even an easier one? You want to try a funnier one than just an order? He's like, yeah, okay, what's another one called? What other one you got? I said, just when the cop says license registration, say, hello, man, I'm a man, you man? Yeah, I'm a man, well, man? Yeah, okay. So Jimmy Lynn did that. He asked the officer, he said, you're a man? Yes. I said, I'm a man too. Oh, really? License registration. It's like, you trying to tell another man what he can and cannot do with his property? Like the cop was just like license registration. And Jimmy Lynn said, you're a man. I'm a man. Are you trying to tell another man what to do? And he said, the police officer just walked away, got in his car and left. And Jimmy's like, that was too easy. He said, call. He said it on one of our shows. It must have been in an October show because he was here in November. He said, this call, I'm going to drive up there to see if you're for real. He said, because that was just too fucking easy. And this is what I'm trying to tell people. It is just that fucking easy. You don't have to cite the 9th Amendment. You don't have to set the 7th Amendment. You don't got to do all this crazy shit. Just say, hey, I'm a man, you're a man. What the hell's going on here? Talk to me. What do we got? What seems to be the problem? Somebody do something wrong? What's going on? Oh, you done something illegal? I don't give a shit about legal. And see, this is what's funny, is when I say that, I used to say that to people all the time, and people used to say, Carl, you're crazy. No, I'm not. They say, well, what you do is illegal. I hope so. What? I don't know what the hell's legal or illegal. What the hell do I care? I'm not going to sit around and try to figure it out. Today it's legal, tomorrow it's illegal. Watch, it's legal and illegal at the same time. Depends who you are. Depends what your title is. Depends what your position is. Depends how much money you have. It could be legal and illegal at the same time. It's illegal to have a gun. Really? Well, what happens if you're a cop? Well, that's okay. Well, what happens if you're poor? Well, that's illegal. Well, what happens if you're rich? Well, then it's legal. Why? Because a rich guy could pay fucking for a lawyer to get it done, and then the lawyer will have it deemed that it was legal. Well, okay. It's ridiculous. How could it be legal and illegal at the same time? It can't. And when it's lawful or unlawful, it stays that way for all eternity. Law doesn't change. Like the law of gravity, you fall down, you're going to hit the ground. That's the law. So when people say you're sovereign and the laws don't abide to you, I said, oh, really? So you're saying the law of gravity, when I hit the ground, I won't go out? You're saying when I get old, I won't die, the law of nature won't take over, kill me? Oh, you better believe it will. You know, when I say I'm going to walk into the courthouse, well, don't you think the courthouse is going to hurt when I walk into the courthouse? Don't you think I better walk through the open threshold and not walk into the courthouse? Because walking into a courthouse, I can't pass through it like God can. I don't possess sovereign qualities. But when it comes to the government, something that man creates, oh, you better believe I have sovereign qualities. If man created a government, if man created a chair, if man created a pencil, oh, you better believe I have godlike qualities over that pencil or over that chair or over that government. Oh, you better believe I have sovereign qualities. Oh, you better believe I could destroy that pencil. You better believe I could take that pencil and make it disappear. Oh, you better believe it. So when they say you're sovereign is what? Possessing godlike qualities? Yeah, over what? My fellow man? Absolutely not. Over law? Absolutely not. Over that which I create? Oh, you better believe it. Do I determine whether this pencil in my hand exists or no longer exists? Do I break it down back into the atoms of which it came from? You better believe I can. And what power on earth is going to stop me? So when you hear those little things like the power, resides with the people, the people have the sovereign power over the government, that which they create. That's telling you the truth. But to just walk around and say I'm sovereign is ridiculous. But you got to quantify it. You got to limit it. You got to say what you're sovereign over. What you have certain qualities, that God-like, that you could create and destroy. Just don't walk around and say, oh, I'm sovereign. Oh, really? You're going to float through that wall, huh? Really? I'd love to see that sovereign. You better quantify what you're saying, or you're going to look like you're mad. You're going to look like you're insane. But anyway, stuff, happened this week, so it's pretty good. Filed a lawsuit against Mike the cop. I don't know if I said that on the last show. And also filed a lawsuit against a man who did a false telling, who put that story in the paper by saying that Frank was charged with all this stuff. Frank's not charged with anything. He's been held on a warrant. Nobody's actually charged him with anything. The reason why they can't charge him with anything is the same reason why I tell all you pot growers and the guy who flew me up to Chicago for $5,000, I said, you're wasting your money, buddy. I said, they can't charge you with growing pot in your house. He says, yes, they did. I said, I'm telling you, I'm looking at the paperwork. I said, oh, they didn't. He said, yes, they did. He says, I got the highest fucking price lawyer in Chicago. I said, he's stealing your money because you're not charged with nothing. And then when I got up to Chicago, he still paid me $5,000 anyway. Next day, he went to his lawyer. Said to the lawyer, tell this man the truth. What's that? He's not charged with anything. Well, he's got serious allegations against him. Yeah. Tell this man the truth. Is he charged or isn't he been charged for the last 7 months? Honestly, no, he's not charged with anything. Man, that guy paying $5,000 exploded. He's like, are you shitting me? Are you telling me that they've been dragging me around and making me sweat like this and scaring the living bejesus out of me and they never charged me? He said, well, there's some serious allegations there. You should take the plea deal and, do your year in probation, pay your fine and say you never do it again and get drug therapy. And the guy's like, you're kidding me. See, because this guy's wife thought I was nuts. The night before, I had to leave the house because the wife kept giving me crap. Well, why are you listening to this guy? Why are you listening to this guy, Carl? Why are you listening to this guy, Carl? Of course you're charged with crime. You spent $20,000 on a fancy attorney, man. He knows what he's doing. This guy Carl's a nut. What the hell does Carl know? You got a top dollar attorney here, one of the highest priced ones in Chicago. Of course he knows what he's doing. Carl doesn't know shit. And this guy heard the next day he wasn't charged with a crime. When he got to court, his wife even slapped him in the hallway. He says, holy shit, you are charged with a crime. Carl's right. Of course I'm right. You can't charge you with doing something in your house. It's your fucking house. You can't charge somebody within a private. They can't charge Frank with doing anything to anybody in his house. It's his fucking house. It's not their house. They don't have no jurisdiction what goes on in somebody else's domicile. It's under the domestic authority doctrine. Everybody around the world knows that. Everybody but you USA citizens, obviously you don't have an effing clue. Obviously you think the cops could charge you with a crime for doing something in your house. It's like if people say, oh, yeah, Frank's charged with a crime. He's been charged criminally. He's in criminal court. No, I'm pretty damn sure I gave Gus a picture of the charges against him. It gives you 4 choices: criminal court, civil court, traffic court, or domestic family court. He's in family court. He's not in criminal court. He's not charged with anything. If he was charged, he'd be in criminal court. He's not in criminal court. And this is what I tell people all the time. These little Susie Cupcake school teachers, 20, 30-year-old little bimbos banging fucking little 13, 14-year-old boy students, they go to criminal court. They don't go to family court. Their face goes on CNN News. The events that happen gets published on CNN News, on Fox News. No, Frank is in sort of a family court. They're not allowed to have the evidence. They're not allowed to see the facts. They're not allowed to cross-examine the accuser. They're not even allowed to. They're not allowed to have a jury. You better believe those school teachers who get arrested for fucking 13-year-old boys, you better believe they have a right to a jury. You better believe they have the right to see the evidence. You better believe they have the right to look at the case file. I can't look at the case file. I can't look at the case file. Nobody can look at the case. This is what I tried to tell people when I went to family court for 6 years. For 6 years, I was led to believe the state of Alabama took my kids away. I thought the state of Alabama took my kids. They said, no, we never took your kids. What? No, you voluntarily gave them to us. What? The 30th trial. I said, you've got to be shitting me. You think I spent all this money on all these fucking lawyers? You think I went to 29 trials before this one just to hear you fucking tell me, Carl, you could have had them back anytime you wanted. You voluntarily gave them to us. You signed the contract. What? You mean I'm not charged with abuse and neglect? No. We never went to court and had a trial. No. Are you shitting me? You never took my kids. No, we never took your kids. You're shitting me. No, you voluntarily surrendered them. Bullshit. Yeah, there's a voluntary agreement. There's a contract in that file. You mean there's this 80-year-old lady's name on it? That's the contract? Hey, all I got to tell you, Carl, is there's a contract and you voluntarily placed them with the state. I said, oh, this is bullshit. But that's what they said. When people say, oh, Carl got his kids taken away from him in Alabama. No, I didn't. Oh, well, Carl, he never got his kids back. Never got his kids back because they said you voluntarily placed them. So the Alabama said Carl never lost them. Carl could have just came and counted them anytime he wanted. Oh, really? Then how come you people for 29 trials, man, didn't tell me why you were holding my kid? Well, kids. It was ridiculous. And the same thing now. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun. They took my 2 girls. They left the boy here, which is kind of ridiculous because if they're worried about sexual abuse, he can't really articulate verbally anything that's happening to him because he can't speak very well. He speaks very basic, simple words. And he certainly doesn't know what's right or wrong. He couldn't tell you what a good touch is or a bad touch is. So if anybody could be sexually molested or hurt, it would definitely be him. Well, they took the girl because obviously they said they were afraid that I was going to tell her to say that Grandpa didn't do it. And honestly, the girl said to my niece, she said, honestly, I went into the school counselor to say there's a boy bully in the hallway picking on her all the time. And she wanted to report a bully in the school hallway, bothering her all the time. And then she said all this guidance counselor lady wanted to talk about was the men who live at the house and that the men at the house bother her. And she said, yeah, she said, I told him Grandpa bothers me all the time. Well, the only problem with her saying that Grandpa bothers me all the time is the word for bother is molest. So when people look up the word molest in the dictionary, it says to bother somebody. So the little girl said, yes, I said, Grandpa bothers me all the time. He punishes me. He yells at me. He bothers me all the time. Well, the lady wrote that. He molests her. Everybody remembers that 60, 70-year-old lady who called me up on a show one time. And she said, Carl, this is ridiculous. I got a 35-year-old son, and he's got a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl. And he got his kids taken away from him because the 7-year-old was molesting the 5-year-old. I said, well, usually 5-year-olds molest 7-year-olds. It's very weird to have a 7-year-old molest a 5-year-old. And she said, Carl, you're crazy. There was no molesting going on. I said, of course there is. He's bothering her. He must be flipping the TV channels when she wants to watch a show. Or he's playing a video game, or she's playing a video game, and he takes over the remote control or something. Yeah, of course he bothers the shit out of her. And the dad just lets it happen. The little girl said to the 5-year-old girl, yes, my little brother Timmy, He bothers me all the time. I'm watching TV, and he turns the channel. Well, what does Daddy do? Daddy doesn't do anything. Daddy lets him bother me. Yeah, well, there you go, molest. So it goes from the little girl's word says bother to the word molest. And then all of a sudden, you're being accused of letting a 7-year-old molest a 5-year-old, and you don't know what to fucking say. You say, that's crazy. I would never let a 7-year-old molest a 5-year-old. If they ask me that, of course I'll let the fucking 7-year-old molest a 5-year-old. Why? Because it's going to teach the 5-year-old to stand up and say, hey, don't bother me no more. See, but social service workers and cops who are legally allowed to lie to you use the word molest instead of the word bother. And the next thing you know is you're denying that any molesting ever happened any time in your entire life. When I said to that 65-year-old lady, I hope I'm molesting you right now, she said, what? I said, I think I'm probably the world's biggest molester. I think I bother everybody. I don't think there's anybody that I don't harry, confuse, that I don't make somebody, think what the hell's going on, that I make things complicated and make things confusing for people. I think I molest a lot of people around the world, but nothing has to do with my hands. It doesn't mean that you sexually molest. It didn't say sexual molesting. It said molesting or molested. So they use these silly words to make you people squeal like little schoolgirls. Like, oh, my God, Paul just said he molested that 65-year-old woman on his show. Yeah, I think I molested her for about 17, 18 minutes that night. Didn't you all see it? Well, no, Carl. We were here in a home. No, see means to understand. I mean, did you visually witness it? I said, did you see it? Oh, but that's right. That's another cute word. Did you fuckers all think you know what the word see means, and it really means to understand. It doesn't mean visually impaired. Like when Jesus made the blind see, it didn't mean he actually visually restored their vision. He just made it even so simple, even a blind man can understand what Jesus is saying. It doesn't have to be written down. They just felt it in their heart. He spoke and they understood. That's how he made the blind see. You didn't have to read a stupid tablet. You didn't have to read a stupid Torah. You didn't have to read the Talmud. You didn't have to read a Bible. Even a blind could see what Jesus was saying. It was so simple. Somebody's going to ask, man, did you send a bill to that lady yet for $86,400 a day? And so I'm just, instead of doing a one-day bill, because that's going to be too annoying to do one day every day, I'm just going to send a bill every 10 days, and I'm going to have a process server hand it to him. I'm not going to bother sending it through the mail. I'm going to have an affidavit from a process server who says he's an officer of the court and that he'll swear before the court that he tendered this document to this man or this woman on this day. And that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to have a process server hand it to them and send me the affidavit saying that they handed him this document, which is going to be a bill. And it's just funny. I was looking for a really cool format to send a bill in. And one said like a bill of particulars, like what was the particulars of the bill. And it's like, you know what, I kind of like that. Saying she's a flutist, she's a soccer player. She, that's worth that much money. Being a soccer player is worth that much. Playing a flutist is that much money. Just the bill of particulars. It's pretty funny. It's like, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's write down the particulars of what she is. Not just say one girl, $6,400 a day. They $864,000. So instead of just doing that, I said, you know what? Let's make a particulars. Explain why she's of such great worth and value. Tap dances, sings. She's a triple actor. She's a triple threat. She plays the flute. She's just like Miley Cyrus. She sings. She dances. She plays a musical instrument. She's worth every bit. Miley Cyrus, Billy Ray Cyrus gets $1 million a day when he rents her out to, leases her out to Disney or Pixar. Well, hell, my kid's coming, 10 times cheaper than Miley Cyrus is, than Disney's paying for her. So like I said, you got to understand who you deal with. Disney's out asking me, taking my kid. It's the state or the county. So it's like, well, how much are they really going to, how deep are their pockets and how much are they willing to afford? So I said, you know what, let's do at least the first 10 days, man. The 10-day bill, that's going to be a fun one. I'm just going to say, if you haven't, if you've already paid the bill, if you already sent the check to the post office box, I don't get up to the office box very often, but if you've already sent the check, the rest of this letter. If you haven't sent the check, it's been past 10 days, and I'm going to require, the compensation for the use and enjoyment of that which is mine and that which is not yours. If you wish to, that's fine as well. Still going to require the past 10 days to be paid for, in full. You have 72 hours to pay to make the full payment in full, or start the debt collection process. So have a lovely day, and then just stick a blank warrant of debt form, the regular standardized warrant of debt form, along with the bill, and they'll say, oh, that's what he's going to do. He's going to issue us a warrant of debt. If they issue a warrant of debt, and then in 21 days, they're going to have to answer, or you get a default or summary judgment on them, or you have them issue a warrant. You issue a warrant for them to come into the court so they can read the charges out to them, explain why they haven't paid the bill. And then when they didn't pay the bill, you say to the judge, okay, then we're going to start the garnishment process. I'd like to have a garnishment hearing, in the next week or two, and the judge will set the garnishment hearing. And after the garnishment hearing, you can say, I also want to start the lien process as well. I want to have a hearing to set a lien. And this is what people always make a mistake with. You guys always run out there and say, I want to start the lien process. It's like, okay, did you get a judgment against them? Well, no. Well, you're going to start the lien process without a judgment. How are you going to do that? Unless you're trying to do something like a mechanic's lien. But everybody just says, no, I'm going to go for a lien. Well, you got to get the judgment. Then you go for the garnishment. Then you go for the lien.
I've heard you talk about domestic authority, and I think that should be 100% right. Like, nobody can come in my house and basically bug me. But what happens when, for example, your daughter went into the public and then made a statement, oh, something happened? What happens to domestic authority at that point?
What happens is just what happened on Angela's show. I'm glad you brought that question up. Remember back in 2014, the January show in 2014, when I come on Angela's show after I get back from England. When I came back, there was a lady that Angela said that she should sue me because I didn't want to help her try to get back her two daughters. And earlier that year, on May of 2013, the lady sent me a case file. I said, look, I'll help you get back your two daughters, but send me the copy of the case file. I don't want to help get people back their children who are like drug dealers or murderers or whatever. Send me the case file. So when she sent me the case file, I seen on page 17 that the two emergency room nurses, the pediatrician lady, the director of the hospital, and the pastor of the hospital, a deacon or minister of the hospital, all 5 women, said that this woman was raping her 4-year-old and 6-year-old girls to try to make it look like daddy was doing it. So to me, that's depraved. So what happened was she called me back up like that Thursday to talk about her case. I said, ma'am, I do not feel comfortable. This is the answer to your question. Ma'am, I do not feel comfortable at this time to talk about that. She said, well, you're going to help me get my kids back or not? I said, I believe they're with their father. Yes. And he's married to a new woman. Yes. I think they're very, they're going to do very well with him and her. And she said, you see, you're just like every other man. You're sticking up for the man. I said, ma'am, at this time, I just don't feel comfortable with helping with this case. I think it would be best for me to find something else to do. So, no, ma'am, at this time, you're going to have to find somebody else to help you because I don't feel comfortable with this. Okay, believe it or not, this is your answer. So what happened was, all the women on the show said, see, you're a male chauvinist pig. You only care about men, just like Angela did to me, saying that's not true about women, Carl. Yeah, okay, right, Angela, whatever. Oh, you always generalize us. Yeah, right. I said, okay, ladies, you know what? If I'm such a male chauvinist pig, if I'm just sticking up for the guys all the time, how the fuck you even listen to me? You know what? I ain't doing Thursday night shows anymore. You know what? I'm telling you, I cannot tell you why I can't help this woman. All I'm telling you is I won't. And you got to trust me and leave it at that. And they just called me all kinds of names, said goodbye. And you'll see on my earlier shows, some of them match up on a calendar to Thursdays. But anyway, this lady calls him Angela back in January of 2013 and the following year, 2014. And Angela says, oh, you should sue Carl because you gave him $20 and he didn't give you back your kids. Well, the lady actually gave me a donation in April for getting Jonathan and Jesse back her kids. And then in May, she sent me her case file. In June, I talked on the radio and I said, I can't help you, man. So that $20 had nothing to do with getting her back her kids. And the lady had already spent like $30,000 on an appeal.
So, but she told Angela, no, they won't even let me go into the courtroom. We've never had a trial. We've never had we've never brought this into court yet. They won't let me go into court. And I already read the case file. The lady already lost on appeals. So the lady was just bullshitting like crazy to Angela, bullshitting to the whole world. I don't remember what her name was. It was Manitoba Mom. That's what it was, Manitoba Mom. And just a wacko. And so I said, this is your answer. Watch this. Because I said to Angela, here, you know why I couldn't help her? Here, read page 17 of the case file. And Angela read it. And everybody remembers Angela reading it. Angela said, oh, the children had an unusual ability to take their clothes off really quickly and spread their legs. And it's the conclusion of the doctors of this hospital that this woman's been sticking objects up in her children to make it appear that they were being raped by daddy. And see, Angela read it on the air. She fucking read it. She brought something that was private into the public. Now, when Angela got that page from me, and I said, Angela, I can't read this on your show. If you want to, you could read it, okay? Because I can't read it, Angela, but I tell her why. Because I am a man. And Angela, I know you are not a man. And you are a woman, and you won't mind spreading gossip and innuendo and rumor and speculation and conjecture. You won't mind doing it. But me, I know ethically, I cannot read what that's on that paper because what happened if it's not true? I just destroyed this woman on the air, and I am not going to destroy the Manitoba Mom on the air just because 5 women swore in court that she's raping her girls. I am not going to repeat it in the public. That is in the private. That should never have been brought to the public. That's why, June, I did not say why I couldn't help that woman on the air. That's why I said, I don't feel comfortable at this time. I'm reading something here in a case file that I don't like. And I just can't move forward with helping this woman. You women have to trust me. I can't tell you why, because it would be unethical for me to tell you why. It would be wrong for me to do it. I would be doing something in the public which needs to stay in the private. It's between her and her children and her God, not me to decide, not for the world to decide. What's going on between her and her children and God, she's going to have to deal with in the private. This is nothing for the public to hear. But Angela had no problem just reading the whole damn page instead of saying, Carl, I can't read this. What do you mean, Angela? Why can't you read it? Because, Carl, this is private. This shouldn't be disclosed to the public. That's right, Angela. You're ethical. You have morals. You have character. You're a fucking man. But she had no problem reading it. I couldn't read it. There's no fucking way. Anybody could have paid me enough fucking money to read that fucking page 17 on the air. It would never fucking happen. I would never fucking do it. So, when a girl comes into the public and says, Mommy or Daddy's sticking stuff up in me, I'm in the public, I'm like, look, that's between you, your mommy, and God. You know, honestly, it's in the private. Honestly, I can't get involved. I don't know. I don't know what happened here. I'm going to have to get both sides of the story, honey. I can't just go around and execute people for you. I can't do it. So like I said, if the policeman wanted to investigate it, that's fine. But if Frank said no, he didn't do it, that's as far as you go. Did the man say, no, I didn't do it? You didn't do it. You got any photos and proof that said he did? No, you don't got it? Well, then you got to let him be. It's his word against her word, and there's nothing you do about it. You just got to let him.
Oh, real quick, that sounds totally right. What tactics do, let's say, the police use, usually at your door, when they're like, oh, yeah, we have a report, a public report, or something happened in your house? What do they of course, want you to they want you to bring it out.
Well,
right?
like I said, on Gus's YouTube channel, he actually put together like the 3-day conversation I had with the cops pounding on some lady's door, trying to get into her door to see the newborn granddaughter. Okay, her daughter was 15 years old when she got pregnant. Obviously, she got raped. 16, 17-year-olds, whatever she was, either 16 or 17-year-olds, she gave birth. I don't remember if she was 16 or 17 and she was pregnant at 16 or 15. I don't know. But obviously, it was under age of 18. So 17 or 16-year-olds, she had the kid. She started to make a claim for food stamps for the baby. Social Services wanted to come in and see if there really was a live baby in that Section 8 housing. She was getting government housing, government food, government everything, money, government welfare, government heat, government air conditioning, government electricity, government everything. And the Social Services wanted to come into that house and see if there really was a newborn baby. And the grandma obviously was scared because obviously who's having sex with a 15, 16-year-old girl in her house if the baby's popping out and the girl was either 16 or 17. Mm-hmm. So obviously this grandma knows, the mom knows that her daughter's having sex while she's underage and getting pregnant. Now, maybe the guy who she got pregnant with was a 40-year-old man that grandma let in the house. I don't fucking know, and I don't fucking care. All I know is this was in the private. And all I know is if grandma didn't want them involved, that's between grandma, the daughter, and the newborn baby. Okay, and yes, yeah. Did I know that this girl was 16 or 17 and gave birth? Absolutely. Do I think it's correct to have 15, 16-year-old girls having birth? That's insane. Totally fucking nuts. But then again, you got to say, look, Carl, this is between these people. They're from Guyana, English Guyana, not French Guyana, English Guyana. These people that maybe get pregnant at 10 years old, for all I know, from where their culture is. I don't know, and I don't care. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying to myself is like, this is in the private. This is between their four closed walls. Now, to me, they were insane to ask for food stamps for a brand new baby. How much does a brand new baby really eat? Come on, milk. Come on. But for some reason, they decided, well, hell, there's another mouth here. Let's get another couple $100 of free government aid. So they were crazy enough to get this all going. But by me telling her, walking her through step by step by step by step, when the cops are pounding on the door, social services people are knocking on the door, everybody's pounding on a freaking door, I was able to get the cops to leave on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. It was 4 days of nonsense. And the lady was asking me, help, Carl, they're knocking on my door, they're pounding, call help. And you hear me walking her through every single step. But the government knows they can't cross that threshold. Like I said, it was an old English saying was like the rain may come through the roof, the wind may come through the windows, but the king and his horsemen better not cross that threshold. So when I try to tell people, I realized that they were going to take my kids. So before they took my kids, I made what you call a preemptive strike. I went down to their main office. I found the director of social services. I found the second director of social services, and I got those women in a room. And I said to them very simply, I just want to give you a notice. Are you sure you don't want legal competent counsel in a room at this time? They're like, what? I said, I'm going to say something and it might not make any sense to you women. What? Let me just, you don't want an attorney here. No, okay, well, here. And I gave it to them in writing, too. I said, however this county gets my property, anything that I possess, car, bicycle, hula hoop, children, dogs, cats, whatever property that I have, if it winds up into the hands of the county agents or the county in any manner, whether it's a legal manner, legal seizure, a lawful manner, we agree to swap something, or you just decide to take it and carry it off, steal it, I'm going to require fair and just compensation. Bottom line. You have something that's mine, you're either going to have to return it immediately or use it and enjoy it for as long as you wish. But I'm going to require fair and just compensation. Do you understand? And they looked at me. It's like, wait a second, you're the victim's father. Yes. Do you want counseling or some drugs to calm down or something? Do you want counseling for you and your child? No, we're fine. I'm just giving you fair warning. If you think you're going to take and carry her off to use or enjoy for a police investigation, or you want to take my car on a high-speed police chase, like, we're seizing your car, police emergency, we got a rapist, we got a baby molester in the neighborhood, we're going to take your car. Fine, take my car. But if you decide to take my car for 10 days, 20 days, 1,000 days, you better believe you're going to pay me. You better believe I'm not going to be walking down the street with a thumb in the air because you took my car. You said, well, you're using it for a police investigation for 100 days. No, you're going to pay me every damn day you got my car. Or give it back. And they just looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, ladies, do as you wish. And I recorded it all. And then obviously I gave them a notice. So see, what I did is I told them straight up, and this is what I tell everybody, man, when you move to a state or a county or something like that, you better tell these people straight up, that's my property, and this is what I wish to do with it. If you don't like what I'm going to do with it, if you believe you have another way I should do it, let me know. This is my address. This is my phone number. Give me a call. Let's talk about it. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my property from point A to point B. It's going to be insured, or it's going to be bonded, or it's going to be under escrow. This is the escrow account. This is the insurance policy number. I am not going to get tags on it. I am not going to register it. I am not going to title it. But it will be indemnified against any cause of harm or loss that it might accrue to the public while it's in use in the public at large on the common ground. So you send them something like that. Show them proof of insurance.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I'll be damned, man, if I'm going to put a title. You're going to give me a title for my car. No. You're not going to control my car. But I'll insure it. I'll bond it. And here's the state minimum. I think the state minimum is what, 20/20/10? Well, here you go. Here's 20/20/10. And tell them straight up. But no, I am not going to be part of this legal society, this legal world, this legal mumbo jumbo. I don't wish to be part of it. But here's proof that in case when I step out of public or my kid steps in public or the horse or the car, anything, I'm covered. I'm insured. I'm indemnified. I got a bond or something's in escrow. And the government has access to this escrow account, whatever. And that's how I deal with it. I give them fair warning. So thank God I was able to give them fair warning, give them a notice, get it mailed off before they took the kids. Because after they take the kids or after they give you a ticket for a registration or after they give you a ticket for not having a driver's license, then you kind of look like a nut job trying to say, well, I'm a man and I didn't need to do this. So why didn't you just let me know?
Mm-hmm.
Why all the drama? Why didn't you just let me know that there's a man here upon this land and you don't believe this and, okay, thank you for giving us heads up. So when we do stop you, we're like, oh, that guy? Oh, yeah, we know all about him. Just like when Jonathan and Jesse get stopped now up in Canada, as soon as they run their names, the cops just pulled Jesse over not too long ago and behind her van, ran her name, and Jesse said he just drove off, drove around her van and took off. Because they know who they are. They're not legal persons. They're not going to play the fucking game. You know, you're wasting your time. They're going to take you to court. It ain't going to work out well for the Crown, you know, the government. It ain't going to work out well. So they say, screw it. Because they go around, and they go around, they notice everybody.
I got one more quick question about the Frank's case that you're dealing with, or Frank's deal. You mentioned, you said that I didn't catch that you said you were going to be counsel for him or what you actually said, but you said you were going to
be power of attorney, try to obtain power of attorney over all his legal and lawful matters. Because you are the biological father of the plaintiff, I guess it would be, right? What would your daughter be in a case like that? Is the state or county bringing the charge and she's just the victim or something, or? Yeah, she would be what would be the victim, because that's what's funny is because how I'm going to word it is like how I get everybody out of trouble is the state has no vested interest in the matter, because the one guy in England, Mo, how he did it in England was just like how I do it. He just explained to the Crown, this man headbutted this man on this man's front lawn. He knocked this man out on his front lawn. He did not knock him out in the street. He knocked him out on private property. He knocked him out on his land. It's between that man and that man. Now, that man will compensate him for harm, damage, hospital bills, all this other shit. But where the F does the government get off thinking that they're going to put this man in jail for a year when the state has no interest? It didn't cost the government a dime what happened. So what makes you believe that you could get compensated or you could get a ruling or a judgment over a matter which it had nothing to do with the public?
Mm-hmm. Real quick, I have if you were acting as power of attorney for Frank, could not the court turn that around on you and say it's conflict of interest, that Frank's not going to get a fair trial because you are actually related to the victim, and they're going to spin it around saying that you're going to try to sabotage Frank?
Because I wouldn't be in their court. Frank would be moving his court against them. I'd be in Frank's court. They would be in their court. Okay, just like Farley in England. When the Crown moved against Bali, I was not appearing in the Crown court. I explained to the court that there's a claim before the court, and I'm appearing for that claim that's before the court, not for the criminal complaint. I'm not going to appear for Frank for the criminal complaint. I'm going to appear for the claim. Frank's going to move a claim while they're moving a criminal complaint. I am not going to try to tap dance through their fucking court, or we'll get slaughtered.
Yeah, who's going to do that? You're just going to guide him through, but
ignore it. Just like Bali and them, I just totally ignored it. And Bali and them were guilty on all counts.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but now, when the common law side of the court was heard, they were discharged.
Okay, well, that makes sense, I guess.
So Frank can be found guilty on the legal side. Who cares? The legal person known as Frank is guilty. Who gives a shit? The man known as Frank is free to go. Who gives a shit what they do with the legal person? I don't give a damn what they do with the legal person. Do whatever the fuck you want. Do whatever you want with the Boy Scout societal person.
I got a couple of things. I don't know how to file a claim in the common law. I got a guy who's I got 118 hours of labor and he doesn't want to pay me now.
Should you file a warrant of debt? I'm sure they got it up there in the Commonwealth. Oh, yeah, Pennsylvania Commonwealth. I'm sure they got it up there. Then you just go to the district court lady and you just say to her, can I have a form for a warrant of debt? And she'll give it to you. You fill it out. The guy's got 21 days to answer. You get a default judgment or summary judgment on a guy, but you don't want to do that. You want to tell the court, I want to issue out a warrant for his arrest. Why he has to be there. And you read the charges out in front of the judge or a magistrate, and the judge will ask you, so what's your story? What's your version of it? And then if he says, whatever he's got to say, like, well, I don't think I owe this guy any money. That's going to be his version. That's his version. And then the judge will say whether the guy owes you money or not. And if he gives you, if he says you owe him money, the judge is going to give you a judgment. That doesn't mean you collect the money. All it means is you got a judgment. So that means you take that judgment and sell it for a penny on a dollar, penny and a half on a dollar, which unless you're getting $1 billion or $10 trillion, it wouldn't make much sense. But then you say to the judge, I'm going to require a garnishment hearing, or I'm going to require a lien hearing. And then the judge will say, okay, we'll set a garnishment hearing or a lien hearing over this matter in 2 weeks or a month. And then the guy has the opportunity to come forth before he gets to see his paycheck garnished or his property lien. So you better know where this guy lives.
Oh, I know where he lives. He's right down the road from my house.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. What's funny, too, is you got to find out, did he have you as an employee, or did you as a contractor, or just a friend?
Well, this was a friend, and he tried to get me to sign a contract and be an employee.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's even better if you're just a friend. It's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
But if you're an employee, you're kind of fucked. If you're a contractor, it's kind of 50-50. But as a friend, oh, yeah, he's screwed.
Well, yeah, because he did come to me, and he sought me out.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's man on man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, thank God. Because, like I said, as an employee, then they're going to have all kinds of mediation. They're going to have arbitration. They're going to have some sort of contract loophole bullshit. That's a real nightmare when you're an employee. But then if you're a contractor, that's not too bad because you could actually show the bills, the services, and everything else. But friend on friend, oh, yeah, that's the way to go.
Right. But I got about a bunch of witnesses there, too. That would be something I should do.
Okay, well, then, if you do a warrant of debt, then obviously you ask the lady that you're going to have you want to have a subpoena form. They're going to have a subpoena for witnesses.
Yeah.
So then you're going to fill out a subpoena for all these people witnesses. Oh, yeah, you better believe you put up your subpoena down, your witness list. And if anybody's got any kind of video or if anybody's got any kind of paperwork, then it's called subpoena ducis tecum. You want the paperwork as well. The lady will ask you, do you want a subpoena or do you want to do a ducis tecum as well? And you'll say, what is that? And you'll say, well, you want anybody to bring something tangible, like something like a piece of paper or a video or a lawnmower or a car or a sofa into the court. Do you want them to bring something that's relevant to this case? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's right. He owes me a weed whacker. Like, okay, well, tell him to bring the weed whacker. And then the judge will just hand the weed whacker over to you and say, here you go, buddy, here's the weed whacker. So it would be like this, ducis tecum kind of thing like that. You want him to bring forth the witness list, who witnessed what happened, the agreement, and the documents is like the ducis tecum. It's like you got any kind of receipts or bills that the other guy has or any paperwork or contracts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got another simple one for you. I got some traffic stuff going on. Now, I already sent a letter to the cop, and then I sent a letter to the...
What kind of traffic stuff?
It's just, here we got, what is that, inspection sticker. I don't have an inspection sticker.
Yeah.
So he gave me that. Another thing is emissions, but I don't have their license. I have a common law ID.
Right.
So he's gonna make a claim that I gave him a license or whatever, which I don't. Now in the letter I explained that to him, and then so here in Pennsylvania, these cops, when you usually sign a ticket, they're the ones that put something in there. And I actually went to court with his buddy before, and that guy got caught lying on the stand. Now I didn't know anything about the common law.
Yeah, they're allowed to lie.
What's that?
They're allowed to lie. And?
Oh, well, yeah, exactly. And that's just it. I didn't know any of that. But this is what kind of led me to you because, when I left there, they're in there, I could hear them saying, oh, he almost had you. So
I did some more research, and then I found you. So, like now I just sent a letter, and then...
Well, look, the big thing is when I always say these to people, the easiest fucking letter to write them all the time is that you want to apologize and you want to say sorry for any man or any woman that you trespassed upon. You want to apologize for anything and any man or any woman. You want to beg forgiveness of any man or any woman that you have done wrong to. And then you want to say, yes, when a man or woman has done something wrong out in the public, to the public at large, he owes a debt to society. So can somebody please tender me the bill, tell me exactly, the damages that I owe so I can pay off the debt to society. I want to pay off the debt to society. Can please somebody tender me the bill? Show me what I owe.
Okay.
That's it. And then because if you don't do anything, if there's no debt is a German word for guilt. If there is no guilt, there is no debt. So they could say, are you guilty or not guilty? Is there a debt? Well, I got a piece of paper from the county saying there is no debt. So there is no guilt. See how easy? Yeah.
Now,
yes.
Will that flip that into common law then that way, or?
Of course. It is common law. As soon as you say there's debt, there's guilt. The judge is going to ask you, even if it's in their traffic court, do you plead guilty or not guilty? They say, well, I got a letter right here saying I'm not guilty. They say, what? I got a letter right here. Oh, from the county prosecutor right here. He says, I owe no debt. There is no guilt. I don't owe anybody anything. So where's the guilt? If there's no debt. Guilt and debt's the same word. In German, it's the same word.
Right.
So if you owe no debt, you have no guilt. So what the hell are we here today for? To discuss what? That I have no debt? Well, good. I agree. So there is no guilt. So what are we here for again? Drives him fucking nuts. Because that's the worst thing you can say to a German guy, man, is that he owes you a debt. German guy will scream up and down, I don't owe you a fucking debt. Because if you owe a man a debt, you're a slave. Right. You pay that debt off, and I ain't going to be your fucking slave. And you better not go around town telling anybody I owe you anything, because I don't owe you a fucking thing. See, but in this country, in 1980, they started issuing out credit cards to normal people, which was obscene, because now everybody's in debt. And it's okay to be in debt. But people who are German or in Germany, they're like, no, we have no credit card debt. No, we don't have debt. Like me, I've never even applied for a credit card. You could ask any branch manager, I give you my social security number, and you could say, my name is Karl Lentz, here's my social. Have I ever applied for a credit card? You could fake and say you're me. And they'll say, no, you've never even applied for a credit card in your whole entire life. That's right, because we were taught in German. You're not in debt. You don't have a credit card. You're not in debt to anybody. It's certainly not a bank. Being in debt to my brother or my mom is bad enough. I couldn't imagine being in debt to a stranger. I owe a debt to my mom. I owe a debt to my brother. I owe a debt to my child. And that's enough. That's enough burden on me. It's burden enough by being called dad. It's burden enough being called son. It's burden enough being called an uncle. That's enough. I certainly don't want to be owing somebody else and stuff kissing other people's asses. That's why I say, give me a donation, man. Don't put me in debt. Don't say I owe you something. If you want to donate, that's fine. But do you want to fucking pay me? Fuck no, man. I don't want to do that, man. Hell no.
Right. So I guess I asked the cop because there isn't going to be a lawyer there. It's just going to be the cop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. I'm saying, but it's still going to have a county prosecutor. You can write. The cop also has a legal department. So obviously, I'd find out where the legal department is for the police officer. Obviously, I wouldn't write to a police officer because that's going to make it look like you're stalking him or threatening him or communicating. He's got a damn job to do. He doesn't want to answer your stupid letter. I guarantee he's got a legal department. So you call up the desk sergeant, or you call up his shift commander, or you say, hey, look, I know Bob the cop, badge number 1234, he gave me a ticket, and I actually want to send him some paperwork, but I know he's a busy cop and he's a busy man. Do you folks have a legal department down there? Who's the attorney who handles this stuff for the police department? Like, say Bob runs over my shoe, with his police car. Where's the legal department so I can send them some paperwork and see what they say?
All right.
Because down here, I know where I live, man, it's like actually an attorney who's actually in town who actually does the legal work for the police, the sheriff's department. It's like his name's like Bob Sanders. It's like, oh, Bob Sanders, yeah. The sheriff's department deputy ran over your hula hoop. Well, send it over to Bob Sanders. Send it over to Mr. Sanders, and he'll do it for you. He'll take care of it. So just find out.
Okay.
Don't send shit to cops. They ain't got time for that bullshit. They ain't got time to read it.
Yeah, I understand. I got one other thing here. Now this is dealing with the farmers around here. They're messing with the farmers. It's in the paper here, and they're basically telling it says state to consumers, don't eat the raw milk cheese. And so I went and talked to this guy, and half the stuff in the paper ain't even true. This is what they're saying. The State Department of Agriculture is advising people to throw out raw milk cheese purchased from the Paradise area farmer, and it gives his name and address. Then it goes on to say...
They could advise people, man. They could advise people at Planet Nehru. What are you going to... It's just like I said. It's like when Alex Jones was advising people to buy his shelters to live under the ground because Planet Nehru was going to kill us. So what? You take it under advisement. Say, okay, your advice is taken under advisement. Yeah, I'm a man. I'm decide for myself. But thank you for telling me. Right, so there's nothing wrong with them telling you, man. Because like I say to people, when people say to me they want natural raw milk, I said, no, you don't. They're like, what? I said, no, you don't. They're like, why? I said, do you understand how much blood? Do you understand how much hair follicles are in natural milk? Do you understand there's a difference between A, AA, and AAA milk? And they go, what's that? Well, it depends how much pus and blood and hair is in each milk sample. I said, when they fucking milk, they're supposed to shave the udders. They're supposed to. But if you want natural, hardcore, blood, pus, hairy milk, oh yeah, they got that available. So if you want real, natural, hardcore milk, well, you'll get blood in it, you'll get pus in it, you'll get hair follicles in it. You really want natural milk. Or do you want somebody to at least shave the udders, straight out the hair follicles, straight out the pus and the blood? Or do you really want hardcore milk? So see, like I'm saying, if you really want natural, hardcore motherfucking milk, just straight out of the cow's teat, oh boy, you're in for a surprise what you're going to drink. So filtration system, yeah, I think I'd like to at least filter it. At least like not have to have my mouth full of half. See, so that's what I'm saying. It sounds all kumbaya and happy and cool to be drinking natural whole milk. Yeah, but you at least got a filter on the damn thing. Well, no, we do it hardcore here. What? Do you shave the udders? No. So I might get a 2-3 inch piece of hair in my milk every now and then? Well, yeah, quite often. Oh, yeah, well, gee, I don't really think I want whole natural milk. Thank you for telling me. See, because like I said, they might not tell you. And that's why they're supposed to monitor when they bring in a big milk sample and the milk truck comes into the dairy processing plant. They'll take account of how much like impurities are in the milk. They'll take a blood, a pus, or a hair sample, and then they'll grade the milk. And they'll say, okay, that's AAA, or that's AA, or that's single A. Like that goes to cat food. That goes to making cheese or butter. That goes for drinking milk for human consumption. They'll have different grades when that milk tanker rolls into the processing plant. So like I said, if I was the EPA or FDA, I would explain that to people instead of saying I advise you not to drink whole milk. I'd explain to people, this is what real milk looks like. And when you see what real milk looks like, you say, oh, God, that's nasty. Hey, we're just the FDA here, just showing you the damn picture. This is what it really looks like. Oh, wow. Yeah. Have real hardcore milk? This is what you're going to get at the bottom of the pail. This is what it looks like. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, yeah. So this is why we give it different grades, A, AA, and AAA. And see, that's what's funny, man, how Karl Lentz knows this stupid stuff because I used to work in a dairy. So it's pretty funny. Like, what the hell does it know? And believe me, I don't know a lot. I don't know 1/100000th of a billionth of what needs to be known. But I do know about this. So it's pretty funny, talking about milk. But, yeah, so what do you think that should do? That the EPA shouldn't warn people about not drinking whole milk?
Aquila is the only one unmuted right now. The other guy dropped off.
Yeah, because my tact, it was probably not the kumbaya, tact that he probably was thinking he was going to hear. It's just like the guy with MMS. I said, like the guy, David or whatever his name was, man. I said, you're selling bleach, right? It's bleach. It's a bleaching agent. Yes, it's okay. And I don't think people, when they hear me talking on my show, they want me to stand up for the farmers. I will stand up for the farmer. There's no doubt about it. I will stand up for that farmer. If you want to drink whole, hardcore, natural, right out of the teeth, hairy teeth milk, God bless you.
So the city people who might think this kumbaya shit is real cool, great. But, let them see what it really looks like. Let them know the reason why the FDA does the grading. To warn people, look, some of these cows might be sick. Some of these cows don't have, penicillin. Some of these cows, there's pus in it. There's all kinds of crazy shit can happen. And we test the milk as it comes through the dairy to protect you people. Just like when I worked for ConAgra, they had the FDA was actually in the processing plant. And it was so much fun watching the supervisors try to slide things past the FDA. Why? I don't know, because their paychecks wouldn't have changed. But they were like, uh-oh, we put too much salt in there. Uh-oh, we put too much of this. Uh-oh, we didn't put enough of this in. Uh-oh, this batch is probably going to come back bad. Uh-oh, we're going to dump 10,000 gallons of this shit down there. Uh-oh, we're going to get in trouble. We're losing another 10,000 gallons of this stuff. I hope the EPA doesn't catch us. I hope we slide it through. It's ridiculous. You're talking about human lives. You're talking about food. Oh, it was Healthy Choice. It was funny. It was like the Healthy Choice banquet, Morton pot pie people. That's what I worked for, but it was called ConAgra. So, but it was just funny watching the supermarket trying to slide shit through that they knew the EPA was not going to pass. So I'm telling you, the farmers, I'm sure they're great, wonderful, beautiful people. But if they got a choice of throwing 500 gallons of milk away, or maybe sliding it through and hopefully they get paid for it. I'm not saying all farmers would just say, hey, you know what, I hope the EPA doesn't catch us on this one, but, we need to make money. The cows need feed and we're hurting. I wouldn't put it past a farmer to sell something that could hurt somebody. And then when they hurt somebody, then who's liable for when that kid gets meningitis or spinal meningitis and the kid ends up in a wheelchair? Because the farmer wanted to try to slide something past the EPA or try to, not do the proper testing, and some kid gets spinal meningitis and winds up in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Who's going to pay for that poor kid, like my kid, getting spinal meningitis and being in a wheelchair for the rest of his life because a farmer wanted to try to sneak something under the radar? I mean, I understand. I totally get it. I'm not bashing farmers. I'm not promoting the United States government. I'm trying to find a happy balance. And I'm trying to say, look, we got to work with these people, both sides.